Boots and cats indeed. Best music ever, please don't stop. Well, now I'm embarrassed. I finally completed the Cain campaign I started late last year. I've discussed it. I've talked about it its entire runtime, but now be prepared for the full plot summary. Woo! You know? So I'm making the announcement over on Discord. No, Anya, that's the thing, is that when I said my message, because if you don't know, I can ban you. I have the power to ban you. I can just do that, and no one can stop me. Next time you make a comment about surveying a system and or automating a construction ship, you best keep that in mind. However, I said, hey, Anya, as a message, to lead into a second message. And then I proceeded to have it be auto-translated to, hey, Mom, and like, I didn't know you were my mother. My sibling knows about this channel, and there's a non-zero chance they're watching right now. I don't think they are, because I think that they're busy at work. However, there is a non-zero chance that my sibling has watched my girlfriend video, that my sibling has watched the ASMR video that I did, that my sibling has seen my interactions with individuals, such as Rory, where I'm a bit surprised how many people said, like, oh yeah, this is so cute, I ship it, or like, oh wow, this sounds like flirting. Like, I was kind of surprised by that because that was just kind of our normal interactions. Let me start Q&A. It's the end of an era. Ask what questions, ye filth. Ask what questions, ye plague ye filth and despair. Oh yeah, I'm gonna step away for about 30 seconds, do some last minute stream prep, and then I will be good to go. And foolishly, I have returned. Sorry about the beatboxing. I was just like, hey, I don't want this to be silent. I mean, obviously I have the music playing, right? I have the music that plays during the pause menu. I made this music, in case you didn't know. This is a tune that I made like a year ago, or 2 years ago at this point. Oh my gosh. And I was just in a beatboxing mood. It's just fun to make noises. Hi. Hello. Hi. I'm Aro. If you don't know me, I'm AroReads. I'm a VTuber. I talk TTRPGs. I talk storytelling. And I have been running Cain for 9 months. I started in like October of last year. And we just had our last session yesterday. I did not expect it to be our last session. It ended quite abruptly and unexpectedly. So stay tuned if you want to hear about that. But a couple things. First off, I woke up 4 hours ago to drive my roommate to the train station. And I'm on the West Coast. I woke up 5 hours ago, sorry. And then I drove them 4 hours ago. I'm tired. I got like 3.5, 4 hours of sleep. So in case I sound disoriented, that's why. The other things are, one, we have a question channel. If you are new here, we have a Q&A channel. If you have something that you want to ask me that is not related to what we're talking about right now, for the first like hour, we're going to be talking Cain. I want to jump right into it after the preamble or whatever. We're going to be chatting Cain, the TTRPG. I will give a brief rundown of what Cain is. You do not need to know anything about Cain. All you need to know is that it's a TTRPG game that I ran for Celerity Dust, another content creator. I was hoping to get some of the footage of our games because Cell actually recorded the past like hunt on their end. It was just audio, but I figured that I'd be able to like play the climax for those of you interested. But unfortunately, they have not gotten back to me, so I think they may have died. Whoops. But we have a Q&A channel. If you want to ask me something that's not relevant to what we're talking about right now, which will be Cain for a minute, ask me there. It can be about me, VTubing, Cain, TTRPGs, whatever. And then also, if you are here, I like to acknowledge you and give you the attention you are giving me. So we like to do the high wave. And what I want to do, remind me, I want to do the bi wave. Which, like, yes, I understand it's no longer Pride Month being bi outside of Pride Month. I want to do the bi wave now because, like, I haven't really done anything for that. I just kind of have, like, my little outro. So, high wave, just say hi in chat if you're a lurker, if you're a VOD watcher, if you're an active participant, whatever. If you're in the comments, say hi, and I will acknowledge you as best I can, shout you out, and say one thing that ended in your life recently. And it's a happy ending, not a sad ending. Just spread some little information about yourself. Dox yourself, if you would. And then at the end of stream, remind me so that I can do a bye wave where everyone says bye at the same time and I can say bye to all of you. Because I feel like that's a very natural bookend to the stream. Hey, Ruby and Day and Moss and Mr. Baguette and Renan and Man with Chainsaw and Ryu and Copter and Presbyopia and Scrub and Anya and Patch and Kali and Elder and Mizzle and Moth and Azu and Original and Bees and Eltrian and Bee and Pignite and Clam and Caffeine and Icalon and El Guy and Effort and Dire Queen and Yixris and Sarge and Moth and Patch and Gray and Original. I think that's everyone who said hi. Paradox. I know I already said you. Anyway, hi. I try my best to acknowledge everyone, and if you say hi later, I'll probably say hello to you. You finished Kamen Rider Geats, which was inspired me to add Kamen Rider elements to my TTRPG. I still don't know anything about Kamen Rider. Except, I've talked about this before, I watched a little bit of Super Sentai, like 2 months ago. And I had a great time with it, or like a month ago. And I had a great time with it. It was like so dumb. I didn't actually care about any of the characters or the plots or what was going on. It was basically just like watching something that was just noise and colors. And to any Super Sentai fans out there, I am so sorry, but it held no substance to me. You 100%ed Armored Core 6? Oh my gosh. You finished your ADHD diagnosis? Did you win? You stopped playing Lancer Tactics and started reading core. I need to reach out to the dev. Because, like, my channel would be perfect to play Lancer Tactics on, right? And I'm sure that if I reach out to the dev and I'm like, hey, I'd love to support this game, like, could you send me a copy and then I'll like do a stream for it. I'm sure they would at the very least not insult me. Maybe they'll say no, but who knows? Oh my gosh, I'm actually early for once. Hey Bob, it's Power Rangers, but usually the MC has the same source of power as the bad guys. Huh. So I actually was never into Power Rangers because my parents, specifically my mother, didn't let me watch Power Rangers growing up. For context, shows that my mother did not allow myself or my siblings to watch. Power Rangers. Rugrats. Because it would teach us to use words incorrectly, and she was worried it would incite disobedience in us. Power Rangers was because it was violent. Ed, and Eddie, because she thought it was stupid. So this is violence. This is language / encouraging disobedience. Like a bunch of like the 90s shows, like Cat Dog, the early 2000s shows we weren't allowed to watch. Honestly, like in like the mid to late 2000s, when there was a lot of like teenage / young adult / adult but family friendly shows, like Total Drama Island kind of deal, those were off the table. A huge part of Power Rangers is specifically that they never escalate in violence until the villain suit. Yeah. And you tell my mother that. I couldn't watch Weibaloo, UK kids meditation show, because my parents thought it would make me worship. Listen. As a fan of Ed, and Eddie, she's right. I mean, listen. I disagree with a lot of decisions that she's made over time. I don't even think Ed, and Eddie would be my speed if I watched it. I feel like the worst that would happen... Isn't there like a trio of women? Is it the Canker Girls? The Canker Sisters? Are they like the Awakening for a lot of people? I feel like a lot of shows... Awakening... A lot of shows from particularly the 90s, 2000s had like a character or side characters that were like awakenings for people that watched it. I'm just assuming that this would be the case. However, is that because characters from the 2000s were needlessly like crazy in their designs, particularly with the alt and goth movement? Or was it because this is simply nostalgia and the most people talking about their awakenings are people who were children / going into pre-adolescence in the 90s and 2000s, and then in 10 years from now, we're going to have people be like, oh man, Steven from Steven Universe was my awakening back when I was like 7. Like, is that what we're going to have? Honestly, that's not far off, because I imagine how many people who are like 18, 19, 20 now look back and they say Katra from She-Ra was their awakening, right? Little column A, little column B. Minor spelling mistake detected? Curious. The Kank Sisters were icky for you. Power Rangers had villainesses that were plants by Big Goth. I never stood a chance. I mean, I didn't watch Ed, and Eddie, so I can't confirm or deny. What's the phrase? Crayons don't have to be red and good smelling. It can be both. What? My dad didn't want us watching Ed, and Eddie because he said it would make us dumb. Joke's on him. We watched whatever we wanted anyway in the morning while waiting for the bus. Oh my gosh. Okay. Straight up. I grew up like through high school where I was not allowed to watch television before school unless it was PBS. But like through high school, My mother was like, you're not allowed to watch any television before you go to school, even like with dinner or even with breakfast, unless it's PBS. And so I have very fond memories of watching like Cyber Chase. There were other shows, I'm sure. This is the only one I remember because I've talked about it on stream before. PBS was great. I mean, it was great. Like, PBS had good shows. It's just all of them were education oriented. And in fairness, I don't know what shows would have been on at like 7 a.m. that I could have watched. But like, this was back in the before times, before streaming was everywhere. This was prior to when you would just load up like Netflix. Like, yeah, YouTube was around like for most of my life, but it never hit the like, I would say YouTube peaked early 2010s and then kind of had a slow decline over the 2010s and then has been very rapidly fluctuating in the past 5 years or so, post-COVID and competing with TikTok. YouTube has been in massive flux where it's been trying to be a streaming service and a short service and a video platform, and also has kind of enmeshed itself as the main video embedding source in the world. Gilbert Godfrey was the goat in Cyber Chase as that parrot thing. Oh my gosh, Digit. Let me Cyber Chase Digit. Dude, this is a creature from my nightmares. Like, what is this thing? Is this, did they remade it, right? They remade Cyber Chase, and so like this is like with the new animation style. I remember it being significantly crunchier, and maybe that's just my like altered perception. Why did my chat swap? I lost my chat for a second. Oh, I just lost all of the message in chat. Whoops. So if you sent a message and you were hoping I would read it, sorry. I think I also lost a bunch of questions. Just feel free to like drop another question if you had one. Sorry about that. Biblically accurate Gilbert Godfrey. Listen, Gilbert Godfrey is an extra-dimensional being. And the voice is that of an idol. One from beyond. One that possesses the hearts and minds of men and shatters the glass wall of illusion separating you from the world. And it's funny that Gilbert Gottfried, as an idol, would feature here. As in Cain, idols were a central feature. Let's talk Cain. Cain Valentines. Let me ask you real quick. Hit me with a me. Say a me. I, this one right here, this guy, me, this person, this viewer. If you don't know about the Cain game I've been running, Cain Valentines. And then I want you to say me too, also me, double, if you don't know what Cain the TTRPG is. I just want a head count. You've been here for all of the recaps of that. Honestly, B, I think you have been. No, we're on topic now. We need to distract. Listen, the fact that the stream culture has evolved in such a way that we just, like, initially, there was a lot of friction, actually, where I would set a stream title that would have a topic. And then I wouldn't discuss it at all. And no one cared. Because at that point, it was never about the stream topic. And now I'm at the point where I make a stream title with a topic, and then people started getting like upset at me. People started being like, why aren't you talking about this? Friggin' on the Conan the Barbarian stream, I had someone leave a question in the Q&A channel. It's like, why is this a Conan stream if you're not talking about Conan? I'm like, I talked about Conan 2 hours ago. What's wrong with you? Like, anyway, now we're at the point where it's not that you get upset at me when I'm off topic. It's you get upset at me when I'm on topic. The goal of the stream is to keep me as flat-footed as possible. I think that's because that's where my best goofs and or gaffs arise. That is how you know I've been watching too much Doug recently. I'm goof-brained and I'm gaff-pilled. You've been here since the Lord Spider Hunt? That's like a third of the way through the game, yeah. His last role before his passing was as a voice of God in an episode of Smiling Friends. Me, Ken, I only got to the last recap. Me. Understood. Oh, the thing that ended my life was thinking I was a femboy. I'm just a girl now. Congratulations. Gilbert Godfrey lives in the wrinkles in your brain to unwrinkle them. So he's the goblin that smooths out the wrinkles in your brain, and you must beat him with a stick. 5-minute arrow writing adventure, exactly. I have not been there for the last Valentine recaps, but I do know about it. Does that mean that we're going to watch the Goofy movie trailer for the rest of the stream? Yes. Yes, I'll probably have something goof related. Gosh, I was there for that stream. I was like in chat, or not in chat. Like I was lurking during that stream, and then I'm watching the clip that just came out. Because if you don't know, Doug, very prolific streamer, probably my favorite streamer. He is my Oshi, and he had a situation where he wanted to play like a serious game of Mario. He was doing like ROM hacks. And so his chat is notorious for being goofy and silly and wacky, and he'll involve them in the goofs and the sillies and the wackies. And so what he did is that after prompting from chat, he coded a program that allowed them to put a green square on the screen. And then he chroma keyed it so that it would have the Goofy movie trailer behind it. And so you could either spend channel points to put a green screen or a blue screen, and the blue screen had a chroma key with his like stream. So it was people in the chat fighting over, do you want to blue the screen or green the screen? And if you green the screen fully, he would stop stream and play the Goofy movie trailer. And so there was a whole like 30-minute diatribe where they were doing all of that. A streamer like that, I am not. I simply know how to yap, and I know how to... Anyway, in Cain. Cain is a TTRPG where you play as an exorcist, or an exo as I'll call them, because I actually really struggle to say the word exorcist. Exorcist? I struggle to say the word exorcist. I struggle to say the word exorcist. So I say exo. Exos are not considered humans, despite being born human, because they have an abnormal amount of grace within them. Grace within you is basically like the Psyker gene from 40k. Exorcist. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has an archetype called Exorcist. Okay, I'm going to be so for real with you. I want to set up a game of Perfect Draw really badly. And my thought process is, I have a couple people in mind. I actually have a couple people in mind, and I'm talking to them, and the person that is like, I'm hoping to reach out to the other people with, they're busy. Which, if you've been keeping up, I'm not going to reveal who or what in case it doesn't happen, but there is one individual who has a very big project that they're working on right now that's about to drop soon, is what I'll say. And I'm trying to get them involved in a game, because I think it would be really funny to play with them. And I had the thought of running an NPC whose like deck, they were like Cain themed, but without actually saying the word Cain. So they would, for instance, have like their archetype would be like Exo Ardence. And it would be like a normal, or it would be like a strong warrior that upon death deals or like destroys all weak creatures and deals 1 damage to both players. It'd be like Exo Tension, which for the rest of the turn, your creatures can't be destroyed when played. Exo Palace. When you play this warrior, you instantly get to draw a card, and if it's another warrior, if it's another XO warrior, you can play it. Like that kind of thing, where so it's like XO for Exorcist, and then the various blasphemies. And then a little bit of chicanery in the back end. So for instance, one card would be like, as above, so below. And I think this would be the lash out against losing response, where they reveal a face down trap card that's as above, so below, and it converts any instance of damage to healing or healing to damage. And then they have to pay some cost. So it's like, oh, you dealt 2 damage to me, but I convert that into 2 healing, actually. I might not be able to play cards for the rest of until the end of my next turn, but that just saved me from losing right now. Like that kind of deal. I think that would be fun. And I also I just like the idea of like an overflow card that choose one XO warrior. They become a strong warrior with overwhelm and your choice of either like snipe or like stealth or breaker or whatever. And then at the end of turn, destroy that warrior. Because the idea is that they went into Sin Overflow and like you're using them as an Imago and then killing them. I think that would be really fun. You've activated my trap card. Oh, are ones based around the sins? Oh my gosh. A Cain. Okay, so consider this. Perfect Draw. Perfect Draw. It is Yu-Gi-Oh! As a TTRPG. It is a card game TTRPG where it's full of anime nonsense. You, as the player character, as the player characters, have Cain-themed decks that are all built around the various blasphemies. So you might have one of you who's a Flux user, one of you who's a Jaunt user, one of you who's an Ardence user, and one of you who is a Gate user. And so all of your decks are built around that, like blasphemy. And then you're fighting other decks that are built around the sins. And all of their standard enemies are like stumblers and cultists. Wait a second. This might actually work. This might, like, because for one for each sin, assuming we're working with Harpodos, which I effectively treat as canon, that is 8 sins. You could have one representing Under Heaven, so it's a 9th encounter. You could have just like Security or Illuminati or mundane creatures. That's another 10th and even 11th. Like we could just get to the point where it could be an entire Cain themed Perfect Draw game, which would be even funnier. That's you playing a handler in Cain. And the way you manifest that mechanically is that you're playing Perfect Draw, where it's just you're playing cards to represent sending XOs out on hunts. And if they die in the game, they die in real life. And of course, by real life, I mean the game, but not the game you're playing, the game that you're playing, the game within the game you're playing. Listen. I'm just gonna... Oh, and then each is perfect sins. And small fights can have drifter decks. We're cooking! That face when you want to run Perfect Draw, but the stealth sequel to your game. Yeah, basically. That's absurdly meta. Yes, but it would be so funny. Because, like, imagine you're playing Perfect Draw, and you're just like, I'm facing the man who defeated my brother at Nationals, and even if I can't win here, I need to make sure you don't win either. I play XO Ardence user, and then I use Until the Stain is Wiped Away to destroy my own Ardence user, which empowers its on-death effect, destroying all creatures on the field. And then you're like, what? Impossible! And then I destroy all the creatures. But then the way that turns out to be is that actually I just, like, in the canon of the story, I just sacrificed an actual XO by purposely loading them up and sending them into Inner Furnace, and that just destroyed all of my other XOs and also all of the sins and like drifters and whatever. And then I send in like an untouchable squad, and then the whole thing is just like I'm sacrificing quote unquote real XOs, real assets, as if it was a card game. That would be so wild. That would be so like, what the frick? Or you need to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! GX because the whole thing you said would unironically fit in the GX anime. I've seen parts of GX. When I went back and watched Yu-Gi-Oh! A couple years ago, I watched all the way through season 4 of Duel Monsters, then I just kind of stopped. And then like a year later, I picked up season 5. I finally finished the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters anime. I watched season 1 of GX. I haven't picked it up since. I want to watch the rest of GX. So I've seen 1 season of GX. Honestly, I liked it. I'm gonna be so for real with you. I really enjoyed GX. I watched the dub or the sub. Growing up, I saw parts of the dub, but I was watching the sub, so it's a little bit more serious because that's how the 4Kids dubs work. It's a bit more serious, but it's still just goofy and stupid and silly enough that I don't have to think too hard about it. But the nice thing about a show like Yu-Gi-Oh! Is even though it's pretty rote, I'm not gonna lie, it's really fun, and they do their best to incorporate. I'll say that they're very selective in their side characters. Reference a Valentine in your deck. Oh, that would be so evil. Although there's not many remaining, is what I'll say. At the end of the game, there's not many Valentines remaining. Some might even say there's no Valentines remaining, depending on how you look at it. And others would say there's more Valentines than there ever have been. But that's spoilers. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX makes no sense even in classic Yu-Gi-Oh! Standards. I play Virtue. I drew Charity, who turns all your other cards into Charity. Okay. This is a Cain stream. However, if we really quick went through and made a Cain deck where your standard card, like your staple, is like an untouchable squad, which is just like a weak creature. And so you have the summon army staple, which allows you to summon 2 weak creatures. That's Cain untouchable. You summon 2 untouchable squads, right? That covers your foot soldiers. If we have the actual played characters, the warriors in your deck, those are all of the virtues. What would the virtues do? I feel like all of them would be, not all of them would be strong warriors. I feel as though, oh gosh, okay, let's do it. Justice, I would say, is a strong warrior that cannot be affected by invocations. Right? So in Perfect Draw, it's powered by the Apocalypse 2d6 system, but also you have like actual cards that you can play. And you have warriors, which are your creatures. You have items, which are field spells, but also artifacts from magic, and also like perpetual spell cards. They're whatever isn't a warrior. And warriors can defend you, warriors can attack, items can't. Items can be attacked. And then you have invocations. And invocations are instants as well as sorceries, although I think all of them are cast at sorcery speed, right? So invocations are, I play it, it is an effect that happens, and then it gets discarded. Justice cannot be affected by invocations. You cannot use like field spell, you cannot use sorceries, instants to screw with Justice. Positive or negative, I think. And just a strong warrior is the strongest type of warrior. I think Faith. Call me crazy. I think so just to be strong, I think Faith would be weak with Overwhelm, which normally if a weak monster fights a weak monster, you roll for it, and whoever wins wins, and whoever loses gets destroyed. Overwhelm means you automatically win ties. I think Faith would be a weak creature, a weak warrior with Overwhelm. So if Faith fights another weak warrior, then wins that automatically, and then would have, and then maybe actually Faith can't be affected by invocations, you know? Or maybe Faith can't be affected by warrior abilities. Like Faith ignores all warrior abilities. Well, I'm not saying that because like she sucks. I'm saying that because I feel like there's a difference between like Justice, who is like for instance, Fortitude, I would say is literally just strong, Overwhelm, and probably Overwork, which is when you play Overwork, you can't play additional cards on your turn. So Fortitude is literally nothing can beat Fortitude in a straight fight. You have to screw with Fortitude in order to do that. So Justice. So if we're having Faith is weak, Overwhelm, cannot be affected by invocations. I think Justice is a strong warrior that maybe just every other Maybe Justice is like an AoE. Maybe Justice is all enemy warriors are weakened, which means that if they're strong, they become normal. If they're normal, they become weak. The charities, I think, would be normal. And I think at the end of each of your turn, or at maybe the start of each of your turn, make one other creature, like it becomes a copy of charity. And if you do this, all charities gain any like one keyword from that copied creature. So if I have charity copy faith, faith would then become a charity, but both charities would then get overwhelmed. That might be interesting. Hope, I think, would probably be weak, and the ability where it's like can't be targeted, so it's like stealth or whatever. I would also say they probably can't be blocked. And then I would give them the one where when they deal damage, they deal +1 damage, because weak monsters actually don't deal damage normally. If it's copy plus ability, you may... Yeah, so that would make sense. Like it's an activate effect. And then... Prudence. I feel like Prudence would have an active effect, which is either offer your opponent to draw a +1 card or +1 life, because this is a game where you have like 3 life, and then if they accept, you get the same benefit, right? So Prudence is about making deal, and Prudence probably be like normal, and so Prudence would all be about making deals. I think Chastity would be a strong warrior with Underwhelm, so like loses to other strong characters, but also has something where it's probably when you okay, crazy idea. Chastity is a weak warrior who, when you create Chastity, you create a second item that immediately equips to her, and that turns any weak warrior into a strong warrior. And if the warrior would be destroyed, instead destroy the item. Right, so it's like a magic creature that like spawns in, ETB creates an equipment that it automatically equips and then improves them. Sobriety. I think Sobriety would be a weak warrior. I'm making a lot of these weak because I think it's boring to just make all of them strong. And also the way card making works in Perfect Draw being the Yu-Gi-Oh! TTRPG stylization. You can play Magic the Gathering as a TTRPG. You literally build a deck of cards, and having narrative-oriented, anime-inspired TTRPG where you have card game battles. Sobriety, I think, would be a weak warrior that, like, anytime it would be destroyed, can then, like, choose to not be destroyed. Like, there would have to be some limit on that. But I think it would be, like, Sobriety has the ability to just, like, not die. Right? And I think Absolution would be another instance of Absolution, honestly, probably just a normal warrior. But when she spawns in, when she spawns in, she spawns a strong warrior to represent Guillotine, and probably that strong. There would be some like limit. I mean, it might just be normal plus strong. That would be very powerful though. So I'm thinking a strong one that can only attack on the same turn Absolution attacks, right? So it's if you kill Absolution, Guillotine, or that when Absolution leaves the field, Guillotine also leaves the field. I'm going to be playing in a new campaign. I'm very excited to play with my friends, but I feel mid about the setting. I don't have much interest in Star Wars. Any approach this in a fun way? I mean, that's probably better for the Q&A channel. That's exactly the sort of thing I would recommend for the Q&A channel. But since I already read it, if you don't care about Star Wars and you're playing in a Star Wars game, ask your friends, hey, how Star Wars-y will this be? And if they say, oh, Star Wars is just like a backdrop, we're gonna play like we're gonna play Blade Runner, but in Star Wars. We're gonna play a noir detective film in Star Wars. Sure, fine, then you're gonna be fine. If you don't care about the setting, that doesn't matter because setting is important. But if they're like, no, we're gonna really dive into like post-galactic Civil War politics, and we're gonna make the rise of the Resistance cool. You're gonna be integral to the Resistance in the sequel era. And you're like, oh, okay. I don't care about that. So that's just gonna be a situation where, like, unironically, I would say, like, hey, I'm not interested in that. And as much as I want to play a TTRPG with y'all, I'm not gonna have fun with that. And that's a situation where, like, you have to recognize that just because the group might be good, that does not automatically mean the game will be good. You can have a good group of people that all like each other and enjoy each other's time, but the game does not end up working out. And that's okay. That doesn't mean that any of you are bad people or they don't like each other. But if you're playing in a Star Wars game, that the focus is it being a Star Wars game, you have to know about the Force and the Jedi versus the Sith and the Empire versus the Rebellion and how that leads into the Empire versus the Resistance and all of this stuff. And it's all very important to the game. If you don't care about that, you're not going to have a fun time. So you shouldn't be in that game at the end of the day. However, first, talk with the group about it and say, hey, I don't care about Star Wars. I'm not here for Star Wars. I'm here to play a sci-fi game with my friends. If this is a sci-fi game that happens to be in Star Wars, even if you really care about Star Wars, even if you get really excited when we're on a smuggling mission and we find out that what we're smuggling is deactivated B2 super battle droid chassis, I don't know what that means, and I don't care. But you get really excited by that. But what matters is that we're playing basically. We could be doing this in Shadowrun. We could be doing this in a Star Trek game. We could be doing this in any number of in Traveler, in any number of systems. It doesn't matter, and that's because. And then we can have fun with that. So that's what I would say. I would say talk with the group about like how Star Wars-y this Star Wars game is, and if it's not one that lines up with your interest, I would recommend saying it doesn't line up with your interest and potentially backing out. Speaking of running games, I'm running an alien CTRPG game for some buddies, and I need a name for a scientist who the party's going to find the body of in a lab. Any suggestions for a memorable name? I mean, the question here is always, do you want silly, thematic, or normal? Because, like, if you want a silly name, you could have it be like D-Man. For dead man, right? For thematic, you could have to be like Ripley. Oh, that would be a fun, quirky reference for aliens. If you want a normal name, it could just be like Stevens. It could be Patel. It could be Liu. Like, it could be any number of names if you just want like a normal sounding human name. So that's why you have to hit it. Mort Squiggles. Schmedrick is certainly one of the names of all time. I like Dawson. Good advice. If it's a cool sci-fi Western background, I would say yes, I'm interested. Mm-hmm. I mean, and that's why you could be like if you really want, you could be like, haha, it's Bend Over. Oh my gosh, did you find dead, like Bend Over? Did you find, did you find Body Corpse? Oh, Dr. Alistair Severine. Okay, so Cain. Cain is a TTRPG where you play as exorcists, or exos. Exos have a high amount of grace, which allows them to manifest psychic powers that are called blasphemies. Everyone, with the exception of very few people, have grace. Every human has grace. Every exorcist, which are not considered humans, have grace. When you have someone that has a high amount of grace and they experience a traumatic event that influences and disrupts their psyche, they have the potential to form a sin. Sins are manifestations of trauma that XOs are trained to fight. their entire lives. And Cain is about you playing XOs fighting sins for the organization Cain. In my setting of Cain, I worked with my player for this. I am running a one-on-one, or was running a one-on-one game for my player Cell, Celerity Dust, and they were playing Hattie, a former, effectively like discount Minecraft, like from like a Dream SMP style. Like, I don't know much about that kind of stuff, but like they were like, yeah, this would be really fun. I'm like, okay, cool. So Hattie, 17-year-old girl, former streamer, had like millions of subscribers, and then manifested the power of Flux. Flux is time manipulation, specifically rewinding time. A little bit of fast forwarding time, but a lot of like stuttering back and like pausing time and stasis and messing with the time stream, alternate realities. Hattie develops her power, uses it to cheat at video games. And then because she's cheating at video games with time manipulation, not only does she get really popular, she also catches the attention of the organization Cain. She gets black bagged, she gets stuffed into like a windowless van and shipped off to Incite Epsilon. Incite Epsilon has 12 other exorcists. And by the time of the first hunt, which is when the first like sin is spotted and they're sent out for it, it will have 15. I'm going to run through all of them briefly. And then I will give a little indication of who's important. We have Gage, who is the most senior XO present. They have a sin mark, which means that previously they started turning into a sin and barely managed to stop themselves, and they are permanently, indelibly stained and marked by sin. You have Canine. This is the golden child. This is the top performer. This is the exorcist at Incite Epsilon who admin looks at as like the oldest of the kids, right? Canine is meant to look after other XOs when Handler Alpha, their main admin point of contact, has to step away. Canine, ultimately though, is loyal to the other XOs, not to admin. So it's a situation where Handler Alpha will say, hey, Canine, run this training exercise for the next 10 minutes. And as soon as Handler Alpha steps out the room, Canine says, hey, you got 8 minutes of break, but we need to be active for the last 2 minutes in case he comes back early. And so Canine will ultimately look out for the rest of the XOs. Clapback is Canine's rival. They have the exact same power, Ardence. They joined at roughly the same time. And yet, Canine, this entire time, has been favorited and fawned over and pushed forward by admin. And Clapback has basically been pushed to the side. And so she is a rival to Canine. We have Mix. She is like an older sister figure. She is someone who just kind of gets along well with a lot of different people. She is just nice to everyone, but not necessarily like blisteringly so. She's just a pleasant individual to interact with. And she is dating Arthur. Again, similarly, kind of older brother figure. He's just a good guy. Mix is a walking death flag already. They're in a relationship. And it's one of those things where no one in the dorm, like everyone in the dorm knows, and no one in the dorm really cares, and everyone in the dorm keeps their mouth shut around admin because they recognize that Mix and Arthur make each other happy. And if they talk to admin about it, that might like disrupt that, or if they talk in front of admin, that might disrupt it. No, so they do have a codename actually. I'll go over the codenames after I talk. I suppose I should run through the codenames. Gage was the only survivor of a massive, huge, devastating hunt that involved other sites and literally brought down Incite Epsilon to just Gage. Gage then revealed to everyone else that came in and like explained to them like, here's what it is. I like basically took on the mentorship role and explained that their name was Gage, and over time has revealed that their name was not Gage before that event. Back before they were picked up by Cain, they were a mechanic's apprentice, like they were working at an auto shop, and they were called Gage there. And so they stuck with the name Gage, even though that's not what they were called prior to Crashing Tiger, which was like the big, terrible event that left them the only survivor. K9 initially was called Hound by the others because everyone assumed he was just a hound of Cain. They were effectively saying he was a dog. And then they learned very quickly that no, he wasn't the Hound of Cain. He was just pretending to be so he could benefit the others. And so Handler Alpha, despite calling the rest of them their XID, their number, would call K9 Hound. And so to kind of differentiate him, the rest of them started calling him K9 instead of Hound. Before I was Gage, I was Earring. Clap back. She's just going to clap back. If you insult her, she claps back. If you smack her, she claps back. She is a very reactive person, right? Mix is because she like mixes matches. She has a gun that she put together, a semi-automatic rifle, where the stock is like bright pink and the scope is neon green and the barrel is a extended crimson red and the handle has a hair trigger that's like navy blue. And it's all these different parts that she just kind of mixed together. Arthur is just kind of like a nice guy. He's very lawful good. And so he started getting teased by everyone else for kind of being like a Boy Scout. And they started calling him King Arthur. And the fact he wields a longsword means that kind of lent itself to that. So his name is not actually Arthur. It's just everyone calls him Arthur because King Arthur. After Arthur is Faust. Faust is really good at shady dealings. Really good at acquiring random stuff. Is the one that found who in requisitions would be willing to get them contraband and was responsible for allowing them to access the black market from the dorm. Hearse and Faust's name obviously is because they are he was tied into like bad deals and like making bad decisions. I finished a run. We can never. This isn't Stellaris, you fool. Hearse is because they were actually a race car driver. They were like a drag racer that formed an idol and then proceeded to have their idol executed. And they were recruited by Cain. And so Hearse was a drag racer that then got picked up and brought in. And so they also have a sin mark. And they're really like quiet and a little depressed. So because they're really good at driving, they're kind of depressing. Hearse. Yes, I am in the endgame now. We're going to explore that on Saturday. Longsword wielding Arthur decapitating a lord screaming, "There can only be one!" Like some sort of Faustian bargains, exactly. I'm telling you, K9 is 100% clicker trained. Not before leaving Cain, but maybe after. Who knows what he's up to with Cain? Oh, it's Clapback. Spoilers. You didn't realize that Arthur's name was related to King Arthur? Yeah, all of them are. All of them are related to references. Even the human sounding names are references to their personalities. Gosh, after Hearse was, I think it was Newton. Newton was very intelligent and focused on the mission, focused on the work, focused on the task, and didn't really associate with others in the same way that everyone else did. We had Acme, who he was just kind of like a cheerful, fun guy. Just good vibes to be around. Unfazed by the troubles of living in Cain. Newton, because Newtonian physics, they're a vector user. She was a vector user, and like very smart. Acme just kind of had gate, and his entire weapon set was he would reach into his gate and pull out whatever was inside. And so it was like he was like Acme from Roadrunner. Watson is someone who had a huge inferiority complex because they thought they were really smart. And they were like above average intelligence, but they weren't like the smartest person in the room by far. And so they thought they were Sherlock, but everyone called them Watson. We had Sister, who is by far the youngest out of all of them. Everyone in here is like 15 to 19. Sister was 12. And Sister is a binder. Had a bound hound, a manifestation of her anger and her rage, rancor, as her main like weapon. And she was very timid, very quiet, much a loner. And so she avoided a lot of the rest of Site Epsilon. But Gage was also a loner, so they would have companionable silence together. Clapback was often quite nice to her. Mix was like a bit of like mothering to her. So everyone kind of looked out for Sister. And Sister very much so was a glue that kept Site Epsilon together. Yeah, I get you, Watson. You're smarter than average, but you're not the smartest person in the room. And your entire personality is based off of being the smartest person in the room. Or at least that's a core part of your confidence and your ability to care about yourself. Yeah, top of their class in a small hometown high school. Yeah, typical college crash out. And honestly, Watson, not really a crash out. Didn't make it people's problem. Just kind of like had a complex about it. Sister, she was just everyone's little sister, right? Right. Then it was, so Sister was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm forgetting someone. Who am I forgetting? Cage, Canine, Clapback. Bond. Bond, I think, is right before Watson. I think Bond is actually right here. I'm sorry I forgot you, Bond. I really like you, Bond. Bond is a very socially adept character, knows exactly what people want, and is very good at capitalizing off of that. Is an edit user, so she can alter her own physical appearance. And Bond, because James Bond, she's like a spy. She's really good at infiltration and social deduction. Even I know about Bond because she's part of the Bonder bit. James Bondburger, exactly. So that's all 12. And then we hit Hattie, who is the streamer I mentioned. And in like the 2 weeks following Hattie joining Site Epsilon, there are 2 more arrivals. There's Raphael. And she is really aggressive. She's really headstrong. She tackles things directly, but she's also like artistically inclined. And she's also very like book smart. I'm not going to say that she's like lacks like wisdom, but she's someone who like is very good at math, is very good at drawing and like angles and calculations, but like she doesn't really think about things before doing them. And the reason she's named Raph is because Arthur was reading a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comic that he spent script on when she arrived. And he was like, yo, calm down, Raphael. And then everyone kind of just stuck with it. And then it turned out she was actually very similar to like the Renaissance Raphael. So it fit on multiple levels. Hattie was named Hattie because Clapback actually was a fan. Clapback actually watched Hattie back when she was a streamer before Clapback was picked up by Cain. And so like recognized her by her screen handle. And so it just kind of stuck there. And the final one was Snake. Snake is kind of shy, introverted, introspective, but kind of like eager to prove themselves. And Snake was named by, I think it was also Clapback, offhandedly at one point saying, "Oh, that's Snake looking one," because Snake can just kind of stim by just swaying back and forth, and occasionally just go, just like making S noises and like hissing to themselves, just passively, just as a self-soothing thing. Can Snake turn invisible? That's the real question. No, this is not Solid Snake. Who are the most important ones here? The biggest, most like I will say the big ones, the ones that like if you could only pick like 3, if you could only pick 3 of these to actually like pay attention to and remember the name of, obviously Hattie, Raphael, and Mix are the 3 I would say. In terms of who are the big ones that will have the longest lasting impact on the game, I would also add in Bond and Sister. And if you've been keeping up with the game, you know why. Listen, I love Canine Clapback. They're probably my favorite of like the background characters. I had so much fun with them. I feel really bad for what happened to Gage and Arthur, but like some of these characters just had more screen time, had more impact on the narrative than others. Canine and Clapback will be important, but not for all of the game. I mean, this is all provided AroNoises doesn't TPK all. Can I have a pocket snake arrow? I feel like that's a sussy thing. Yeah, so this game is already done. This game is completed. Like this is a full campaign. And this is Site Epsilon, or as they call themselves, the Valentines. Why do they call themselves the Valentines? Hattie doesn't know. Also, Hattie can't talk to anyone. Everyone in the dorm ignores her except for Raphael and Snake. And they're also ignoring Raphael and they're ignoring Snake. And no one knows why. And so what ends up happening is that eventually they get a notice on their desk, on the desk in the center of the dorm. And it says, congratulations, you've been selected for Operation Waning Recourse. Hattie, Snake, Raphael, and Arthur have been selected to go to Thunderfeld, New York, and fight a cat 1 ogre. At this time, Arthur is cat 2, Raph, Snake, and Hattie, all cat 1, never been on a mission. Initially, Canine was supposed to lead this mission as a cat 3. However, he had like injured his arm, and so he couldn't go. And so Arthur was taking over in his place as a kind of like a babysitter. And so they all go out. First thing they do, they get driven out to Thunderfeld, New York. They learned that apparently there's a huge like juvenile delinquency issue here. Like this is a place that has like just too little money for what it needs. It is a small town or a big village. It's one of those like there's a massive factory or a massive warehouse out of town that like is a pyrocine, like this medical warehouse that's just off looming in the distance that like takes up the horizon line. And it's just this small town that has like a downtown area and like a little park area that has a soccer field that has a track running around it with an adjoining basketball field. And it's all like one big complex for the entire town. And it's just drab. It's gray. It's cool and cold and muggy because it's an ogre. And the first thing that happens, they get dropped off. Arthur looks at the 3 of them and says, hey, you know that choker around your neck? Did they tell you that it would like kill you if you try and leave? And they're like, yeah. And apparently Arthur, when he was joined, he was told that it would explode. But Hattie and the others were told that it's lethal injection. So if they try to leave the mission area, they will have a lethal compound injected in their veins. And Arthur just says, that's a lie. It's just straight up not true. What it is true is that they have a GPS and they can find you and track you down. So don't do that. No, Neko, it's not deadly demise. In my experience, a long backstory is a great way to doom a character. Make sure to get really attached to all of these characters because they're going places. Like the description of Snake is so adorable. I want to put one in a shirt pocket. Aww. Okay, so that's Thunderfeld. I'm going to keep it brief. Long story short, they go, they find who they thought was the host. The host they thought was a teenage girl who took her own life. and that this was a post-mortem ogre. Turns out it wasn't her. It was her teacher who felt responsible and that he could have prevented this. He felt like he was struggling in his own life, and then he had the student who was struggling and he was trying to help out, and then she took her own life, and he felt awful. He felt like it was his fault. And so they had to go in and they deal with the ogre. I'm gonna keep it a buck. This happened a long time ago. I don't remember a lot of the details, and it's not really that important. The long story short is that over the course of the hunt, they split up in twos. Arthur plus Hattie went to go interrogate the family of the teenage girl, and Raph plus Snake went to go investigate a appearance or a sighting of like odd noises in the woods. Arthur and Hattie, they ended up talking to the teenage girl's family. I ended up playing a character who my player was just like, I know this woman. I have met this woman before. And I'm just like, thank you. And then they're like, no, I hate this. That's so awful. Why would you do this to me? And I'm like, thank you. And very overbearing mother who was simultaneously shaming her daughter for having taken her own life while simultaneously trying to turn her daughter's death into like a martyring like angel thing where her daughter was untouchable. And also at the same time, because they approached it from the idea of like, oh, we're from like a Catholic college that was reaching out to, that was talking with your daughter about like a scholarship for academic excellence, the mother immediately pivoted to trying to get one of her other kids on that same scholarship. In the same breath as shaming her daughter for having taken her own life, while simultaneously saying how amazing her daughter was. Very, very much like triple think there. Wait, were you the player of the GM? I was the GM. I was the admin in this game. I was running for one player. What a terrible parent. Yeah. And then Snake and Raph, they met a poltergeist, which is a creature that feeds off of sin, grace, as well as being able to see the future. It freaked them out because when they all met back up again, Raph and Snake revealed that apparently it told them that Arthur was going to be ripped apart. And so Arthur is like, don't worry about it. It's fine. And like, a concerning amount of drifters can see the future. Yeah, don't worry about it. So they'll meet up. They'll head over to the school. They want to investigate the teacher and like some other adults tied to the girl. They end up running into some stumblers. Hattie fires a shot downtown, and so the SWAT team is called because shots are fired downtown in like this small New York, like upstate New York town. And so I set a talisman where like they have to go before the SWAT team comes. They end up going to the school. They find out that it is the student's teacher, Abiola, Moses Abiola, and he is like depressed. He is struggling. He is not doing well because he's been like drinking his cares away. His wife left him. His mother died. And now he feels like he failed this young girl who was relying on him for support, and that she took her own life and that he could have stopped it. So he manifests an ogre. They go in, they fight the ogre. The ogre does use pulverize on Arthur, but because everyone was working together to save Arthur, he survived. Didn't even break a limb, but all of them took like 3 stress or something. So it's pretty bad. I'll be real, Cain feels like 40k Inquisition without the authorization budget for AroNoises. I have said multiple times that I'm of the opinion Cain as a system would be perfect for an imperial, inquisitorial psyker game where you're part of the Ordo Malleus. Exos, psychers. The psychic veil, the warp, and the psychic sea, the warp. Sin, demons, sins. Imagoing, being possessed and becoming a demon host. Like the various chaos gods. Idol, that's Slanesh. We have Ogre, and that's definitely Nurgle. We have the Hound, and that's definitely Khorne. Like we have different vectors that like they align with the different chaos gods, and it just fits so well that I'm very surprised I haven't heard anyone else talk about that. I think it might be because Cain isn't that big. I think it might be because Cain ultimately, despite like being obviously Chasm audience is very loyal. Tom Bloom is a very big creator. There's not much coverage of it. Yeah, like an Imperial Inquisition Psyker game where you're part of the Ordo Malleus. Your handler is an Inquisitor. You are a team of Imperial sanctioned Psykers that are going off to deal with demon cults in like a low tech level, like barbarian world that's barely part of the Imperium. Or maybe you're literally in a hive city. I think would be really fun. Hey, Echo. See, that would work because unlike Cain, there's just almost no hope to make things better. Yeah, there's almost no hope. Though the Whispers is 100% a drifter who's just hanging out. I don't agree with that. How does one retroactively keep up with the lore hypothetically? I'm jamming myself and can really use a reference. So what I'm doing is I asked my player to give me a refresher so I didn't miss anything, and they haven't responded. So I am doing this all off the dome. I'm going to be so for real with you. I am struggling to remember details because this first hunt that I did was like 8 months ago. I have notes on it. The issue is I have notes of what I prepped to do, not what actually happened. And so I have, like, I tried to keep notes of like what happened on this last hunt. But the issue is I kept writing notes of what was going to happen. And then I wouldn't go back and write notes of what did happen. And so there would be a conversation that happened that was very important that I didn't write down. And so I basically am just going off the dome trying to remember it. It's just my headcanon because we already know drifters can see the future. That's fair. I like to imagine it's closer to Flux shenanigans. I like to imagine it's alternate realities and it's an alternate version of you. Wait, this town is big enough for SWAT. Then again, I grew up in a super podunk town where someone was letting rip an SMG in their backyard and cops refused to investigate. So this is not like, oh, it's a population of 500. This is like thousands of people, if not in the tens of thousands. It's just not very well funded. It's in upstate New York, which, if you know anything about New York State, means that it's very rural. It's very like not suburban. Like they have a major warehouse nearby and they have like utilities and electronics and like they have amenities. It's just not a very well funded town. Do you have any advice for pacing? I'm scared my investigations feel kind of flat, though I might just be self-conscious. I'm going to say 9 times out of 10, you're just self-conscious if your players seem like they're having fun. If your players seem like they're having fun and you're like, this really felt like it dragged, maybe it didn't feel like it dragged to them. Maybe they thought, oh, wow, we're really having to like rake through for all the clues here. If you're like, wow, that was such a fast pace. I'm surprised that they seem to have fun. Maybe they're like, that was like exhilarating. That was like a nonstop explosion of like one thing into the next thing into the next thing. Like I couldn't breathe and that was awesome. Like your players' fun is what matters when it comes to pacing. This is not a book. This is not a movie. This is not a television show. This is not something where you need to worry about pacing in the arbitrary sense of what is the best style of pacing. If your players are having fun, do that. And my first thought was a sussy analogy, so I'm not going to say that. But like, don't change it if they're having a good time. If your players have a positive response to something, do that thing again. If they like it when you go fast, don't go faster, stay at that pace. If they like it when you go slow and steady, go slow and steady, don't go slower. Like, just do what they like and they will enjoy it. What's up? Is Hat Trick dead? Good question. So, they go through, they fight what ended up being named the Whisksy. That is the name of the sin that they ended up fighting, the Cat One Ogre. All of them survived. And they walked away where Hattie had spent quite a bit of time with Arthur and very much so grew to care about him. In a, like, you're my older brother, like, thank you for looking out for me. You're a very nice guy. And he's just like, well, I just try my best. And Hattie's like, yeah, and your best is like awesome. Thank you so much. Raph and Snake, they kind of got to know each other a bit more. Hattie had a bit of a thing with Raph, where the player at this point was like, I kind of want Hattie to romance Raph. And I'm like, okay, sure. And so that is set up for the future. They get back to the dorm, and when they return back to the dorm, they find all of the other Valentines are there. And as soon as they enter the dorm, everyone goes, congratulations, you're glowing. Because part of the Valentine culture is basically hazing, which is you're ignored until you survive your first mission. And then that's called having your first time, haha. And then when you complete your first mission, you're back from your first mission, you're glowing, a la the euphemism. And then you're welcomed as an official Valentine. You are now Cat 2, you have gone on a mission, you have survived, and you are worth their time to protect. Because the Valentines, and what Hattie learns very quickly, they are effectively a gang, or a cult, or some would say like a fraternity, or a sorority. The Valentines have an extremely strong culture of once you're in, you're in. If you're not in, you're not in. We look out for each other. We look out for each other more than we do Cain, or other exorcists, or humanity, or sins, or civilians, or anything. The big priority for a solitary Valentine is to protect the rest of the Valentines. Advance their interests. Help the other Valentines. Keep them safe. Keep them comfortable. Canine, the golden child, who has all this time been kind of like running things as like a mini like handler. He's been doing that because that's what the Valentines need. He has been acting as a shield of all of the criticism and attention from Handler Alpha to basically give everyone else the ability to do what they want. Arthur went out of his way to act as a mentor to Hattie and Snake and Raph because they needed to be showed the ropes. They needed to learn like what all of that was. Mix was trying to like make them feel welcome once they were there. Gage, as the oldest member and the one with the like most lore of the Valentines, was very quiet but like was supportive. How do you know Arthur getting death flags? So they all care about them, and what they find is that they spent their script. Like apparently the rest of the Valentines had spent their script on like getting like brownies and like 2 liters of soda, and it's like they got like a thing of Sprite and a thing of Coke, and they got a thing of like store-bought like 24-pack brownies. But they spent their script to like throw a little party for Raph and Snake and Hattie to celebrate them finally being Valentines. And so this is the point where Hattie is like, oh, I'm a Valentine now. And kind of like is very happy with that. And people are talking there like Arthur, she's hanging out with Arthur. Mix is making an effort to like get to know her more, because since Hattie likes Arthur, not in like an attraction way, but like in a like, oh, like I'm close to you now, like I want to continue like befriending you, is also making an effort to connect with Mix and learns that Mix is like a bit of a weeb, right? So like Arthur has this long sword that in the pommel has a pentagram, and Mix has a katana that in the pommel or at the bottom of the handle has a pentagram. And that's because Mix had the pentagram and then convinced Arthur to add it when they started dating. And so it's the idea where like she's just like slightly more weeby. She picks up on Hattie's anime references. Mix is a bit more like media literate than like someone like Arthur is. Well, so Arthur and Mix are dating. Like they are in a relationship. They are exclusive with one another. And at one point, Hattie spends her script to get like Xboxes, like original Xboxes and like Halo Combat Evolved. And in the library, they set up like a little LAN party where, because Hattie wants to like start dating Raph, Hattie and Raph like are playing Halo together, and then like some of the others hop in for duos, and like Snake and Watson team up, and apparently Watson is pretty good at the game. Arthur and Mix try out, and Mix is really good at the game, and like Raphael is like fine at it but not that great. Arthur isn't that good at it. Snake is okay. Like various people are enjoying it, and so like in the background, like Watson is someone who like talks about nerdy stuff with Snake. Raph is starting to get close with Hattie. Like Hattie's starting to get to know Mix and Arthur. They're actively like establishing themselves as the Valentines. And then Hattie gets called into a meeting. Sigma 1. To this point, there's been Handler Alpha, and there's also been Handler Beta. Handler Alpha is the main point of contact for admin, is their main handler, is the one that on the mission that they went on, is the one that like briefed them, sent them out, had them come back, is in charge of them. Handler Beta is there for the off days. Handler Alpha will do a uniform inspection. The next week, Handler Beta will do a dormitory inspection. The week after that, Handler Beta will do the uniform inspection. The week after that, Handler Alpha will do the dormitory inspection. If Handler Alpha can't do a mission, Beta will handle the mission, right? Handler Beta is a Beta confirmed. The two personality traits that we have about Handler Alpha and Beta right now is that Handler Alpha calls Canine Hound. He has Hound call him by his first name of Jason, and is very cordial. Handler Alpha is very just like, even though your assets, even though your weapons for Cain to use, very like business polite is what I'll say. Press X to Jason. Handler Beta is very curt, very direct. And like within a month before joining, before Hattie joined, Clapback actually punched Beta in the face, like decked him across the mouth, because in a training exercise, he was pushing Sister too hard, and Clapback like walked up and punched him in the face. And that was something where like no one really held it against Clapback because everyone loves Sister, right? I find it fascinating that you, Aro, use the term advance their interest to describe this group you've created. Feels like it says something about how you think about them. What do you mean? So advance their interest. Oh, the Valentines. So like the thing with that is that in character writing, I do that thing that a lot of discovery writers do, that a lot of people that don't like plot out everything beforehand. I allow the characters to do what they would normally do, even if that goes against what I want them to do, with the understanding that ultimately I am the one writing them, and I can change that if need be. So if a character like wants to do some horrible thing that I would not feel comfortable or feel would fit the narrative, I can just not have them do that. But broadly speaking, whether it is betraying a friend, insulting someone, breaking a promise, those are all things that I might have never thought that they would be capable of doing when I first started writing. And then over the course of the story, I'm like, this is the only conclusion. It's the only thing they would do. Smash or pass, Handler Alpha Beta. Pass on both. Neither of them are my type. However, Sigma 1, he has a meeting with Hattie. Hattie, Cat 2 at this point. And he basically explains that he is a former XO. He got his pieces of silver. He retired and joined Cain Admin. And now he's been transferred to Site Epsilon before Hattie got here, and is in charge of the castle teams, the Untouchables, on Site Epsilon. He knows about Hattie's past, about her being a content creator. And basically says, listen, I think you have what it takes to go Gamma. And she's like, what? Go Gamma? And so I was a tier 3 sub, not quite. She's like, what is going Gamma? I've heard that term a couple times now. And the way I heard it described by the others was it was like some other site. And he explains. To go Gamma, you need 3 things. You need to be Cat 4 or higher. i.e. a black coat. You must be referred by a member of admin, most commonly the site director, but it could also be, for instance, your handler or someone else that's in charge of a castle team at your site. And you cannot have any sin marks. What does going gamma do? When you go gamma, you're transferred to site gamma. You leave site epsilon or site beta or site alpha or site delta, whatever it might be. And at site gamma, you are treated not as a weapon, but as a person. You're not considered subhuman, you're considered an employee. Your handler will know your name. You will have access to a break room with office workers that work at Cain, and you will be coworkers with them. You will have, without having to spend script, a private room and meal plan B and extended amenities. You will not have nearly as rigorous training or education or limits put on you. When you go gamma, you are afforded effectively a promotion from being a subhuman weapon on a leash to a soldier. You are you're still considered an exorcist. You're not considered like human, but you're treated more like an employee or coworker than you are a weapon or asset. And this comes with an understanding. You, as a gamma, will be responsible for putting out the fires that are too big for other sites to deal with. That means you will basically only be dealing with Cat 5+ sins. High risk, high reward, high requirements. Right after she joins the Valentines, enters into their ranks, becomes a valued member of Site Epsilon, Sigma 1 says there is another option. And I think that you, Hattie, with your experience in content creation and your ability to not just what you did on that hunt, which was impressive by itself, but also with your ability to have millions of people watching you and to navigate that, not just the actual being a performer, but the mental strain of that and the fortitude required. I think you have what it takes to go gamma. And Hattie gets stars in her eyes. And the reason Sigma 1 knows this is because they had a post-mission debrief. And in the post-mission debrief after the hunt, Hattie was speaking with Handler Beta, and Handler Beta was goading her and basically prompting her to say things and was writing it all down. And Hattie was getting flustered, and Hattie was getting frustrated, and Hattie was saying things that she shouldn't have said. And then as she leaves, Arthur is waiting for them and says like, well, did you notice that he was writing all that down? She's like, yeah. And he's like, do you think he actually cared about what he was saying, or was he trying to get you to say something? And Hattie's like, oh, I got played. And so in these like vacuum sealed interrogation rooms, they can hear Raph yelling at Handler Beta. And then Raph walks out, and then Hattie has the exact same conversation with Raph that Arthur just had with her. And Raph's just like, oh. So basically, admin got a way more honest look at the hunt than they otherwise would have, because two of the people on the hunt basically immediately were venting to their admin. And that revealed that Hattie had initiative. Hattie took charge. Hattie was making decisions that led to a successful hunt with no casualties. And so Sigma 1 was like, rubs hands together. I want to mentor this one. Hattie now is to have the mental strain Do I support the Valentines who have been supporting me so much thus far? Or do I go Gamma? This comes to a head for the first time in a major way. 2 slips are left on the desk in the dorm. I don't remember the name of either of these operations. I'm sorry, they escaped me. However, 2 operations. 1 for a cat 2 hound. 1 for a cat 3 lord. The teams are Raph and Arthur and Sister and Bond. And then the cat 3 team is Hattie and Snake and Mix and Gage. There might be one more. No, I think that's it. Yeah. Or go Gamma, congrats, you're soloing a cat 6. No, you're not soloing it, but you're being sent with like, you're a cat 4 with like 2 other cat 4s being sent to a cat 6 centipede that already did a sin event because it already like bodied a group of cat 4s that were on site. No, so I think it was 4 and 4. I can actually check this. I think I have these pinned. Sorry, let me scroll for a bit. And at this point, my player and I were busy. Got it. Yes. Okay. So the Hound Hunt was Raucous Famine. And the Lord Hunt was Resplendent Echo. Which you may have noticed, the operation names are basically random sitrep names. However, they are generally tied in vibe to the sin. Canine. I forgot Canine. How could I forget Canine? I love Canine. And Hearse was on this other team. Okay. Yeah, Resplendent Echo. I won't harp on this too much, but I really do like that Going Gamma is basically an anglerfish luring you in because you're putting yourself in more danger just for a little bit of human decency. Yeah. And the thing is, it's not even like you get that all mechanically. It's just flavorfully. It's just narrative. Mechanically, you're very similar to any other XO, but flavorfully, you're just not treated as bad as you were. That face when you have to choose between playing Halo with your gang or getting a W2 in a single bedroom apartment. Hattie in college. Oh my gosh. I'm forgetting Canine. Yes, he went on one of these missions. So, I can't believe I forgot Resplendent Echo. I can't believe I forgot Canine was on Resplendent Echo. Mix approaches Hattie and says, hey, I was speaking with Arthur, and we think that because you're cat 2, and Arthur is now cat 3, and Arthur is one of the only ones of us that has experience fighting a lord. His first hunt was a lord. His second one was the ogre with you. We want Arthur on this mission. So even though it's technically not aligned with what Cain wants, I spoke with Gage about this, and I spoke with K9 about this, and K9 was chill. We're thinking we're going to swap you with Arthur. Is that okay with you? And Hattie had this moment where she's just like, I want to support the Valentines and I want to work with the Valentines, but no, I have to prove myself. If I want to go Gamma, I have to prove myself. Even though I'm cat 2, I should go on this cat 3 mission. And so she said no. And she was apologetic and she felt bad. And she was like, I just really think that we shouldn't swap this. I think that like I was put here for a reason. They're trusting me here. So I want you to trust me too. And Mix said, okay, I want you to reconsider, but I'm not going to force it, and back off. And so it ended up being that Raph and Arthur and Sister and Bond and Hearst went to go fight the Cat 2, and Hattie and Snake and Mix and Gage and K9 went to go fight the Cat 3. This is where I reveal I did not plan for my player to stay on this mission. I planned for my player to go fight this hound. I had I knew the broad strokes of what was going to happen on Resplendent Echo, and I built it in such a way that it was going to be extremely hostile, more so to a Cat 2 than anyone else. And the Cat 2 hound was basically me wanting to like run a hound at that point and being like, okay, Hattie, you're going to get swapped over as a Valentine. And Hattie just like, no, I don't want it. Because Hattie wants to go Gamma. And Hattie this entire time is like, ugh, I'm torn between going Gamma and going with the Valentines. This is the first major decision where she chose Gamma over the Valentines, and it will not be the last. Resplendent Echo. Resplendent Echo. In Altria, Pennsylvania, a Lord's Kingdom has rapidly been expanding recently. It's theorized that it's been here for like close to a year now, but for whatever reason, it was not expanding. It was stable. And recently, like within the past couple days, it randomly started expanding in accordance with what a Cat 3 would be. And so you're being sent in to go deal with this before it like takes over the entire town. The crew arrives and they find that their outfits are different and their weapons are different. And they all look like they're like 1890s, 1900s, like workers. Hattie has this like military garb of like a show woman who like, or there's a famous sharpshooter from like the late 19th century, early 20th century that like was famous for wearing like military regalia. She was a famous sharpshooter. I don't remember her name, but like that's who Hattie's outfit was inspired by. That my player was like, that's who I want it to be. Gage looked like a mechanic with like overalls. Snake looked like a street rat, like a street urchin. K9 looked like an executive, I think, or like a not nobility, but like a well-to-do, like upper class kind of individual. And Mix was just kind of like in a modest, or actually, sorry, Mix was in a working woman's clothes, like working class woman's wear of like 1890s, 1900s, and urchin. And they're like, okay, this is weird, but this is good information. And then a car rolls up. And a faceless driver who's like flat, featureless mask is like porcelain, is driving. And in the back is a large, oversized metal man with, again, no face. It's like his face is porcelain. His skin is all porcelain. He has a huge, giant overcoat that is barely containing his very round chest. He has a big top hat on his head. He has a mustache and a glowing teal monocle. Would be like that. But again, no face to speak of. And every time he speaks, the mustache shifts up and down like it literally goes like like that. That's how he talks. He talks like this, where the mustache bounces up and down, and that's how he communicates to you. He has a big cigar that is a teal flame on the end that's smoking off to the side, and he approaches the party in his vehicle and he hails them and says, "Hello there. You wouldn't happen to be brigands, would you?" And like he starts communicating with them, and they're like, "What the frick?" And in talking to this lord, the lord has lost its host, And that's why the kingdom has started expanding, is because the Lord's host went missing. And so the Lord started expanding the kingdom in order to find the host, and is searching for the host. And the various guards are all looking for the host, and the kingdom is expanding to find the host. And the Lord calls itself the Underman, because it is like the underboss under their host. So wait, sins can survive the death of a host? So they can? This host is not dead. For whatever reason, this host went missing. And the Lord can't find it, which is why for the past 72 hours, this kingdom has been rapidly expanding, because the Lord is like literally looking for its host. And what's revealed is that Canine and Mix and Hattie all get in the car with the Underman. Gage and Snake go to rooftops and don't get in the car with the Underman. And Canine and Mix and Hattie are speaking with him, and there's a little bit of friction in how Hattie and Canine talk to him. The Underman is kind of sexist. He's very much like well-to-do, like Gilded Age gentleman, where he would never speak down to the fairer sex, but you know how they are, kind of deal. So Hattie is trying to hit specific angles and has to kind of pivot to accommodate that. And then Canine is actually really doing well in a social circumstance. He is kind of buddy with the Underman. He's getting him to reveal information. The Underman is very gregarious. He's boisterously laughing and slapping the side of the door of the car, and like everyone in the car laughs along with him because he's a Cat 3 lord. Of course you're gonna laugh whenever he makes a joke. And like one of the running jokes is that every time he referred to the driver, it was always Chauncey or Chives or Charles or Charlie or like some different name that all started with Ch. And so he's chatting with them, and he's talking about the host, and he's talking about how great of a businessman his host is, and how had some minor complications earlier, but the business is back up and running. Which a lord, I didn't explain this before. The ogre is about depression, as you might have guessed. It's about loss, it's about grieving, it's about despair. The lord is about loss, and it's also about fear. It is about what you have lost, what you fear to lose, and what you are desperately clinging on to, going back to a time that was better. And so in talking to the Underman, they learn that this is related to the idea of this failed business. This guy who had this business and who it just didn't work out, and he got kicked out of it. And they learn more of this later. They learn some of this from the Underman, and it's effectively the host was the heir to this business, but didn't really vibe with it, and had pressure from his father to inherit the business. Tried doing that, became chair of the board, and then was ousted. He spent some time as his father's underman, and then took over the business. And because he did not vibe with the business was Pennsylvania Steel. It was like steel, like Altria Steel. He wasn't a steel worker. He didn't know the steel business. He wasn't interested in the steel business. He was interested in app development, web development. He actually made an app that Hattie was sponsored to play back on stream. And so it was a situation where he was forced into the circumstance that he didn't want to be in. And then he was ousted. And it's later revealed that the father died about a year ago. And so it's this coming to a head where this heir to this business, he had a strained relationship with his father. He didn't fulfill his father's wishes, and his father died. And so as a response to that, and that was also the 1 year anniversary of being ousted from the business. So he got ousted from his family business by the board. His father died while being disappointed in him, and he just wanted to just have it all go back to when things were better and easier. And so the Lord manifested. And for the past 10, 11 months, this Lord has been his underman. He took back over the business. The business is actually doing quite well for itself because of a Lord's influence. And so they end up realizing there are 3 locations that are hotspots of grace. All of them have gatherers. A gatherer is a type of drifter. So because there is a sin here, the veil between the real world and the psychic sea is weaker, but drifters are not under the sin. They're separate from the sin. So this little freak, this is a creature. And what I did is that all of these gatherers, they had nests in alleys. And in these alley nests, they were filled with like refuse and like dumpsters, all just piled together. And in these big piles, there was a series of captured people. Because gatherers like steal people and run off with them. And in these nests, all of them had a broken right arm, a bite taken out of their left arm on the bicep, a piece of cardboard wrapped and taped around their right thigh, and a 3-clawed scratch across their left thigh. And everyone, like the first mound that they went to, the Underman was helping them kill gatherers. And the Underman was like setting them on fire with its cigar and like using teal flame and sending its guards forward, which were like 1900s, 1910s enforcers with like giant oversized wrenches and baseball bats and clubs that they would bludgeon these gatherers with. Inside, they found like 2 people, not the host. And the Lord immediately was upset and suspicious, thinking that the party was setting them off on the wrong path. And so what they do is Canine stays with the Lord. Hattie and Mix meet up with Gage and Snake to go take out one gatherer nest, whereas Canine goes with the Underman for the other one. They split up. At the gatherer nest with most of the team, Hattie, Snake, Gage, and Mix. They fight the gatherers. There's a lot of gatherers. Hattie accidentally shoots Snake at one point because Snake is captured by a gatherer. Hattie shoots the gatherer and in the process also shoots Snake. And he gets hurt and she feels really bad, but it's fine because Exorcist. They take out all of them. They find the heir of the company, the host. They find the host and he has like the same broken arm and the bite out of the arm and the like cardboard around the leg and the scratch across the leg. And he's there. And like, he's disoriented. He looks like he's in a daze and he's been gone for like 3 days. And they talk to him. So this guy kept the Lord stable for like years. A year. He kept the Lord stable for a year. That's such a cool idea. Can I steal it for my campaign? I'm putting a lot of under heaven meddling. Yeah, go for it. How much control over his grace did he have to have a Lord manifested for months without a sin event? So the thing about sins is that what psychological need are they fulfilling? If they're fulfilling that need, why would they sin event? As far as I'm concerned, the instability of a sin is them at odds with reality. What happened is that with the Underman manifested, I think his last name was Chauncey. Hey, let me see if I have his name. Luckily, this is a point where so many of... At this point, we're at the point where it's fully like play by post because they were busy and like we're just doing play by post over time. Yeah, so so I'm just trying to find the host name. Yeah, this was around December, so it's like around Christmas. think we're at Chatsworth. Okay, that's so impressive considering how fast sins tend to degrade. Then again, there is that idol cult who exists for years in the archive. Exactly. And that's why I'm thinking, I think it's based on how well it's meeting the psychological needs of its host. Depends on how fast it'll degrade. A centipede can never be stable because a centipede is about dismantling the current structure. Until the current structure is dismantled, it cannot be satisfied and therefore it will be unstable. An idol, if all you want is for your ex to take you back. If all you want is your ex to take you back, you might manifest like a Cat 1 idol that for actual literal decades might just be there, where the entire thing it does, its entire cult, is just your ex. And you're just manipulating your ex. And you're just manipulating this one person. And its entire attention is keeping them fixated on you. And that's so small scale, Cain might never even notice. Right? If you have a hound, that will almost certainly spiral out of control immediately and sin event. Some of them are more stable than others. The Lord and the Idol, I would say, are two of the most stable ones. Ogre also. I guess it works so long as they keep feeling that they exist to do it would work. That makes a sense as an explanation. I think it makes the most sense for a Lord of all things to do. A Lord seeks complacency to stay in an imaginary world. As long as the host doesn't need to move, there's no need to expand. Exactly. As long as that world is not being threatened by the outside, what's going to stop it? And Spider, yeah, probably also Spider. Centipedes just have to destroy. Hounds have a literal checklist to murder through. Toads want more and more. Ogre's miasma spreads naturally. Yeah, exactly. Like an ogre is stable, but Cain's going to notice very quickly when suddenly downtown Cleveland has massive structural degradation by virtue of the miasma just spreading. Cat Zero hound that puts stones in people's shoes and makes them kick a table. No. Okay, so they talk to Chatsworth. Because it's a Chatsworth Steel Company is the company. And they talk to him and they learn about the app. They learn that like he got kicked out of the business by the board, voted out, and it's been like a year. And then also his father died. And then also back when so what it was is he got kicked out of the board. Then his father died. Then he manifested the Lord. And now, like 3 days ago, was a year since he got kicked out of the board. And then also he got kidnapped by drifters, by gatherers. So he's having a bad time. They link back up with Canine. And they arrive to see the car is crashed. There are dead drifters. There are dead guards. And they hear the Underman yelling at Canine as Canine's trying to talk it down. Because the Underman is thinking that purposely these brigands were trying to lead the Underman astray so that they could ransom the host. And that the Underman has been fooled and corralled by them. And so Canine is about to have to 1v1 the Underman. And then they all arrive. And then as they arrive, the Underman uses Judgment, the severe attack, on Canine. And Hattie's like, can I assist? And I'm like, no, you're too far away. And so Hattie uses Flux, stutters, goes back in time. Everyone is just arriving to the alley, and then they're now looking at the car and like, what happened here? The car just... And as they're thinking that, Hattie goes, we don't have time, go to Canine, he needs our help, and just sprints forward. And so Hattie sprints forward into the alley, and then the Underman is saying the exact same thing, and Canine is responding the exact same way, because that's how stutter works. And then he does Judgment, but this time, Hattie and Gage are fast enough to get in. And so it's Hattie and Gage and Canine. As Canine has a ring of fire, teal fire coming from the cigar, form around the three of them, blocking them off from everyone else, and manacles fire up from the ground and lock around his right arm, his left arm, his right leg, his left leg. And he is trapped. And the severe attack of the Lord asks 4 specific questions. It puts you it puts you on literal trial for your sins. And so the Lord asks him 4 questions. Or I guess 3 questions. 3 questions, and they have to verbally like argue in defense of Canine. And the fire is like hurting them to represent all of the damage that they're taking from the dice that are rolled. And let me real quick actually open up what the questions are, because I don't remember them off the top of my head, because I'm a bad admin. I should know every single rule in this game simultaneously, even if I haven't used them in actual months. With the Lord, the severe attack questions. Are you innocent of crimes? Yay! They changed in 1.4.5. They finally changed the question. Are you an honest person? Have you lived life by ideals? And then there's a 4th question where, is the Lord distracted or hindered in some way? Yeah, the liar cheat one, I every time I looked at it, I'm like, this has to be a mistake. And it lasted for like 4 editions of Cain, which I was very surprised by. Are you innocent of crimes? They, like the group successfully argued, yes, Canine is innocent of crimes. And when they argue that, on his right wrist, the manacles declamp and his right wrist is free. At the time, it was, are you a liar or a cheat? And basically, it was the same question, just phrased differently. Are you an honest person? And they made arguments in favor of him. And Canine didn't look up, wasn't looking at them. And even though they argued successfully that he was an honest person, the left wrist manacle started burning with teal flame as Canine did not believe that he was an honest person. And therefore, independent of how convincing they were to the Lord, it was his sins and his doubts that were on trial here, not the words of others. And so, have you lived or left by ideals? Yes, the right leg declamped, and then there was... is it distracted? And the way Hattie distracted the host is that she turned around and she pointed her gun at Chatsworth and she shot him in the leg. She shot the host in the leg, and absolutely that distracted the host, the sin. The left leg manacle declamped, and now the only one that is burning is on his left arm. And then a giant cauldron stamped with Altria Steel Company floated above them and poured molten teal-colored steel on Canine. It splashed onto Gage and Hattie. They all took stress, and then Gage took sin. And when you take 10 sin, you have sin overflow, where you have to take on a sin mark and potentially become a sin. Canine, in taking on sin from this, doubles over, falls to the floor, the fire goes away, and he coughs something up. And it's this purple spittle. And as he coughs it up, he suddenly and like splits forward, and his chest extends forward about a meter. And from his sides, where the extension is, he has a little like limbs stabbing out from his clothing. And then he extends forward another meter as he turns another meter with even more limbs, as he's turning into a centipede. And a centipede is a sin manifested on hatred. And it is the desire to destroy and to kill and to maim. Remember, Canine is the golden boy. Canine is the one that has spent his entire tenure at Cain acting as the responsible adult to the rest of the XOs, to the rest of the Valentines, the one that has had the entire pressure of admin on him this entire time. I'm talking about Canine. And he manages to literally slap back like a slingshot into himself, and the arms retract, and he spits out the rest of the spittle from his mouth, and his torso is distended about a meter longer than it should be. And he has soft, squishy, slug-like flesh across his torso, as it is now accordioned in flesh and sinew. And he can now, like Mr. Fantastic, stretch forward an extra like meter and a half. But he is notably taller than he was before, and he now permanently has a sin mark. Which, in case you couldn't put two and two together, Canine is the favorite of Handler Alpha. Canine was put forward to do as many missions as possible as quickly as possible. Canine was set up to go Gamma. And one of the requirements for going Gamma is that you have no sin marks. So this is not just a showing to Hattie what happens when you take too much sin and you sin overflow. Not just to show that this can happen to anyone, but even the best of us, who you think are untouchable, that you think have it figured out, they can just sin mark and they're done. They can't go Gamma. Hey, Alkavi. In response to this, Chatsworth, the host, starts ranting, and he starts going like, "This is terrible. This is, oh, I can't believe this is happening. You shot me. Why would you do that? I don't feel like I have any control." And then Hattie thinks this is just like some Nepo baby rich kid. Like, shut up, dude. No, you shut up. I got kicked out of my family business, and my father was disappointed in me. Then he dies, and I had to deal with the fact that I would never be able to make it up to him. So then I had this thing manifest, and then this thing just started following me around and just gestures at the Underman. And the Underman is just still now, is unmoving, is unreactive. Chatsworth is just gesturing, and it's like, I don't even want this thing. I don't know what it does. It just follows me around. And then suddenly I'm back in control of the business, but it's running everything. I don't have a choice. I can't make decisions. Then suddenly it's a year later, and I just go out to try and clear my head, and then I get kidnapped, and I'm starving, and I'm thirsty, and I'm injured, and then you shoot me, and just, when will I be able to make a single decision in my life? And as he starts ranting, there's a weird, like, there's a weird, like, tapping noise from within the body of the Lord as it shudders, and suddenly its metal exterior and porcelain mask seem thin like paper and almost translucent like paper mache, and something is inside of it. And the chest bursts open, the lapels open up, the buttons get undone, and before the Lord would use this as an attack and fire out steel beams and steel cutting equipment and hydraulic presses, and they would all fire from its chest, slam into the target, and then retract back in this like piston of attack. What emerges is, it's like this. And it literally has like a body type like this, right? The lapel opens up, and from inside, crawling out, are spider legs. I'm not an artist. And a central mass that has 4 porcelain faces on it. Each of these have expressions, and none of them look happy. All of these are extended from a corona around this thing's face. 4 spider legs, and then it has a massive abdominal section behind it. This entire thing is made of steel, but it has circuitry and electronics and wiring wrapped around it and running through it, all four of its faces looking down at you. And it looks at the party as the husk of the Underman falls to the wayside. It climbs over them with its legs, and from spinnerets, it releases out like electrically humming wiring or cables that it then wraps around Chatsworth. It cocoons him and picks him up. And that's when the party runs, as it turns to stare at them. All of the guards around them, all of the guards have this same like porcelain mask that has like kind of features. Like it's a face that's like just kind of like drawn, like carved into it, but only like faintly. So it's not really a face. And these all balloon upwards. They expand out, and from their bodies, their arms bend backwards and point into spider legs. And from underneath their armpits, a second set sticks out. From above their hips, another set of spider legs comes out. And then their legs make another set of spider legs. And then mandibles protrude from their crotch. As they all become spiders, where the giant faces are just here. Or sorry, it would be the other way around, where it protrudes from the end, and then their mouths are where the spinnerets come out from. And so all of these guards that were once humanoid become giant spiders. Yeah, mandibles from the crotch. Don't make it weird. And so what happens is that all the guards are converted into weavers from the spider. And then later, they find giant, like normal looking spiders that look like normal weavers, because these were created after the spider awoke. And this is a metamorphosis. This is, as far as I'm aware, unique to my game. I'm including it in my Cain supplement, where it is the idea of the psychology of a host evolving and thereby changing the sin that is involved. So a lord is all about loss. It's all about fear. It's all about going back to the past and complacency. A spider is all about control and reclaiming agency. If you notice, the whole speech Chatsworth gave is about he didn't have a choice in choosing to join the company. He didn't have a choice in leaving the company. He didn't have a choice in how his father felt about him. He didn't have a choice in being picked up by the gatherers. He didn't have a choice in having the Underman. He didn't have a choice in being shot and being strung along by these people that all hate him just because he comes from money. Like, he never had a choice in his entire life. And what he thought he wanted, what his psychological need was to have this return to form. Have everything go back to what it was. But then he realized it's not what he wants. What he wants is to have control in his life. And so that manifested where he had a metamorphosis. What does a metamorphosis do? Well, in this game, the Underman was a Cat 3 Lord, and the pressure was at like 3, right? The metamorphosis turned this into a spider at Cat 4, pressure 0, and cleared its entire execution talisman. We got a Cat 4 spider, baby! So, entirely new domains, entirely new sin, entirely new trauma questions, entirely new traces, new execution talisman, new pressure talisman, and the party just fled. If you're bad enough at introspection, can your sin metamorphosize multiple times? Yes. Yes. And also, if you are constantly put in different pressure situations, for instance, I start out really depressed, And then I realize that what I want is material wealth, and that will solve my problems. I might manifest, so like ogre. And then I want wealth to solve that. I might manifest a toad. And if I find that wealth doesn't do that, and what I really need is I just need love, I just need someone to actually care for me, I might manifest an idol. And then once I realize that doesn't work, I just might be like, oh, you know what, screw this, I hate everyone, centipede. So like I start really depressed, and then I try to solve that with wealth. And the more I go into wealth, the more I'm overcome with this. And so my ogre evolves into a toad. And then by learning that wealth doesn't actually solve my problems, like I have my toad metamorphosize into an idol. Then my idol will metamorphosize into a centipede. Yeah, oh cool, spider. Can a self-aware binder force this change? Or is it it's purely involuntary? So it is okay. The thing that comes to mind is a stand evolution from JoJo's, which is entirely oriented around character development. I suppose if you're like awesome, if you're on it, it's echoes, yeah. I suppose you could recognize like, hey, I have a problem with pushing away people that I care about. I'm going to purposely not work on that to foster this sense that I need other people in my life to care about me. So I currently have a hound, but I kind of am purposely festering this one part of my life that is part of my psychology, and I'm making it worse on purpose so that I have this building need of a desire. And I don't want to get back at people. I don't want revenge. What I really want, and what I'm not admitting to myself on purpose to hold back, is that I want people to love me. And so I go from hound to idol. Like that's the kind of thing that I could see you doing. I would not recommend that in your game, because that is too much of a Diabolus Ex Machina. What I would recommend, a metamorphosis, like from a game design perspective, a metamorphosis should be like a once per game defining feature. Or if you're like an experienced group of Cain players, have it be you're a special metamorphosis hunting team, and you are going after sins that have a high risk of metamorphosis. For instance, you're going after someone who it has a lord, and they have a kingdom going back to a time back when there was an economic boom in the area, and they are really oriented around improving the wealth of their local community. And like that has a pretty like high flag rate of potentially also being a toad. So you go there, you deal with them. Oh no, it turns into a toad. You were prepared for this. Next mission, you have an idol that turns into a centipede. But you were prepared for this because this is someone who's super toxic. They were super destructive in their relationships. They wanted to be loved, but they also were like, oh, if I can't have them, no one will. Right? So like, if you're going to do a metamorphosis in your game, I would say probably once per hunt. Or sorry, once per game. Although I think the official stats that I'm going for, the number that I'm going for, is that some degree of anomalous sin manifestation. I'm going for about 1 in 5. 1 in 5 sin manifestations is anomalous. Now, this includes metamorphosis. That includes one that I did, which was a one-shot I ran, where it was 2 separate toads were formed from 2 separate people, but who were so psychologically linked and so close together with a shared trauma-inciting incident that they manifested effectively twin sins. They shared an execution talisman despite being apart from one another. So that would be an anomalous manifestation. Another one would be an entire group of people all manifesting one collective sin. The repeating sins that I've mentioned, like the one in like the Hound from the Vietnam War that Faith dealt with in my Cain game, which I might mention later. These are anomalous sins. So like in my setting, about 1 in 5 sin manifestations are anomalous. They are weird. They are quirky. They are not following normal patterns, but they generally fall into, this is a metamorphosis. These are twins. This is a group sin. This is a multi-sin. Oh, could Cain hire psychologists to gaslight the binder to change their Pokemon to round out their roster? I mean, yes. But what I think that is important to note is that like a metamorphosis isn't going to happen because like, oh man, I am super sad and I'm depressed and I have an ogre, but also I get angry sometimes. So by being angry, I'm going to manifest a hound. Like that's not quite how it works. What it is that it's like the psychological need of bringing back what was lost for Chatsworth was no longer meeting his psychological needs. He had a full mental tipping point where he went from I need to go back to I need control. I need to stop having people push me around. I need to have control over my life and around the world. And so the spider emerged as a result of that tipping point. Right? And that's a situation where like, yeah, you could have it be on purpose. I would personally say it would be more trouble than it's worth. And I don't think it would be very narratively satisfying if you introduce that into your game or setting. I see your point, but Metamorphosis George would be really funny. It would be. So the group goes to a hotel. They go to a hotel that they thought was actually going to be where the palace was. It was not where the palace was. And they basically explain that they're in cosplay. So don't worry about the fact that we have guns and look like nuns. And then Mix and Hattie go off to the bathroom. Because they're the two girls on the team. So I think it's like Hattie's like, I'm going to go to the bathroom. And then Mix is like, I'll join you. Or the other way around. And then they basically just have like girl talk in the bathroom. And they end up deciding, hey, let's raid the kitchen. And so they go out and they steal using Jaunt from Mix and Hattie's just like physical body. Because Mix has Jaunt and can like astral project basically. And Hattie has Flux so she can like rewind mistakes. They like check with the others on what like snacks they want. And they end up making like French toast. And Mix is like, I'm actually not a big fan of French toast. Can I have like a bagel? I would love just like a bagel with some cream cheese and some butter. It's like, I got you, girl. They got some berries from the fridge. Because like, it's a hotel kitchen. So they just raid this kitchen for a bunch of snacks. And then they leave and they go to a nearby park. And they all sit down. And Gage is not eating anything. And it's revealed that apparently they have some sort of like food insecurity. And they are not comfortable eating in front of others. And so what ends up happening is they end up getting suggested, they're given a banana, and they say, hey, can you do a lap of the park to make sure we're safe? And they do a lap of the park. And when they come back, the banana is eaten. And then over the course of the conversation at the bench, at the picnic table, they like subtly and slyly like sneak a berry every once in a while. And Hattie notices, and it makes like Hattie very happy to see that Gage is like comfortable enough to like sneak berries, even though they're not comfortable enough to like openly eat in front of everyone else. Canine is not doing well, but he's fine. Don't ask him what he's thinking because he's fine. And they have a conversation where they called in because this is a Hat 3 or higher mission, so they have headpieces they can call into Handler Alpha. They report that they located the sin and then they changed into something, and they get confirmation that it's like a spider, and they get cleared for information on spiders, what the trauma questions are. And what I did is that when they were questioning Chatsworth, and this, like, if you're running a metamorphosis, you need to do this. You have to do this. When they were questioning Chatsworth, they were asking questions, trying to get information on the trauma questions for the Lord. And I gave them answers that also included the answer to the trauma questions for the spider, even though they didn't ask for those. Because when else would they have the opportunity to ask? Right? They don't know that they're going to need these question answers. However, if I give them that information now, they can connect the dots later. When they ask about like, what did you lose? Like the ascending to your kingdom or whatever, those kind of questions, I gave them answers that were also applicable to the spider trauma questions, because I understood that they would not be able to ask those questions later, and they needed to be able to reference that information if they were going to effectively fight this sin. They're cosplaying Malagast. Oh my gosh. Hound, always remember, if you feel bad, bottle that stuff up. Well, actually, Canine and Hattie had a conversation where Hattie just like, hey, like, how you feeling? And Canine's like, I will be okay. What matters is that we get this mission done. And Hattie's like, you don't have to like play by their rules. And Canine's like, hey, I kind of do. I'm the one that's like making sure everyone else is safe. And he explains that he's always done this. Canine has always been someone who, whenever someone tells him to do something, he finds that it's almost always easier to just do it, even if it's unpleasant, rather than fight back and face the consequences. And he basically explains that he has a fawn trauma response. When confronted with adversity, his first thought is to fawn, is to appease the threat, is to diffuse the situation. And that's why he has operated in such a way that he has been like the shield of the Valentines against admin, is because his response to authority is to like say yes sir, and by doing so he can take the heat off of others. And he's like, yeah, I mean, I've always done this, I will always do this, the best I can do is help the other Valentines. And like Hattie feels from him and feels bad for him. Kind of feels like a less action, more horror version of JJK. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's perfectly fair to say nobody knows what he was thinking. Sorry. Lost connection for a bit, going to a boardwalk, so I'm gonna explode. Will say I can't stop picturing the transformation of the Overlord into a spider. I love how his own application melded with the OG. Exactly. That's what I wanted. I wanted the Underman. The Underman was pretty explicitly only what his father wanted for him. What the family and the board wanted for him. It was this old-timey, like, return to form, back in the Gilded Age, back when Altria Steel was at its peak, 4 generations prior. And then the spider introduces the technological elements. The webbing that it uses is electrified cabling, wires. It has electronics tied into it. It is this mixture of like the porcelain and the steel of the family business, but also the electronics of like his app development. Canine may be a good hound to Cain, but to me, he will always be that dog. His story is such a good soup. Listen, I love Canine. Honestly, like Canine is probably one of my favorite Valentines. And I know I shouldn't pick favorites, but absolutely he is. So I end up talking about all of that. They call it in. And they end up reasoning or guessing that the palace, they end up like using educated guesses. The palace is probably tied to the business. Sister is amazing. Sister is fantastic. So it's probably tied to the business. The headquarters is in town. So they go over to the headquarters and they see that there's cabling going to and from it. Like this electrified wiring. There are weavers across it. And what they do is using Vector with Snake, they make a current that goes upwards and they basically run up the side of this building. They smash in the window on the floor of the building that the headquarters is, and they jump inside. And then the weavers are so oriented around maintaining order that the weavers that were chasing them across the building side ignore them to repair the window and put a bunch of cabling and wiring and webbing to cover the window. Now they can't leave. However, in this little time before, in this little like session where they're at the park, they called in and they're sent to continue reconnaissance, but Team Beta wrapped up their mission. They're handled by Handler Beta. They have 2 casualties. 1 out of commission that needs like infirmary. 1 death. And Hattie's blood ran cold at that, because she couldn't help but think it was Raph that died. And then it's revealed that the survivors are going to come over here. They were sent to a spot in also New York. So they're like an hour out, or they're like on their way. And the other XOs that are on site, Clapback is off doing a mission by herself. And Watson, Acme, Newton, Faust are going to take a helicopter. But they need to requisition a helicopter from another site. Which, now's a great time to mention that in my setting, Cain is overworked and underfunded. In Cain canon, in the book, it's revealed that there's about a dozen sites, each of which are like miles underground in concrete bunkers that are like super well funded, have guns and ships and like all this stuff. They have a fleet of helicopters. They have like inbound logistics, all of that stuff. In my setting, there are dozens of Cain sites, each of which has to remain clandestine. So, for instance, at Site Epsilon, they have 2 cars. 2 armored, like SUV cars that are for deployments. They don't have a helicopter. They have to requisition a helicopter from a nearby site that then flies over to Site Epsilon, gets refueled as the team hops on, and then flies out. And so, in my setting of Cain, logistics of like organizing, getting a helicopter to Site Epsilon that then can fly over here is a real issue that they have to worry about. Like, they can't just say, oh yeah, we're going to send our private jet team and they're going to parachute into like Altria. No. Like, you have to like wait for requisition. Like, you have to like contact Site Gamma and be like, hey, requisitioning 1 helicopter. And then they have to like approve the requisition and send it over, because bureaucracy slows everything down. And so even though they're on site and they have backup incoming, they're basically by themselves. Also, Handler Alpha might have contacted Seraph. There might be a virtue inbound. Who knows? For your setting, warehouse that gets rented out. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it makes sense. Embedding with the way you plan this group is going to have the KIs. Yeah. Looking at the Cain book now, looking at what's called out as the most important rule, always make information available. Yeah. I think it makes more sense for them to be broke. Like, you can't just walk up to the government and say, hey, we need $1 gazillion to kill invisible demons. See, the thing is, they do. They do say, we need $1 gazillion to kill invisible demons. And they get $1 gazillion to kill invisible demons. But how many of that $1 gazillion is spent on keeping it secret? How much of that $1 gazillion is spent on electric and plumbing across all of its facilities, let alone land costs or repairs to the foundations, or having in-house masons and carpenters and electricians and IT specialists to actually build the stuff, well, not just under NDA, but like within the confines of Cain. How many of that is spent just on accommodations for untouchables, not even exorcists? Office space, cars, guns, bullets, right? So so much money is just being pumped into these sites, and it's necessary. And they get $1 gazillion, but $1 gazillion really isn't that much when you have multiple sites, each of which take like you have 20 sites, and each site needs $1 gazillion each, right? And so each one is getting a 20th of its funding. Or maybe the most hot spots, like Site Gamma, probably gets 1/3 of its funding, which is way more than everyone else, but still not great. There have to be in-house Cain plumbers, and at least one is secretly an XO. Thus, Mario might exist. Overhead would be diabolical. Exactly. And like, that's something I think is really necessary for Cain to feel more real. Because the horror of my game of Cain does not come from the sins. It comes from the fact that you care. This is not a setting where Cain is a massive monolithic megalith that does not care for any exorcist under it, and untouchables are simply bodies to be discarded at a problem until it goes away. Cain is an organization. Untouchables have morale. Handlers have days off. Exorcists are treated. poorly. But it's recognized that if you piss off an exorcist that bad, things bad are going to happen. And so you have this balancing act of what is the most efficiency we can get out of the least amount of resources. What if there was a version of Cain that focuses on cost cutting, like inventing sci-fi laser weapons because firing 100 laser blasts is cheaper than 10 bullets? That's funny. You're working for a startup? No! For my SCP Power Rangers TTRPG, I'm looking, I took the castle building from Vaesen. You get a foundation site as your base, but you have no funding and just start with a site director and a rental car. Oh my gosh. Anyway, they're in the headquarters now. They're in the main headquarters building. There's a bunch of weavers in here. They're fighting weavers. Unfortunately, a lot of their weapons are Cat 1. These are Cat 4 weavers. This means their weapons are ineffective. So they are like taking mandibles from weavers and stabbing them into each other because technically it's a Cat 4 mandible. So that deals more damage to one another. And then so like they're doing that, they're using their powers, they're fighting these things, and then they go into the boardroom. And the room is basically like this, right? Right, so this is the broken window. There's a bunch of cubicles here. This room has abs. That's what I'm communicating here. This room has abs. Right, so it's like a bunch of cubicle rooms. There's a door here. And then there's a door here that leads into the boardroom. And in the boardroom, all of these chairs have like human-sized, what look like nest eggs. They look like big, giant, like coils of wiring and webbing. However, this head seat is completely free. And so they reason this is where it is. This is the palace. And something I added in my game, I call it a bunt. And I think this is like tied to like changeling or something, like or a bump. I think it's a bump is what it is. I call it a bump, where you have to do a specific action at the specific location to enter the palace. For instance, in their very first mission, Arthur explained to them, when I did this fighting a lord, while we were walking through an archway, we had to Hail Mary. Because this was like a really religious, like Catholic guy who cheated on his wife. And then because he cheated on his wife, both of them were shunned by the community. And so he manifested as a type 2 lord that was like this white knight to protect her honor. Because even though he cheated on her and she was the victim, the community was blaming both of them. And so she was shunned from her community for something she didn't do. He felt guilty. And so that manifested as him wanting to like defend her honor, be this like knight for her, even though he cheated on her. Yeah, wife gets cheated on, wife gets shunned. Yep. And like, that's the sort of thing where like, oh, that sucks. That sucks. And like, that happens in real life. And so Arthur explains that. And then in Hunt 1, Waning Recourse, the bump was they went to a spot in the school where Abiola was drinking. And it was downstairs in the boiler room. And they go down in the boiler room and there is like a bottle of whiskey there. And they take a drink of whiskey, and when they close their eyes, like because they're drinking whiskey and they open it, they're in like the back rooms. They're in the palace of the ogre. Here, it's if you sit in this chair, you enter the palace, right? And so they call us in, they confirm it, they reaffirm that. And guess who comes on in? Crawling through the door as they're trying to like make their way out. The spider finds them. And it looks at them with all 4 of its faces. Is that the only door to the palace? Unclear. Palaces may or may not have multiple entrances depending on the palace. Yep, sounds like a Catholic community. Yeah. Yeah. I know and love many people who are Catholic in my life, and many of them have expressed their concerns about the community and how rigorous they are with like being mean to people. Cool to know the room has been working out. Yeah. So the spider finds them. They start fighting the spider. The issue is they sent Gage and Canine in because Gage is like, okay, I'll check it out, see if this is actually the bump. And then Canine's like, well, I'm not letting you go alone, so I'm going to be with you. We'll have 2 Cat 3 XOs in there. We'll be fine. And so they both go in. And so it's Snake and Mix and Hattie versus the spider by itself. So they fight it. Weavers come in. It's attacking them. It uses its cabling to fire at them and like restrain them. It's picking them up. At one point, someone blows up the floor. I don't know who. And the floor collapses. And like one of them gets caught around the neck with wiring and is dangling from like a cable noose and needs to be rescued. At one point, a Snake takes so much damage that they sin overflow. Snake ends up like recoiling, and their tongue ends up shifting and forking and going straight silver. And Snake's now has the ability to take one sin and give a command that any mundane human will obey by gaining sin. And then they continue fighting, and they manage to hold out long enough that the B team gets here. However, the spider shifted one of these cubicles to block the door, and so the team on the outside has to push it out of the way. Rancor pushed it out of the way. That means in Team Beta, which was Sister, Raph, Arthur, Hearse, and Bond, Sister is confirmed as being okay. One of them is dead. One of them is so injured they had to be transported back to the Cain facility. They hear the voice of Hearse. That means Raph or Arthur are guaranteed to be a casualty. Because of these 3, one is dead, one is so injured that they had to be brought back to the infirmary. They don't know who is who. Rancor busts down the cubicle, comes in. Sister is staying outside to stay safe, but sending her sin in. Hearse comes in. Hearse has a flail that they swing around, and rushing in after them and opening fire with their semi-automatic rifle is Raph. Arthur and Bond are the 2 casualties. One of them is dead, one of them is injured. And it is revealed later, after they all fight, and they actually deal enough slashes to the spider that it falls down the floor, and because it took 4 slashes, it retreats to the palace. It's just gone. It disappears. There's a bunch of webbing connecting the floor of this that fell through to become like this weird stratified, like in a video game, what you would like jump up onto, like to climb between levels, like debris hanging in the air. They're fighting other weavers, and a weaver stabs Snake. And Snake now has a sin mark, and so has to make a roll to see if they resist imagoing. I roll. And Snake's head twists backwards and snaps backwards, and from the back of their head is like handsome Squidward, is like the most attractive face you've ever seen before. And then it snaps again, and it's more of like a bodybuilder face with like really sculpted jaws. And then it snaps again to the first face, and it does a full 360 rotation. And they grow, and they grow taller, and their body mutates and shifts as they split their torso out in 3 different ways, and their legs fuse together into a snake tail. As Snake needed to to roll anything but a 6 on a 1d6 roll. Because if you get a 7 or higher on a 1d6 plus however many sin marks roll check you have, you become a Mago. I rolled 1d6 and I got a 6. 6 plus 1 is 7. They therefore are Magoed. And they turned into this lovely art by Alza in the community, where they were 3 different faces, 3 different torsos, with 3 different arms each. Alza didn't have the third arm here. It was from the neck, straight down. Hi, Alza! Your art is on display again. One was like a bodybuilder that's super muscular. One is super slim and boyish, and one is confident and toned without being excessive. And it's these 3 different faces of masculinity and basically what Snake wanted to be. And Snake imagoed. And Snake reaches forward with one of the hands, grabs Mix by the throat, and its fingers fuse into Alza's throat. Or not Alza's, into Mix's throat. And Mix has Ghostwire. Mix has the ability to telepathically communicate with everyone. You may not like it, but this is peak male performance, yes. As it's touching her throat, like the inside of her throat by fusing into her throat, it uses her Ghostwire to communicate with everyone else. Specifically Hattie. And the last words Imago Snake says to Hattie is, "I was always fond of you. Don't follow me." And it drops Mix, and it leaves. And Hattie, focused on the Weavers and the fact that now Canine and Gage are in the palace alone with the spider, lets it go. Snake, as an Imago, an idle Imago, is gone. Then, they are fighting the Weavers. They're desperately trying to get into the boardroom. They hear Team Gamma, the third team, the one that were all fresh from Site Epsilon. They're outside fighting other Weavers. And so they yell, "In the boardroom, at the head seat, sit down in it, enter the palace." And they all start running to the palace. So suddenly Mix is in the palace, and Raph is in the palace, and Hearse is in the palace, and Sister's in the palace with Rancor, and Hattie, it's like the last one in, calls out to the other team, gets inside. At this point, Weavers, because Weavers are Weavers, they like spreading webs. They literally like block the door. And so in a little post-session stinger, I sent to my player that Newton and Acme and Faust and Watson, they all come in. They're all fighting all the different Weavers. They're trying to figure out how to like cut through this, and like Acme has an axe, like a fire axe that he pulled out of his pocket. So he's like hacking at it. And it's like, well, I could do this if you give me 20 minutes, but it's not going to be anytime soon. And then Watson just takes a chair and slams it through the glass wall of this boardroom. And everyone's like, oh yeah. And then they start like filing in, and then they go in the chair. And first it is Acme, and then it's Newton, and then it's Faust. And as Watson's about to sit down, Watson, over here. Snake? Is that you? Watson, I need your help. Yeah, of course. And so as there's a giant hole in the ground that Snake fled through, Watson exits and descends. And that is the last time Watson shows up in this hunt. What is the Palace of the Snake like? The Palace of the Ogre was the backrooms. It was a series of claustrophobic hallways all under the bowels of the school. It was boiler rooms. It was classrooms. It was ruined hallways, lockers stacked atop each other. Unclear what the Lord's Palace was. This Spider's Palace is crazy. You spawn in, so to speak. sat in the same chair, and the desk is identical. It has the same seats around it, same weird like egg sac humanoid-sized structures beside it. But you're on this non-stop webbing that just like is this plane that goes out towards the horizon. The sky is gray. It's this hammock that you're on that stretches out to infinity. It feels light and airy and thin, like you're in the atmosphere or above a mountain. And hanging from the sky by cabling going off into the gray that you can't actually see the edge of it, buildings and walls and cubicles and desks and parks and trees and benches and cars and just the entire city is suspended above you, and beneath the hammock below you, hanging just in the air from all of this webbing that's all over, and it's completely flat and open. And across this hammock, maybe about 100 feet away, the spider is in combat with Canine and Gage, and Mix and Canine and Gage are fighting it. They managed to get one slash off of it in the time that it was in here. Raph is rushing forward. Mix is rushing forward. Acme and like Hattie is hanging back because Hattie at this point is very injured. She is like nearly on sin overflow. And so they're all fighting it. They're all over here. And this is, sorry, Canine, Gage, Mix, Raph, Hearse are all actively fighting it. Sister is hanging back and fighting Weavers with Rancor. I think Raph might be... I think Raph is also actually hanging back. Hattie is hanging back fighting Weavers. And then Acme and Faust and Newton all come in, and they start helping. And so this is what? 10 XOs versus a Cat 4 Spider? By the way, Aro, you're one of the main reasons I'm able to work up the courage to do commissions. Awesome. Well, I love your art, so I encourage you to do so. So Watson is KIA. No, Watson is MIA. Watson is missing. Guess Snake wasn't fond of Watson. Either that or they had already lost too much control or restraint. Weird, huh? It's not in the Imago's interest to help, I think. Yeah, the Imago wanted to leave. Escape from this life? Okay, bye. Okay, so all 10. Acme comes in. Faust comes in. Newton comes in, but like on a turn delay, right? Because they're taking time. What I did is I said, because it's a one-on-one game, it's one player. You control all of them. However, every single round at the end of the round, I'm going to roll a die. I'm going to roll D3, and that is how many D3s of stress the Weavers are going to deal to you. And the Weavers are not going to stop coming. The more, every turn I'm going to add an extra die to that. So on round 1, I'm going to roll 1d3. I'm then going to roll that many D3s of stress to deal as you see fit across everyone to represent the Weavers attacking you. On turn 2, I'm going to roll 2d3 and roll that many D3 stress. So for instance, if I roll 3, I'm rolling 3d3 stress. If I roll a 1, I'm rolling 1d3 stress. And that's divided among everyone as you see fit. So the longer you take to fight this thing, the more Weavers are going to be here, and the more you have to focus on fighting the Weavers. And what I did is that if you want, you can spend your action fighting the Weavers. You don't make any roll. And you... I think it's you reduce the amount of dice rolled by 1 on the end. You reduce the amount of D3s at the very end by 1. But if you spend a Psyche Burst, if you take your action, you spend a Psyche Burst. Instead, you reduce the amount of dice rolled in the front. So for instance, if it's round 2 and I'm rolling 2d3, if I spend my action to fight the Weavers, I roll 2d3, I get a 4. And then I roll 3d3, deal that much stress, because I'm spending my action, 3d3, 1 fewer die. But if I spend a Psyche Burst, instead of rolling 2d6, I roll 1d3. And then let's say I roll 2, I roll 2d3 stress. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? It was a bit complicated, but it allowed for there to be an actual reason to not have everyone just dogpile the spider. I made a boss raid. I made a Cat 4 that no one in the entire site was Cat 4. The highest ranked XOs were Cat 3, Cat 3, Cat 3. Everyone else was Cat 2. This was legitimately like way too difficult, and that's why it was so fun. Snake drank a Sprite, played Halo 2, went to 1910s America, fought a spider, became a triple Chad Snake, and left. Yeah, and then we never saw Snake again. Crazy. Let me drink some water real quick. You want all of this? Also, Aro, can I ask, why do I hurt you like this? What, in the summary? Is this hurting you? Do you feel bad? Because I was talking with my player yesterday, and they were just like, thank you for like playing, like running a game for me where I could be like so self-indulgent. Thank you for letting me play such like a selfish character that I could just like do whatever I wanted, and like I could experience narrative consequences and just like explore the story that I wanted to tell. And I said, listen, Sal, I want to hurt you. My goal was to make you squirm and to hear you squeal. I did that. I am satisfied. And so like my goal was to hurt my player, and I accomplished that in spades. Snake was adorable. Now he's biblically accurate, Jim, bro. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Drink the water of lies. Aro freaks. Aro freaks. Some dude, aren't you the one that was calling me a bottom in the recent short with Rory? What I'm hearing is that Aro may not be as much of a sub. Ryu, what do you mean by that? What? Who was thinking that in particular? Incredible sentences drop in on my goal is to hurt you. Yeah, so like straight up, I went into this game being like, I want to hurt my player. Obviously, not in a way that they're uncomfortable with. I prioritized the comfort of my player above basically everything else, including their fun. Because I would rather a player, or rather, I draw a distinction between being comfy and being comfortable. To me, being comfortable is things going according to what you want to happen. Being comfy is not feeling unsafe, feeling safe with the group. I want my player to feel safe. I want my player to trust that I have their best interests at heart, and I don't ever want to make them uncomfy. However, I make my players uncomfortable all the time. And this is just a weird distinction that I make. I don't know how important this is to you, but I push my players' boundaries. I do things that would be fun, that would make them uncomfortable or upset them or frustrate them all the time, with the understanding that I'm doing so while retaining them being comfy. Sub bottom, but as you said, other people were calling you a bottom before. No, like who calls me that? Is that some sort of like, is there some sort of like Aro Kisser Discord that I'm unaware of, where y'all just like gather around and like discuss the intricacies of my private life? Aro, do you have any advice on how to make players feel more attached to the world/adding characters to campaign, like 4 players or more? When you say adding characters to a campaign, for adding 4 or more NPCs, or you have 4 player characters and you want to attach them to NPCs? Comfy is always a top priority, yes. For a game like Cain, it definitely fits thematic. Yeah, exactly. It's an AOL message board. Oh my gosh. Yeah, but sub bottom, but as you said, hurt affectionate. Other people are calling you bottom. Listen, I don't get into that because I don't, like, this is not the place for that. I'm not, you can assume what you want. Just remember, it makes an ass out of you, but not me. Rory said no. Rory said the power sub saved the galaxy, and he was reading chat, and I don't know what chat was referencing. I assumed that was a Stellaris thing. You listen to Rory. That was your first mistake. We talk about you like around a campfire, like a horror story. That's really what I want. I want to be like, I don't want to be like a cryptid VTuber. I want to be a VTuber that is a cryptid. Does that make sense? I want to be the sort of individual that you're just like living your life and you're having a good time. And then suddenly I like creep out of the woodwork and I'm like, hey. And you're like, no. NPCs, I have 4 players or so. Okay, so if you have 4 players or so, remember that no matter what you do, the players always, and obviously always, and obviously always is never always, players always care more about other players than the world or NPCs. Do not try to make your NPCs more likable than the other PCs. They're there to play with their friends. They want to like their friends' characters. Now, sometimes you're going to have a player who their character is a jerk and they don't want to be well liked, and the other characters don't like them. Sometimes you're going to have players who have been doing this for 10 years professionally and are like on Critical Role and can recognize the difference between, oh, I like this player as a friend versus I get along with their character. There are people who can say, okay, my player, my character will get along with the group, but won't be like friends with anyone, but they do really connect to this NPC, right? If you're asking, generalize just like, how do I make good NPC advice? My main thing would be throw at the wall and see what sticks. I'm being so for real right now. As a GM, I will throw characters, I will throw personality traits, I will throw backstories, I will throw habits, I will throw good deeds, I will throw bad deeds, I will throw traumas at the wall, see what the player responds to, and then adapt from there. If I make a character and they're plot important, and I make them an upstanding citizen who's a good person, but they really struggle with a dark secret that the players don't quite know about yet, and the player just doesn't care about that, maybe I pivot and I expose their dark secret way earlier than I expected. And now the player's like, okay, I want to learn about this dark secret. Like, who is this dude? And they they look into it. And then I was going to bring up that their dark secret is that they're secretly an alcoholic, and that's ruining their romance. But like, the characters don't care about that. The party doesn't care about that. So what if instead they pledge their soul to a dark god and are trying to work to subvert that curse? And then the warlock in the party is like, well, I did that. I have an answer to that question. Listen, get over here. Let me show you how this works. And then the NPC is just like, wait, really? You can do this? And the warlock's like, yeah, easy. Did this plenty of times. And so you have a rapport that builds naturally. Even though the initial conception of the character wasn't really a distraught and disheveled character down on their luck, desperately looking to the characters for guidance. That's actually very far from what the initial character conception was. But you can still have those root characteristics like being a good person, being an upstanding character, having a deep, dark secret that they're trying to keep hidden from the world. And you can embellish and mitigate parts of that personality to better strike a balance that the players will like. And you don't need all of the players to like them. Just one person will suffice. And what I will also always say is that usually a silly, wacky Boblin the Goblin character is most effective in an otherwise serious game. And in a silly, wacky game, the straight man is almost always going to like be the one that they love. Because it's novelty. If everyone in the world is super serious and cares about the plot, the party is naturally going to gravitate towards Boblin the Goblin, who sells boots, but only the left boot, and you're pretty sure Boblin the Goblin just lifts it off of corpses. That's hilarious. We love Boblin. And in a silly game, the one person who is just never fazed by any of the silliness and treats everything completely normally They're gonna love that person. They don't want to talk to the random, wacky, silly side characters that you come up with. They're gonna want to talk to the freaking like the anthropomorphic corgi that is like an accountant, right? They're gonna want to talk to like Jim the accountant. And it's because of novelty, right? And so if you run a more serious game, if you want characters to like someone, make someone who's silly. If you run a silly game, add in a character who's like weirdly serious, but like in a very like straight man, everyone is bouncing off of them kind of way. I ran a campaign and almost had a literal Boblin the Goblin. I had a game where I ran for two people, two of my friends that were in my main group at the time, and it was a one shot, and I just gave them Bick, the Goblin Healer. And like Bick died. I don't remember why or how or whatever, but it was a running joke that in my group we had Rip Bick. And then we had the year. So like this would be like 20XX. And so we had like hashtag Rip Bick 20XX, and like half the group didn't understand. Half the group was not there for that reference. So half of our group was like, Rip Bick. And then the other people were like, who is Bick? And they're like, you wouldn't get it. I ran the Bog Gob, and he was absolutely lovable cryptid. Yeah. The random hobo with a sandwich you had to name on the spot. Yeah, exactly. Don't plan a character, just make characters. If you have a character you want the players to love and is plot important, the players won't care. Well, so you say that. I, with the Valentines, really wanted the players to care about Canine, because Canine was someone who would have like fall from grace. I planned from the beginning of the game that he was going to sin overflow and that was going to like mar him. He was the big one where I was like, I need the player to like this character. Everyone else, I basically just let them choose. They are the one that like, decided that they loved Mix. I kind of also Arthur, I planned on killing. So like from the beginning, I wanted Arthur to be likable. So Arthur dying would hit harder, and they just kind of naturally liked Arthur. Mix, Raph, Bond. These are all characters that like Hattie just kind of like connected with. And I didn't plan for any of that, right? I gave them a selection of 14 other characters, and I chose one or two of them I wanted a relationship with. And the others, I said, it's free real estate. There is an alternate reality where Faust was one of the major characters. But I just like didn't put Faust in front of Hattie that much, and Hattie didn't seek Faust out. So like Mix was a character that Hattie actually sought out. I did not plan to have Mix in front of Hattie. Hattie sought out Mix. Hattie really cared about Raph, because immediately Cell was just like, oh, I want Hattie to romance Raph. Snake was someone that initially seemed like they were going to be much more present, and then they stopped. Right? And then they kind of like faded. One of my player characters is called Dimball Gimbal, and he's one of the most traumatized characters I've ever had in a game. Oh my gosh. Now, I also don't know who Bick is. Remember, kids, if you love a character, Aro's going to mess them up. But yes, I love messing up characters. I'm not going to talk about my werewolf game. But in my Werewolf the Apocalypse game, I had multiple characters who, similarly, I was like, I really want my character to like this character. I really want my player to like this character. And so I gave them more screen time and attention. And every time I do that, I found, this happened with Canine, this happened with Balanced Tongue, who is the character I'm thinking about right now. I always get worried I'm playing like a DMPC. I always get worried I'm like, oh, this is my favorite toy and you have to play with it. Like, I always feel awkward about that, but I recognize that it's for a more compelling narrative. So even if I do give one particular SPC, one particular NPC more screen time than the others, that is often for a specific narrative purpose. Crumbled under zero pressure. Oh my gosh. I respectfully disagree with pre-planned important characters. Planning on running a King Arthur Camelot, C of D. It's hard to run an Arthurian game and not include like Merlin, the ultimate mentor. Yeah, but you don't have to make them care about him. And when you're running characters, that's important. It's important that they're like, well, I disagree. I understand what you're saying. But like, if you're running an Arthurian Knights game and you have Merlin, you don't have to make Merlin likable, nor do you have to make Merlin important. Same thing with like Morgana Le Fay or why am I thinking Morbius? What Mordred? Or like Mordred. You don't need to make these characters important, likable, anything. They can show up as a cameo, but they don't need to be important. Like, for instance, Virtues in my game. I didn't make them particularly likable on purpose. I mean, I made Faith likable, but I didn't go out of my way to make my player like them. I just presented them authentically. I presented them as I felt that they would be presented, and therefore my player understood them. And that what was important to me, right? Chronicles of Darkness, thank you. You have to make them interesting, and even that's waivable if focus isn't on them. Yeah, like, listen, if you have an Arthurian Knights game, and you have a magical curse, and the players go to Merlin, and Merlin says, "Ah, yes, I require mugwort and eye of newt, and I also require the first flame from the dragon's breath on the second Sunday of yore." And like, you have to go on a quest to solve the magic curse, and then you go back to Merlin and give it all to Merlin, and Merlin's like, "Ah, yes, this will be wonderful for my tea. Now that I have my tea, I can give you your spell." And then you're like, "Oh, Merlin, you quirky little goober." And then he breaks the spell and then doesn't show up again. That's fine. Like, if it's not a game about Merlin, Merlin doesn't matter, and Merlin can be whatever you want Merlin to be. Merlin can be interesting, Merlin can be funny, Merlin can be silly, Merlin can be interesting, Merlin can be functional. Right? It doesn't matter. It's whatever you want to do. Yeah, you don't have to make him likable, because that's the style of game you want big heroes. Yeah, exactly. And that is separate. And that's not a really disagreement situation. We're talking about two different things situation. I'm talking generalized. You're talking about a game where someone is aspirational, i.e. the virtues in Cain. I set the virtues up to show off what virtues are like in my setting. Not because I wanted them to like them per se, but like they were memorable. My player will remember what meeting Justice was like and what meeting Faith was like. And we'll get to that. Ah, yes, the favorite of King Arthur's knights, Morbius, the living vampire. My players did not give a nonsense about Strahd once they realized he was just a powerful incel, but they mourned the death of Albert the Owlbear, and having Strahd kill Albert made Strahd serious again. My favorite part is when Lancelot said, "It's Lancelin time," and lanced all over the place. I think you're thinking of the system Lancer. Because that is what you are called when you lance all over the place. Gosh, I have been talking Cain for 3 hours. Oh my god, speaking of noises that I make, I will get out of the shower. And I have long hair. So I dry off my hair with a towel. But then like I'm like putting on clothing. So I will do this with my head. I will knock my hair back, right? And my hair, which is like covering my face and off to the side, it will whip back. And the issue with this is I have long hair that is wet and cold. And so I effectively smack myself across my upper back, my lower back, and my booty with my hair every time I do this. And every time I do it, I'm never prepared for just how cold it is. And so every time I get out of the shower, I'm drying myself off, I dry myself completely, and then I whip my hair back, and then I smack myself, and I go, and I did this on the phone call one time, because if you don't know this about me, when my friends call me, unless I'm like actively doing something, like on stream or something, I almost always pick up. And this includes like when I'm in the shower. So my friend called me and I'm in the shower and I pick up, and this is one of my friends who's a freak. And so he doesn't mind that I'm in the shower and we just start talking in the shower. And so I get out and I dry myself and I flip back and I go, and I just like do that noise. And then he's like, Aro, stop moaning at me. I was kind of surprised how long you stayed on topic for Cain. It could be a record. Probably. I whipped myself. No. I routinely whip myself. No. More likely than you think. No. I've been talking Cain for 3 hours and we still aren't done with the story because you're summarizing an entire campaign. I'm summarizing like 9 months of play. I'm not going to lie. I'm going more in detail than I thought I would. But I want this to be like the video that whenever someone asks like, oh, can I get a summary on like what happened for the Cain game? I can say, watch this VOD. And then they're like, this is 6 hours. And I'm like, yeah, you asked for a summary of a 9-month campaign. Would you want a 10-minute video? Did you want a 60-second short? Is your attention span so short that you can't last for a full 6 hours? I want to go all night. I have more to go for. If you can't do that, get out of the stream. +5 damage reduction when unarmored. No. I self-flagellate to protect you from the Black Death. No. You're like the otter who doesn't like the watermelon but keeps eating watermelon. Watch this VOD. Throws out like a flashbang. Think fast, chuckle nuts. Bing! I'm not going to lie. I'm going way more into detail than I thought I would, is what we do here. That is very true. Someone has to make an out-of-context comp of Aro. Athena, you have the power. Apparently, you can clip my streams. People can just clip my streams with like native YouTube stuff. So you should be able to just do that. Hi, Pixie. You just missed me talking about sussy noises. You definitely enjoyed the story time. We're still going, Ryu. You can do that? Wow, I know. We can clip on Twitch. Don't know about YouTube. I don't know. I was informed that you could clip on YouTube. I don't know how, but you can. Can I do them again? No. Watch the VOD. So, Cain. We're at the point. The entirety of Site Epsilon, sans Clapback, and Watson, and Snake. Snake is Imagoed. Watson got MIA. Clapback is on a different mission. All fighting the spider. It is a desperate struggle as the Weavers are growing in every single turn. Remember, every single turn. The Weavers are growing in number. You roll 1d3. You roll that many dice. And then those amount of d3s in stress. And then every single round, it's +1. So if you have one person fighting the Weavers round 1, and you roll a d3, you might take 0 damage because you rolled a 1. 1 minus 1. Or if you roll 3, you might... That's bad, you know? And Bond or Arthur are either dead or under intensive care. Correct. So, the spider finally is reduced down to half. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know that in Cain, Harpocrates' dossier, there is the spider ability, Eulogy of the Mangled God? Does anyone happen to know what this ability does? I'll tell you. Eulogy of a Mangled God is that when the spider hits half hit points, it lashes out, grabs buildings, debris, everything surrounding it, and it makes a giant, huge, massive mech suit, basically. And it is size cat +3 with a minimum of 6. And so because this is a cat 4 spider, it is a size, or I think it's, so it's cat 7. It is the size of a skyscraper. So what this does is the spider cuts the hammock that you're on. It goes like this, right? The spider, like if the table's up here, Hattie's over here, Sister's over here, Raph is over here. The spider grabs the buildings that are all hanging from the sky around it, collect it onto itself. I just realized I haven't had music for the past 3 hours. I'm gonna play the centipede theme. And it forms this giant inverted cacophony of buildings at the bottom, like a sarlacc pit. And somewhere inside of this thing is the spider. And the spider revealed itself right before it did this, that all of those masks on the front of it wormed out of the actual like chassis of the spider. So like all of the masks that are like this, they pop out as slugs that all have the mask on the front, and they're giant black slugs. Each of the faces represents the 4 generations of Chatsworth before this generation of Chatsworth that are all judging him, controlling him. And they'll hop out and they're all hiding in this mangled god. Right? Hearse catches themselves. Canine catches themselves. Gage catches themselves. And this is like a 100-foot, like 30-meter drop, right? This is not like, oh, it's like a 10-foot divot. This is like, if you fall it without climbing down, you're going to take damage. It takes multiple turns to climb down there. And this is when Acme arrives. This is when Newton arrives. This is when Faust arrives. And so Acme, using gate powers, just swings like Spider-Man. With like webbing that they grab, and they swing down and they spiral down. Hearse, in taking damage from the mangled god forming, actually got tangled in webs and got choked, and they started bulging and they started expanding out. Remember, Hearse already has a sin mark. I rolled for them. They puffed out their chest, and their arms popped out, and their head expanded, and then they had to physically push their torso back into place as they got a sin mark for an ogre. And now they have this layer of like extra skin flapping over themselves that reduces damage they take, because they have like extra skin that was just formed momentarily. And Cell, for whatever reason, I don't know why Cell did this. Cell was in control of all of them. Cell says Hearse just jumps down. And so Hearse jumps down, smacks their face into the floor. Sin overflows again, resists again, and now their face is like melted and like drooping, and they just roll off to the side, and they take a deep breath, and they roll into the mangled god. They're now inside the mangled god. Rancor, Sisters bounce in, goes into the mangled god. Gage climbs down into the mangled god. Canine and Acme and Newton and whoever, they're all on top of it. And inside, the mangled god has an ability where it just like says, get rotated, idiot. It just starts spinning. It starts rotating in on itself, and like a blender, everyone inside is thrown around, and Gage ends up, and I described this for my player, even though they couldn't see it. Gage just hides. The most senior XO here just hides as they grab onto one corner of the room that they're in, and they ball themselves up, and they're hiding like curled up in a ball as they are seeing visions of infested, and they're being reminded of just the chaos and torment and torture and trauma of Crouching Tiger. And they're basically having a panic attack. And then they also sin overflow. And they just want to be gone. They just want to be hidden. They just want to be disappeared. And so they lose all of the saturation in their body. They become black and white, basically, as they are starting to succumb to being an ogre as well. And so eventually Hearse and Gage and Rancor all have to make checks to find the slug things in here. And then they find it, and then they work together, and then they kill it. And then I make a talisman. It's a 9/ talisman of collapse. Because what happens when a sin dies? Its palace collapses. They're in the mangled god. Every single time anyone takes an action, I slash this by 1. When it reaches 3 slashes, the lower third, the deepest portion, collapses and falls apart as it's dismantled. All of the weavers have fled at this point. When 6 slashes, the middle third falls apart. And when the 9th slash happens, the entire mangled god falls into the abyss, leaving behind just the webbing and the bump to get back. They're rushing out. It's like a 3 talisman difficulty for each of them to escape. So they have to like work together, assist each other. They're dodging debris, they're taking stress. And at one point, they're on their way out. And Hearse, stepping, and the floor collapses underneath Hearse. And falls into the darkness. And they just hear... And they're like, we have to pick up Hearse. And they're like, we can't. They fell down deeper into this thing. And Cell, through Canine, uses Ardence to like drop a little bit of flame. And it is pitch black down there. It swallows the flame. And they realize Hearse probably imagoed. Hearse probably just turned into an ogre. And so they leave Hearse behind. And then they get all on top. And then they realize we don't have a way out of here. And so they bring the freaking like Newton what it was is that it was this table got slid down here. And the mangled god, the spider, was trying to use it as a lid to cover its mouth so that you couldn't actually enter it. And then they managed to stop it. And with Newton down here, and Acme, and Gage, and Canine, all of them are on it. And we have 1 action remaining until it's the final slash. There's only this top section left. Newton fires the vector usage. Fails. Because of the angle of this thing. Because of the way this is set up. There's just this. It's like that. There's 4 people on it. The vector ends up doing this and flings them all into this wall, slamming them into the cabling that's like a lattice network of cables and crushing them against the door and like pinning them. And Hattie stutters, risking sin overflow, and barely manages to avoid it. And then screams, "Go straight up!" And so Newton's like, "What?" And Canine just says, "Trust her." And so Newton course corrects, and instead of going this way to try and like go all the way up here, Newton just goes straight up. Rolls again, goes straight up, and falling debris hits right where they were hitting the apex of it and knocks them like this right on the edge. They all tumble out, and they all fall across like right here of where it is. At this point, the mangled god falls. This sends the cables spiraling all over. We are now at the point where it's like this is all cabling, right? Canine gets up here. Acme gets up here. Because this entire time, Gage is literally like holding on, wrapping their legs and their arms around the cabling because this has been split. It's going to fall apart. They're holding 20 feet of wire and cabling on their legs as they're holding that up so that people can climb up. Everyone that was down there can climb up. So like that lets Canine climb up. That lets Acme climb up. That lets Newton climb up. And then Gage. I roll a fortune die. I roll a fortune die to see what happens. I say on a 1, Gage falls. And I didn't specify what else happened, but I was just warning my player on 1 gauge falls. I ask my player, how do they get gauge up? Because I rolled, and then I'm like, okay, how do you get gauge up? And my player says, Canine, with his distended torso, reaches down and helps him up. And I say, helps them up. And I say, awesome. Canine reaches down, and as his hand touches their shoulder, their fingers give out, and they fall into the abyss with 20 feet of cabling. Because I rolled a 1 on fortune, and Gage instantly died by falling into the abyss of a palace where they're unrecoverable. Everyone goes back to the table, or to where the table was. They sit in the chair, and back in reality, they've lost Gage. They've lost Hearse. They don't know where Watson is. They lost Snake. And it's confirmed at this point by talking to the Team Beta. Arthur is the death, and Bond is severely injured. It's rather funny hearing about stuff from spiders while I'm trying to learn about how to bow in Monster Hunter, how the bow in Monster Hunter, and I have to fight a spider. Spiderception, yeah. How many casualties on the hunt? Yes. So we have the oldest member. We have also Canine got a Sid mark. Can't forget that. We have Hearst, who hadn't really featured, Watson, who hadn't really featured, Snake, who showed up with Hattie, Arthur, who was like Hattie's like older brother figure. Bond hasn't really had screen time yet. Canine, no longer the golden child because now he's a Sin mark. Like, can you see? Like, would you like to see how hard I can cry? But what happens next? A figure steps in from across the room. They're all talking. Stepping in is a figure. You see 5 losses for a Cat 4. That's not the worst. It was 13 XOs. 13 XOs. Sorry. 14 XOs, because it was everyone but Clapback. You say 5 losses for a Cat 4 is not that bad. When you have 14 XOs and you have 5 losses, that's pretty dang bad. That's 1 in 3. Stepping through is a man that is well groomed. He has a long cane black coat draped over his shoulders. He has fine, like almost like a mixture of combat boots and running shoe mixture. Like they're clearly made for like running in their athletic wear, but they're almost like styled like boots. And they have this mesh vest on that looks like a black like mesh, but it's a solid like undercoat, and it's body armor. It is lightweight, high flexibility body armor that doesn't like has the strength of plates, but does not actually restrict your movement in the same way. Very short hair, long sword on their hip, and the pin of Cain on their lapel, and Justice walks forward. And this is where Hattie and my player met their first virtue in my setting. And Justice asks for who is the most senior XO to report to him. And Canine walks forward and says that would be me. And Canine actually has 1 level of bond with Justice, has met him before. And Justice ignores Canine and says, who is the second most senior exorcist on site? And Canine just goes, I'm right here, I can tell you. And then ignoring Canine, Justice just goes, I am obligated to eliminate the stain wherever I can see it. Who is the second most senior XO on site? And Canine just goes, oh, and just backs off. And because he has a sin mark, Justice is acting as if he does not exist. this is someone who like has bonded with him. Like he's met Justice before. Like Justice might not know his name, but knows his face, has spoken with him before, and was being set up to speak with him more. Does not exist. And that's when my player said, oh, so it's that fast. Like when you get a sin mark, it's not even like a slow descent. It's like immediately you are tossed out like trash. Nightmare domino effect. Holy heck, yeah. And so Mix is the second most senior XO. And she just goes, huh? And she's just off to the side looking at the pommel of her katana and the pentagram there. And she's like, what? And everyone's like, Mix, you need to report to Justice. You're the most senior XO. And she goes, no, K9's the most senior XO. And just goes back to looking at her pommel because her boyfriend's dead. She's processing the fact that Arthur is dead. She just went on what is the most difficult hunt of her life and then learned that separate from that, independent from that, when she wasn't there for him, her boyfriend is dead. And so Hattie steps up. And Hattie goes, I am the most senior XO who was part of the original mission. And so she gives the sit rep to Justice, and she starts like explaining what happened and like fighting the sin and the metamorphosis and whatever, how they confirmed execution on the sin, but there was an imagoing. And then as soon as she said that, she's Justice just goes, type in cat. And then she goes, I mean, and he's like, type of cat of the imago. And she's like, cat to idol. And he's like, continue. And then she explains what happened with Snake, and then goes in forward, and then mentions that apparently Hearst fell down and probably imagoed. And then Justice cuts her off, and he was like, type in cat. And she's just like, cat to ogre. And he's like, continue. And like, he's just all business. He's like, give me the details. That is what we need to do. She explains the situation to him. And they are just like, the palace collapsed. We don't know what's going to happen to Hearst, but like, we know Snake went off somewhere, and we don't know where Watson is. And Justice is like, all right, well, we're going to mobilize. We're going to execute these two imagos. And Hattie is at like 3 injuries, which if you get any more stress after a 3rd injury, you sin overflow. And like 8 sin or something, like really high sin. Lots of people have like K9 got a sin mark already. Mix is not in the mental state to actually participate in this fight. She's focused on Arthur. Raph was actually talking to Hattie about the mission. And there was a little bit of like, the Hound mission didn't go that well either, obviously, with the 2 casualties. And Hattie's basically just kind of like trying to argue that like, hey, we're tapped. We can't go any further. We have nothing left to give. And Justice looks at them, looks at Hattie, and says, I see you don't have a sin mark. That means you have at least 1 left in you. And that's when my player went like, oh, okay, that's how this is gonna go. Because that's how Justice views them. That's how Cain views them, is you can get 1 sin mark without risk of imagoing. Past that point, you are at risk of imagoing. Therefore, you are still a viable resource that can expend your energy so long as you do not have a sin mark, because you're not going to sin overflow. You're not at risk of that. Type of cat, British, blue, short hair. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Justice opened by going, in this court, truth is revealed. And then they felt like this like saran wrap feeling run over them, and they were able to lie if they wanted. They didn't. They were scared. Yeah, I talked about this in a stream about Sin Overflow when you were talking about Virtue Homebrew. Yeah. Yeah, Justice moving like the average branch manager. Yes. So the crew basically starts arguing with Justice. Hattie, and particularly Faust. Like, Faust says like, hey, F you. And like, F-bombs Justice. And then Justice just looks at Faust, and everyone's like kind of like defending Faust and like supporting them, even though Faust is like, I think I'm about to die. I'm just gonna like middle finger you on the way out, basically. Justice goes, it's always pleasant to see the bonds between XOs. And basically, Justice backs off. They convince Justice that only those of them that are able-bodied, that are not at risk of sin overflowing, will continue, because everyone else had very difficult fights. And Hattie goes over to show Justice the bump after they decide that Team Gamma, who really only fought a couple Weavers, Newton and Acme and Faust, and Sister is also fine from Team Beta, those four are going to go look for Watson and try to take down Imago Snake. And Justice is going to go into the palace and is going to allow it to collapse around him, and is going to delve into the psychic sea, like himself, and go and kill and find Hearse, kill it, and then come back. And Justice says, like, he's done that before and it's not pleasant. And he is one of the few that can actually do that because of his blasphemy. And he basically just expresses to Hattie, like, hey, you're only cat 2, right? And she's like, yeah. And he goes, this was a cat 4. This is a metamorphosis. That was a cat 3 and a cat 4. And you're still here. Stay in touch. I've got my eye on you. And then he enters the bump and then enters the palace. And she's just like, oh, heck no. Ew. And Justice was basically being like, you're impressive. I got my eye on you. And she returns back to the rest of the group, and Raph and Mix and Canine and Hattie return back to base, whereas Faust and Sister and Newton and Acme go off to slay Imago Snake as well as find Watson, and Justice the Virtue goes into the collapsing palace to delve into the psychic sea and slay Hearse. Congrats, you didn't die. You've been promoted to cat 3. What's the rough ratio of sins to XOs in Cain? So there are no sins in Cain per se. Like, they don't like field sins in that way. If you're asking how many manifestations, I am running it in my setting. Each site has about 1 per month that they have to deal with. And obviously, like, if there's a big traumatic event, that's going to be more. If it's like a random in the middle of nowhere place, that might have fewer. Justice also goes to Brazil. It's canon that Brazil loves Justice. Yeah, I also said that, so basically later, it's referenced that Justice emerged from the psychic sea, confirmed execution on the Imago formerly known as Hearse, and met back up with Cain assets in Rio de Janeiro. And we were trying to think, what is the best Brazilian cuisine or drink or snack that Justice, who is a bit of a health nut and kind of obsessed with like physical fitness, would actually have? Because my first thought was like Guarana soda, like the kind of like the green and red like soda that's super famous from Brazil. But I feel like that would not be something that Justice would drink. So I'm trying to think what would be something that is like native to the locale of Brazil that a health nut would love. No, he was literally sent to Brazil. Justice really acting like a space marine? Justice absolutely acting like a space marine. He's following policy. And that's what I've said before on stream. B points that out, is he's following his policy with ignoring Canine. Justice is obligated to eliminate the stain, as all virtues are. And a sin mark is an indication that you are stained. Therefore, because he's so slavishly devoted to the rules, like he physically cannot disobey those orders, if he acknowledges Canine, who has an obvious sin mark of his torso is distended, he would be obligated to kill Canine. And in an odd way, Canine being ignored by Justice is Justice showing kindness to him, because he doesn't want to kill this kid. Which is like such a low bar, but it's still a bar, you know? Justice can't have snacks without purchasing sanctioned indulgences. Oh my gosh. Justice giving one for the team, low-key, kind of reasonable. Yeah, and Justice, I wanted Justice to be high-key, unreasonable, low-key, very reasonable. Because Justice was like, hey, I need the sit rep. Tell me what happened. Okay, we have 2 Imagos. We need to deal with both of them. I am capable enough. I can very easily take out a cat 2 by myself. So the rest of you can go deal with that cat, that other cat 2. And I'm going to deal with the one that's in the Psychic C. So you don't have to deal with that because I have experience with this. And everyone's like, no, we're too injured. And he's just like, so? Like you're not going to be at risk. You're going to be fine. And then they push back. They're like, no, our friends are tired. Our friends are injured. Our friends don't want to sin overflow. We already have had so many losses. Can't you just give us a break? Like, F you. And then Justice is like, sometimes I forget just what the bonds between exos can do. And what he does is he looks at all of them. He looks at Hattie and Mix and Faust and Acme and Newton and Sister and Raph. And he says that he's proud of them. You might notice that he didn't look at someone. And he didn't tell the one person who probably needed it the most that he was proud of them. Because if he did, he would have to eliminate them. And when I think, how can I add horror to my games? That's what I do. I remember in the stream following the session, he was described as polite but not kind. Yeah, exactly. So like, he is very much polite. He is courteous. He's not nice. He's very much like good is not nice. He's very good aligned. He's very lawful good, but he's not nice about it. It's a bit of a gray area of whether Justice buys his own hype or whether he obeys his blasphemy, or because of the mindset he manifested it. You like this interpretation? And I don't know. I don't know if it's that he has to buy into it or not. Like, I think it's that he follows his own strictures is really what it is. How about Brazilian Lemonade? Ooh. Justice has Canine blocked, but he's low-key a member to Canine's channel. I don't think you can be a member to someone who you block. On the drive back, there's a brief discussion about how much all this sucks. And how it'd be easier to just leave. And like just musings on leaving. And they're all just like, no, like that wouldn't work. Like there's no way that would work out. Just in their head. They head back to the dorm. As they arrive, Handler Alpha is there to greet them. And he sees Canine. And he sees Canine wobble because his torso is distended. And he just has the biggest look of in the interrogation room. And Hattie specifically wants to talk to Handler Alpha. And so there's 2 interrogation rooms, interrogation room Alpha, interrogation room Beta. Alpha takes Canine into room Alpha. And Beta says any of the rest of you can come in. Hattie wants to talk to Alpha, so she waits. So she sends Mix in first. Mix debriefs. Mix is out. Raphael goes in. Raphael's out. Like there's still a conversation going on between Canine and Alpha. And so Hattie goes in and debriefs with Beta and comes out. And Canine is still debriefing with Alpha. And then they go back to the dorm. And at this point, like, Clapback is back. She's been recalled. Or she's about to be recalled, like, after the mission. And, I don't think she's back yet, sorry. So they're all back, and they're in the dorm, and it's just like, what now? Like, they go and check on Bond, and Bond is like... Bond got screwed. She got hit thrice, is the issue. She, first off, there was a dog, like the dog Drifter, and it bit her and it gave her the bends. So in the hospital bed, she's strapped down, sedated, and like polio boards, like to prevent her her toes from curling and her hands from curling into paws. They physically have like palm-sized boards that have like little runways for her fingers to like keep her fingers from curling in on themselves. Because what the dog as a Drifter does, if it bites you, it can infect you with the bends, where you start like curling your fingers into like paws, and you start walking around on all fours, and you find it physically uncomfortable to like stand upright until eventually like you become a dog. like the dog creature. And so they're basically preventing this by doing that. And she's sedated. Because that was the first thing that happened. The second thing that happened is that she was hit by apoplexy. And that tore apart her neck down into her chest. And that led to her suffering sin overflow. Where she, in anger and rage and frustration, from the apoplexy, what was revealed was knives and spikes and thorns and quills that are all stabbing out from her. And so she now has the option where not only is her chest covered in like spikes and pointy stuff, she can spend a sin to remove one of those spikes or knives or daggers or whatever and have a knife on her. So if you're keeping track, we are not doing well in terms of XOs. So Bond is really struggling. Werewolf Drifter, a little bit werewolf. Bond got that dog in them, yeah. And the thing that doesn't come up until later, on top of all of this, she also got a permanent affliction for bloodlust. Bond is a social character. And she went from being a songbird, which is all about like manipulation and whatever, to a beast, the aggressive agenda. She has a bloodlust where she will like get more aggressive than she wants to be and can't really control it. She has knives covering her body now. She is no longer the suave, smooth talking, like subtle manipulation character. She is now a bleeding fist that will strike you in the mouth and then whisper in your ear the one thing you didn't want her to say. Like she's become much more aggressive. And suddenly it becomes clear why the Valentines are a cult. Yes. He could have had a acai, which is calories dense nutrient. Yeah, that would be nice. I mean, every sin has a KIA count in the dozens and hundreds, occasionally by the sin. I imagine Bond isn't particularly fond of dogs after this. No. And this happens later. But at one point, actually don't know if she visits yet, but Hattie visits at some point, and Hattie sees Bond, and Bond is awake. Bond is awake, and she's like bound because she has all this stuff. And Bond's like, "Hey, Hattie, please unbind me." And Hattie's like, "I don't know if I should." And Bond's like, "No, please. I'm like really not comfortable with this. I do not want to be tied up. I will not go anywhere. I will not get out of my chair. Just please, just untie me." And Hattie's like, And Bond's like, "Hattie, if you can do one nice thing for me, this is all I will ever ask of you." And Hattie reaches over and like clicks her morphine injector. And Bond is like, "Hattie, don't do that. Do not put me to sleep. Do not put me under." And Hattie just like click, 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 and basically like drugs Bond because Hattie is like worried that this is like the Hound talking or like the affliction talking, that like Bond is not in her right state of mind. And Bond, it's later revealed, she like comes from money. And so like she was at like genuine risk of being kidnapped for most of her childhood. And then when Cain picked her up, it was exactly what she spent her entire life being told to be scared of, where she got like black bagged. She got like grabbed, black bagged, thrown in the back of a trunk, driven off to a location. She thought she was being ransomed, and then it turns out their entire life was upended on her. And so she has trauma from that. Like post manifestation of her blasphemy, she has additional trauma on top of that. And Hattie effectively did the worst thing she possibly could in that circumstance, which is strip her of her agency. If the Weavers survived, would they become a colony of wandering drifters? So the Weavers all demanifest after the collapse of the palace. Over time, slowly, but it is like a once the main sin is dead, the veil will heal over time. You wish there was a way for me to get a physical book for Cain? Yeah. Ignore this if you'd rather not have your pronunciation corrected, but apoplexy? Like apple, but a little baby? Apoplexy? Apoplexy. Apoplexy. Apoplexy? Apoplexy. 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 How much of my ransom? How you're not getting kidnapped, you're being shanghaied in the SCP Foundation, basically. Apoplexy. Apoplexy. Apoplexy? Apoplexy. 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 Why? Why would you do this to me? Okay. Anyway, so it's revealed that as Hattie and Raph are chatting. Do you want good news? Do you want the start of Yuri? Do you want the start of Yuri in the Cain game? As Raph and Hattie are chatting, Raph reveals that on the mission, there was a time when they were fighting a Myrmidon, and like Raph like takes it out, like hits it in the back of the head, and then it falls, and like Bond catches it to like stop it from dropping to the floor. And then the Hound was approaching. And so what what Bond did, Bond pinned Raph against the wall, like in the shadows, and like was like nose to nose with her, like pinning her chest against the wall. And that made Raph feel really funny. And she suddenly was like, wow, women, girls, what? Huh? Because this was quite literally like Raph's gay awakening. This was the first time Raph experienced like notable attraction to another woman, and like was shoved into a corner of the wall, like in a like hand over mouth, like do not say anything or else the Hound is going to spot us. And like Raph couldn't help but kind of like, maybe it was the adrenaline, maybe it was the fear of the situation, maybe it's just like very attractive woman pushing me up against a wall and like pinning me, unclear. And so she's like, I don't know how I feel about this. And basically Hattie's like encouraging these feelings because Hattie's interested in Raph. Kicks wall and pins me, oh my gosh. So, this is like the start of like Raph's like gay awakening. And Hattie at this point is like, oh, I already know like a bi or whatever. And Hattie basically like floats the idea of attraction over to Raph and softballs it. And they don't push anything. And then later, they end up going on a date. And basically, there was a sentiment that was floating around the Valentines, which is just like, for right now. Like, live in the moment for right now. That is what Mix and Hattie, or that's what Mix and Arthur were doing. Mix and Arthur they're enjoying each other's company for right now. They both recognize they could die anytime. They enjoy each other. They care about each other. They are confidants to each other. And so they're for right now. And that's what basically people were encouraging Hattie to do. And Hattie brings that up to Raph. And after like a week of like back and forth and a little bit of flirting and a little bit of like trying to go on dates, Raph's like, yeah, like for right now, let's try it. And so they tentatively like get together, right? This is all downtime. Gosh, there's so much that happens still, and I haven't even covered it. We're at like the halfway point. We're at like the halfway point. I'll have you know. Like this entire game, there's been 3 hunts. And however, technically, that hunt, a metamorphosis, counts as 2 hunts. So they got double script, and they got double cat advancement. So Hattie went from a cat 2 to now cat 3 and 1 more mission from cat 4. That face when site management is like, please don't have a messy breakup. Site management doesn't need to know. Anyway, so Hattie and Raph, they get together. Hattie is trying to be there for Mix. She's really concerned about Mix. And Mix basically explains like, hey, I really liked Arthur. I don't know if I loved him. I know that I appreciated him and he was comfortable, like he was a comfort for me. And I liked being together with him like physically. And I liked being together with him as like a support and how to support him. And we just kind of like got along well on a hunt. It kind of described a similar circumstance to how Hattie and Raph started talking. And Mix is like, I am going to miss him, but it feels weird to say, like, he wasn't the love of my life or something. And she's just kind of reckoning with the fact that like she cares about this person and like misses them, but didn't like love them, right? Not like soulmates, entros of my soul kind of deal. First theory, now we wait for the doom. Curious. gosh, I'm gonna be so for real with you. I know like the next major thing that happens. I don't remember a lot of the minor stuff that happens. Minor thing that happens. Canine. This was another like end of session stinger that I did. Canine exits the showers. And he's got like a towel around him and like also like a towel covering like his torso, right? Because he's embarrassed. And Clapback, his rival, goes up to him and it's just like, hey, you okay? It's like, yeah, I'm fine. And she's just like, you know, you didn't deserve it. And he's like, I feel like I would have. I feel like I did at this point. And she's like, no, you really didn't. You... Not just this, but also how they're treating you. That's not fair, and you deserve way better than that. And if you need anything, I'll be here for you. And Clapback, despite being his rival, despite like... They notably were like at odds for most of the game. In the background, never really presently. There was one time where very early on, before the second hunt, Hattie was like, oh man, all the older Valentines seem so mature and serious. And Mix was like, watch this. And they went out to like watch a training exercise where it was Canine and Clapback basically just bickering. It was them like doing Ardent's powers on a target range, and they're basically just arguing, and Canine did something, and then Clapback one-ups him, and then like they're arguing about who did it better, and then like Clapback's getting really frustrated with Canine, and then Hattie goes up and basically like does a trick shot and hits the same target, and then Canine gets frustrated at Hattie, and Clapback's like, oh, Hattie, that was awesome, and Canine is the one that like walks off frustrated, where Clapback is the one that like weirdly had the humility to be like, oh, that was awesome that you can do that cool thing, even though she was just raging at Canine for the same deal. And so she basically like extends a hand to him, and she like pulls away the top towel covering his chest and reveals like the weird squishy accordion flesh, and she's just like, wow, you're weirdly jacked. And then like she like touches his chest, and then he's like embarrassed, but then they have like this bonding moment of she doesn't see him as like gross despite the sin mark, and they actually get closer as a result. And over the course of the next period of downtime, they kind of subtly but definitively like get together. They actually start dating, and like they are background het gem, where it started toxic, and then they had an actual literal like rivals to lovers like redemption arc healthy agenda. Clapback X Canine is the top ship at Cain. Like literally, like they had like this whole rivals thing, and then it was Canine getting booted out of the #1 spot, sent down to the dregs, and Clapback, who is now like one of the favored members of the Valentines, is the one who like offers a hand to him and says like, hey, I want you to know this wasn't fair and you deserve better. And I will be here for you for whatever you need. Because that's what Valentines do. Do you want to know what Valentines don't do? On Resplendent Echo, you might have noticed that in fighting the spider, Canine went from the ace to the dog. So oh my gosh. When fighting spider, you might have noticed Hattie was not mentioned once. That's because Hattie was basically hiding and fighting Weavers. And anytime the Weavers did any damage, Cell assigned damage to everyone but Hattie. Hattie was doing the equivalent of letting everyone take the fall so that she wouldn't risk Sin Overflow, so she wouldn't risk Gamma. That is her second big decision. That was putting the Gammas before the Valentines. A campaign where one group are the XOs and the other group are RP, the management team. Oh my gosh. Let's go, Rivals to Liver Stroke. Yeah, so as of right now, we have Doomed Het, Arthur X Mix. We have Doomed Yuri, Hattie X Raph. We have Background Het, Canine and Clapback. We have Doomed Yowie? Unclear. of Snake and Watson. Like, theories have been put forward. Unclear if it's doomed and or if it's yaoi. Isn't doomed redundant? So doomed because like Arthur literally died. That's doomed. Doomed because one of them might die? Yuri? Background het. And doomed because like one of them is an imago? They're exos, it's always doomed, yeah. Hattie's the real villain? A little bit. So anyway, talks to Sigma. Sigma 1. I don't remember the order of operations of this, so if I get it wrong, whoops. Sigma 1 is... It had to be after. I don't remember if the admin work or if the hollowing happened first. You know who Hattie reminds me of? Cupid. Yeah, me too. Which also, I will say, it is revealed at some point by Sigma. Which is, I'll just talk about Sigma then. Sigma calls her in. Debriefs about the mission. Basically congratulates her. And they talk about Gage a little bit. And Sigma reveals that formerly, apparently Gage used to be called Cupid by other exos. And Sigma, being an exo, knows that they all have code names, that they all call each other names. They don't just call each other XIDs. They call each other names. And Cupid is very important because in the lore of the Valentines that Gage told and revealed to everyone after Crashing Tiger, the Valentines were formed in response to an exo named Cupid. They would actively go around and sabotage other XOs to try and advance their own career. Because they really wanted to go Gamma. They really wanted to leave Site Epsilon. And so the Valentines came together as a means of fighting against Cupid. And they had a very strong insular culture. And the reason that they're called the Valentines is because they're all XOs. But that's also to fight against Cupid. And so, as Gage told it, Gage was the villain that the Valentines formed around. Survived them because they were a coward, because they were selfish, because they were sabotaging others, because they were not built in order to win the day. They were built to survive. And so they had 3 conditioning. And so Gage, rebranded as Gage, told the story of the Valentines to continue their memory, allowed a new generation of Valentines to come alive. And my player recognizes Gage was a bit of a martyr. They had a bit of a martyr complex. They kept trying to sacrifice themselves, throw themselves in there. They're always going to be the vanguard. And that makes a whole lot of sense when you realize the trajectory of Gage's story is that they began as a selfish, stupid Cat 1, Cat 2 that put their own needs before everyone else. They go through 3 missions. They're 1 mission away from Cat 4. And then their like 4th mission, their 3rd mission is Crashing Tiger. They get a sin mark. They can't go Gamma. Everyone else around them dies. They realize that if they had just been there for them, they might have been able to save these lives. And so they put away the Cupid label. They take back on Gage from when they were a mechanic, and they try their absolute best to be there for the Valentines, but they were also a loner. Because they didn't feel like they deserved being part of the Valentines. They kept themselves at an arm's length from the rest of the Valentines while simultaneously trying their absolute best to sacrifice everything for the Valentines because they felt that was their best way of atoning. And then they died, literally holding on so that other Valentines could escape. And then they just lost the strength to continue. So Gage is someone who had very little impact on the actual story itself, but a lot of context surrounding them that was super interesting. Was it ever revealed what type of sin it was that was responsible for Crashing Tiger? Cat or centipede? Yeah. That's why they lost so many XOs. That is exactly why. Like Gage is the only one that had any experience fighting centipedes. No one else had seen a centipede yet, except for Gage. Well, I suppose they all saw a centipede briefly with Canine. Anyway, big boy sin. Gage is a minor NPC that is massively... I disagree. I think that Gage is one of those lore NPCs. Gage was an NPC that had very little plot importance, but was massive for world building. Gage was responsible for the Valentines. Gage was the filter between the old guard and the new guard. Gage was the most seasoned XO out of all of them and often gave them all advice to just like be XOs. Gage is thematically a warning of what Hattie could become if only they realized it sooner. Maybe that was the plan. I'm not going to claim that was it, but okay, so Sigma One's office. Sigma talks to Hattie and reveals a couple things. First off, she's one mission away. Surviving and like managing to not sin overflow on Resplendent Echo. Sigma's like, listen, you have like millions of subscribers as a content creator. You know how to handle that angle. You have proven yourself on multiple hunts now, including those that you were far out of your depth in. You're gonna hit Sigma. Hattie, promise me this. Give me one more hunt where you don't get sin overflow, and you will get Gamma. Do that for me. And then Hattie's like, at this point, Hattie's been suspicious of him this entire time. And she's like, why? Why do you care? And he goes, I am an XO. I will always be an XO. And I will never be human. Just like you won't. But I recognize that what XOs need is someone looking out for them. They need a mentor. I want to be that for someone. I know I can't change the world, but I can change individual XOs' worlds. Hattie, I think you are that for me. You are the one I can change the world of. I can irreparably fix your life. I can help you get to a state that you would never be able to get to on your own. And I can then do that with others once I get you to a spot where you can be set up. That is what XOs need more than anything else, is a support network of other XOs helping them. And I want to start with you. And he basically just explains to her that, like, effectively, he's just an XO looking out for another XO. But what he maintains is, I'm not your friend. I am a member of admin, and even though I'm another XO, I can never be your friend. Never confuse that. And walking away, she's like, I don't know. Seemed like a pretty good friend after all. And she basically has done like a 180 on him and like goes from not trusting him to being like, this is like someone I can trust. This is someone I can rely on. I did not say that in game, Licorice. I misspoke right now. It was not irreparably fix your life. He was saying that I can get you to positions that you would never be able to get to on your own. I can help you reach the point where your potential can shine, kind of deal. Gage out here getting a 3-hour lore video as if they're a background NPC in a Dark Souls game. I was a Twitch follower when you were sub 5 regular viewers before you had a VTube model. No! So Sigma brings up all this. And also, he asks Hattie if she's interested in a pickup. And she goes, what's that? And he goes, you know how Clapback went out on administrative work? And she's like, yeah. Well, at Site Gamma, we call that pickups, because when you're at Gamma, you have the option of denying missions that are offered to you. Here at Site Epsilon, you are assigned admin work and you have no choice. But when you're a Gamma, one of the benefits is that if it's a pickup, you can just say no. Sites will send you low cat missions that you will go on solo or in a pair. And then if you say yes, you will be deployed and you'll have to deal with like a cat 1 idol by yourself, or you'll have to deal with like a cat 0 ogre by yourself. And if you say no and no one in the gammas pick it up, it gets kicked back to the site. Now, pickups are always going to be low cat. And on a meta level, pickups are always cat -3 or lower. So for instance, if you're cat 4, you can go on a pickup that is cat 0 or cat 1. If you're cat 5, you can go on a pickup that is cat 0, cat 1, or cat 2. And basically, this is a means of, I am a gamma, I am going out to go fight a cat 1 hound as a cat 5. I crush it because a cat 5 XO kind of bodies a cat 1 hound. I might take some injuries, I might take some sin, but I'll probably be fine. Probably. And then I get full script. I get no cat advance is the thing. I get script, I get experience, I get stuff I can like spend, but I don't advance in cat. And Sigma 1 explains, this is like core to being a gamma. If you're going to go gamma, I think this is a fantastic time for you to learn like pickups. Do you want this? I can't give you all the details, but I'll give you a little bit of information. It's about a reconnaissance mission where you have to like go stake out a location. If you say no, I will assign it to someone else. But if you say yes, I'll give you first dibs. And Hattie's like, yeah, absolutely. And so Sigma 1 reveals when he got into gamma, he spammed pickups. He went pickup after pickup after pickup. And the reason he did that is because if he's out on a pickup and then he's in R&R after that, he doesn't have to go on the, oh, go fight this cat 6 hound that's trying to eat the White House. You don't have to go on the cat 5 centipede that's running amok in downtown Toronto. Because you were just on a pickup, you're not being shipped out to another massive mission. So if you just keep doing pickups whenever they come, you're getting a bunch of script, a bunch of script, a bunch of script. You can hit 44 script very easily by just doing like 10 pickups. And that's what he did. And then he retired. And then he retired from the front lines. And now he's an admin. And he never advanced past cat 4. That face when someone declined the pickup that wiped the party in a Magoat snake. You say that. I'll get to that later. OMG, farming prevents you from being pulled into a raid boss? Yes. And so that's exactly what Sigma 1 did. He's like, I recommend you do the same. I recommend you go gamma. I recommend you do as many pickups as you can as soon as possible to prevent going on actually dangerous missions and then retire. Join admin and help other XOs like I am. And like his plan, his hope is to get a bunch of XOs in admin and get a bunch of XOs who all survived and lived lives that they otherwise wouldn't, helping other XOs. I mean, do they actually retire? Do they retire? So what they do, they retire in the sense that they are on grace suppressants, i.e. their grace level is reduced by cat 3. So Sigma 1 is a cat 4 tension user, and he is reduced down to a cat 1 tension user. So he still has like psychic powers, but he's not nearly as powerful as he normally would be. And he will spend the rest of his life working a desk job. That does not mean he will grow old. All that means is he will do the rest of his life. And so he's going to like manage castle teams, and he's going to like do back-end logistics, and he's going to do whatever his specialty is, but he's going to work for Cain until he dies. That said, he's not on the front line anymore, right? Help other XOs to abandon their partners like I did. So, oh gosh, I'm going to step up for just a moment. And I'm going to... What? What the frick? That was not the right button. I'm going to step up and open my window for a second, because it's really hot in here. Give me a moment. Sigma 1 only gave this offer to Hattie. However, Hattie asked, or Sigma 1 asked, like, is there anyone else you would recommend looking into? And he then had a conversation with Mix. Mix, at this point, is Cat 4. She is now Cat 4. And, I'm sorry. I'm trying to think of the timeline on what happened. So she's talking about admin work, and then going ahead. Mix, not been doing well. Not been doing well. Hattie talks to her, keeps up a ghost wire with her, keeps up telepathy with her, and is just kind of telling Mix things in her life, confiding in her. Mix isn't responding. Mix has a private room. She spent script on a private room, and she's been holed up in there, and no one's really been bothering her. But eventually comes time for a test, for like a field exam, and Mix doesn't show up. And Hattie is sent off to go grab her. And Hattie goes over to Mix's room and like knocks on the door. Is like, hey, did you sleep in? And then she like uses her ghost wire and is like, are you there? And then she opens the door. She slowly opens the door. And in the bed, in the back corner of the room, is Mix. In bed. Eyes closed. And Hattie's like, Mix, and like runs up to her and like shakes her and like, Mix, and like she's breathing. Her pulse is active. Like she's still alive. She just looks like she's unconscious. And then she's like, Mix, and like slaps her and like tries to wake her up, and Mix is just not responding. Nothing on the ghost wire. And then that's when Hattie realizes something is seriously wrong. And like she's like in a coma kind of deal. Just unresponsive to anything. And then Raph comes over and is looking for Hattie, because Hattie was sent off and now Hattie's missing. And so Raph is grabbing Hattie, and Raph and Hattie are trying to figure out how to help Mix. Raph is like, they're thinking like AEDs, defibrillators. They're thinking like, how, like, what can we do? Like, how can we do this? And then Bond is sent forward to grab them because they're taking so long. It's just like, where are they? And Hattie is like freaking out because Mix is just not responding. And Bond is like, Mix, what's going on? And then Hattie starts arguing with Bond, and Bond is like, we need to report this. And Hattie is saying like, no, like leave her here, leave her with me. And Bond has to be like, girl, I care about her too. Don't be selfish. And then out at that, they're arguing. Bond is trying to express like, we need to take care of Mix right now. Hattie punches Bond in the face. Bond takes it and walks off. First, it was the med bay. Now, it was a punch over the unconscious Mix. Bond and Hattie are basically rivals at this point, and it kind of came out of nowhere, and it was entirely Hattie's fault. You thought Mix was going to summon an ogre? Maybe. So, they end up bringing Hattie over to the medbay, and she is like put under. She's like on an IV drip, and it's revealed that as a jaunt user, she's the highest likelihood of hollowing, and she is hollowed. Or rather what it is that it's Hattie goes over to Sigma 1, gets Sigma 1 to bring him over. Sigma 1 explains it's probably what this is, brings him over to the infirmary, sets her up in the infirmary, and then everyone's panicking. And Sigma explains that like when you hollow, like it's almost always lethal. It's just like the decoupling of the psyche from the self. It's unclear what causes it. It's unclear what goes on with it. All we know is that it's like nearly fatal. And this has happened to a couple other people I know. One was a jaunt user and one wasn't. And I've heard a rumor that at Site Alpha, they have a way of fixing it. But it needs like the site director's approval in order to get the transfer. And so like all of the other XOs are coming over and they're all panicking and everyone's trying to figure out, because like word is spread that of what happened to Mix. And so Clapback says like, I'm gonna go talk to the site director. And Hattie says, I'm coming with you. And Clapback's like, okay, sure. But like, I'm still doing this. And they run off to the site director. 2 XOs in the site are running off to go talk to like a member of Cain Authority, because on her admin assignment, on her admin work, Clapback was escorting 2 scientists, the Doctors Yoon, and they treated her like a person. They treated her like a 16-year-old girl. They treated her like someone that was deserving of basic human decency. So like they bought her Arby's and she could not finish an Arby's sandwich because it was too heavy and rich, because her diet was so screwed up. And she was talking with them and like getting to know them, and they were talking to her, and apparently they used to be on the same research team as the director of Site Epsilon. And like they still keep in contact with him, and he transferred from temerity to authority, and then ended up taking over Site Epsilon. And so they're like, oh yeah, we can contact him to try and get better conditions for you. Clapback and Hattie are like power walking, and they're having a conversation. And they're talking about like who they care about, what's important to them. And they're both like, we both really care about Mix. And they're both kind of upfront about the fact that like, hey, I have like a list of people that I really care about. Like obviously I care about everyone, but like the people that like I would sacrifice everything for, like you were not on the list. And they're both like, yeah, I know that. And Hattie's just like, well, it was Arthur and Mix and Raph, but right now it's just Mix and Raph. And Clapback's like, well, yeah, for me it's Mix and it's K9, and I'll probably say Bond. And so like they have this like understanding of like they both have people that they would like sacrifice a lot to protect. And they walk into a section that has a security guard. And on site, there are basically 2 levels of security. Or really on site, there's like 1 level of security. There are security guards. They have like bulletproof vest. They have like a pistol, a taser, handcuffs, and a walkie-talkie. They are like standards, like cop outfit security guards. And it's like on the ground, like blah blah blah, and like this one recurring guard keeps coming up and is like this very clearly like ex-cop, like very much like immediately starts shouting orders and whatever, and the XOs just ignore him, and then they end up calling. They call it in on the radio, and so they start running. And what they learn is that the one part of the facility that they've never been to, not even on the tour when they first got here, it's all offices. And where every other door in the entire facility is all like air magnetic sealed doors that like ship shuttle kind of doors. These are just like wood doors on hinges that have windows. It's almost like a classroom setup or like an office setup. It's literally, they see like a break room. They see offices that have like cubicles in them. They see people in like polos and white button-up shirts and like blouses. They see water coolers. They see a break room that has like snacks in it. And it's like an office area in this Cain facility, because Cain facilities are more than just jails for XOs. They also have logistics. They also have research. They also have coordination. They also have management. And they approach a door that on the outside says director, and they just open the door. And this man is sitting inside, and he's got like this top knot bun, and he's got this kind of like pink, like this pale pink, like off red, button up shirt, and he's got glasses, and he's a little bit like more rotund, more portly. He's got a very clean shaven beard, very thin, straight lines, and they're just like, hey, we'd like to have a word with you. And he talks to them. He says, all right, hit me with it. And he's like, listen, if you came into my office, clearly you have something you want me to hear. So take a seat. Do you want any water? And Hattie's like, no, thanks. And then Clapback's like, I could actually use some water. And then Hattie immediately goes, I was trying to be like tough. I would love some water. And so he gets them both like a small bottle of water, and they drink some water. And he's like, I would offer you some whiskey, but I think you're a little bit too young for that. And what do you want? And they explain to him that one of the other XOs has hollowed, and they've heard rumors that the only way for hollowing to be reversed is for the XO to be sent over to Site Alpha, and that needs the approval of the site director. So they're coming here asking him to send Mix off to Site Alpha. And he's just like, Mix? And they're like, and they look at each other like, yeah, the XO. He's like, wait, why'd you call them Mix? And then there's like, that's her name. And he goes, you have names? And this started an entire discussion where it was basically them explaining their personhood. They have thoughts, they have feelings, they have names, they are people too. Like this, not that they let you have names. He goes, you have names? And it was made very clear. This guy had never interacted with like a fielded XO before. Like, it had probably spoken with like pieces of silver XOs, like Sigma 1. But that's a person. That's someone who's on grief suppressants. That's a member of admin. That's different. The XOs are just assets that look human. They have names. They care about each other enough to make a risk like this in order to have the chance of them coming back. I think they start explaining things. And at one point, Clapback, who had just done this whole exam that she was like going through, is like disheveled, damaged. Her clothing is torn because she was like doing an obstacle course. And she just goes, dude, how old do I look? And he's like, 18, 19, the young adult. And she goes, dude, I'm 16. I'm a 16-year-old kid, is what she says. And he's just like, oh. And at that point, Hattie's like, you gave much older vibes. And it's one of those things where like, listen, I'm just a teenager and I'm fighting to the death things that I don't understand. And I just want my friend to be okay. And like, it was this moment where it was a genuine point of like, he had no idea. It was clear that like he had no clue. And at this point, the doors burst open from behind them and these weird like Space Marine power armor looking dudes come in. Basically, I'm gonna be so for real with you right now. Like, I'm gonna be so for real right now. They just like it was just a series of Calibans. Like, they basically just looked like Calibans. They all bust in. They all have like really compact shotguns, and they're pointing at the XOs, and like they flank around them, and 6 enter the room, and like 2 like step in front of the director, 2 are on the sides, 2 are like pointing them at the back of like Clapback and Hattie's heads, and they're yelling like, on the ground, like comply with us or we'll fire, blah 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 blah. And then Director Mayu says like, stop, and everyone like they pause, and he goes, step aside, and they go, but director, and then he's like, step aside, and they step aside. You're interrupting a meeting with 2 guests in my office. I'm not going to ask you to leave. However, please do not disrupt us further. Would any of you like a drink? And they all lower their guns and they step off to the side, and he sits back down and just starts asking them like, what are your names? And then they're like, I'm Hattie, I'm Clapback. And then like he's checking with them, and like he's just like asking some probing questions. And it's a genuine circumstance of he's just like, I did not know you were this human. Imagine not having drugged water on hand for this exact circumstance. Explaining your existence and personhood to a middle-aged man in a man bun who has never met anyone like you and directly contributes to your suffering. Yes. And what happens is that they basically plead their case, and he says like, hey, yeah, I'll see what I can do about Mix. I want you to know you're going to be under disciplinary infraction. And they're like, yeah, we know. And then he's like, okay, good. You know your way back? And they go, yeah. And he goes, okay, then you don't need an escort. Head back to your dorm, and I'll see what I can do about this mix. And then they walk out, and they walk by a whole squad of these other, like, low exposure suits, one of which has, like, this man catcher, and this weird, like, big, like, oxygen tank that has syringes sticking out of it. And they're like, what the frick? And then there's another team of, like, another 6 untouchables in low exposure suits coming up from down the hallway. And then, like, radio statter comes out, where all of them kind of, like, pause and they lower their guns and they look around. And the exos walk back. And then that one security guard from earlier, like, takes out his gun and is like, on your knees, like, stop resisting. And then they're just like, dude, they let us walk. And he's like, yeah, right. Like, I'll believe that. And they're like, yeah, call it in. And then he calls it in. And then they walk past him and he's like, oh, and then they just walk back to the dorm where everyone else is. And they're like, we spoke to the director and we didn't die. Director's toast? Okay, so y'all want cakes on your birthdays from now on, or head back to your dorm? We just have one room. Oh, dang, we got no budget, do we? And so they return back to everyone. And, like, Raphael, like, kind of throws herself at Hattie's, like, I was so worried. And, like, Canine is like, glad you're back, to clap back. And it's this weird moment of tension where no one knows how it's going to progress. And what they end up getting is they basically get, like, a slap on the wrist. They get, like, restricted R&R. Which is, in my setting of Cain, every XO, they have their classes for education on sins, but also, like, on math and, like politics and whatever, like, basic education, like, K through 12. Because you need that if you're going to be talking to people and you want to sound normal. Training. Drills, all that fun stuff. But aside from that, they also have a cat number of hours of free time. So if you're cat 1, you get 1 hour a day. If you're cat 3, you get 3 hours a day. And you get to do that going to the library, going to the arts and crafts area, going to, like, go on a walk, like, still within the bounds of the facility, but, like, you might be able to, like, go outside briefly. Go to the gym and, like, exercise, whatever it ends up being, you have free time. And then outside of that, there's also downtime, which is you are locked in your dorm, or in the case of Mix, like, you can go to your dorm room. All you really have access to is the bathroom, the showers, bathroom, all that stuff. And that's it. And so what they did is they basically removed this cat downtime. And so all it was is classing trading drills, and for, like, 3 days, it was, like, restricted R&R, only downtime. Okay, kids, I know you all have names, but now I gotta punish you. No Halo Comet Evolved anymore. You gotta doom the Dark Ages now. No. Go to your room, exactly. So they all got sent to their room, and then I don't know the time on it. I think that the admin work happened first. I'm going to talk about the admin work real quick. I think that happened before the thing with Mix. Admin work. Pick up. Hattie is sent out to Hoboken, New Jersey. Which, if you don't know, right across the Hudson from New York City. And is, like, basically in a Cain safe house apartment, watching over a barbershop. And for 72 straight hours, she's expected to every hour report in what she sees, all the people that go in there. And there is a suspicious individual that is short blonde hair, has a tattoo of an octopus on their left forearm that's black. They're Caucasian, seem masculine presenting, and they sometimes wear a red leather jacket that has pins on the front that have been indecipherable. They can't tell what the pins are. If you see that individual, immediately report it and engage. She was given a radio that she can both call in and also plays radio stations. And aside from that, the apartment has, like, nothing in it. It's like, yeah, it has a bed, but she can't sleep because she needs to be awake all the time. She has, like, a couch that she can sit on that has, like, some, like, lame wall art above it. There's a shower that has a little bit of like standardized like Cain soap and shampoo in it. And in the kitchen, there's a in the fridge, it's like basically empty. The pantry has a mostly empty thing of coffee, like coffee grounds. There's like a third of a thing of rice, and there's like no pot or anything to make it in. There is like 2 sets of plastic like plate, bowl, cup, fork, knife, spoon. And there is like 2 things of like instant ramen. And there's like a stove with a kettle, but there's no dishwasher. There's no microwave. The fridge is completely like barren. And so it's like really sparsely packed. The nicest thing in here is that at the foot of the couch is this like white and teal rug that's super fluffy and super soft and really nice to put your feet on, that is not in place with the rest of the like decor in this area. And there's also a tiny little space heater that when you plug it into the wall, it automatically turns on, it dims all of the lights slightly, and it makes a noise for the entire time it's active. And going into this, Sigma 1 explains to her that these kind of safe houses, these are used by various Cain sites and Cain agents, and it is typical that when you go to one, you like bring stuff with you and you leave something behind for future XOs. And that's what all this is. The coffee, the sets of silver, or the sets of plasticware, the instant ramen, the rice. These are all things that like, I'm an XO, I got assigned to the safe house. I bought like a 10 pound of rice. And even though I spent my script on it, or I spent like real actual dollars on it, and I only used 2/3 or I only used like half of it, I left it for future XOs so they don't have to buy rice. And so now XOs, while they're using here, they can grab some rice, they can make it with like the kettle, they can boil some water, and then they can have like a cup of rice. They can have a little bit of like a 1 more serving of coffee. They can use actual like plasticware to eat food with. And so Hattie is given by Sigma 50 big ones, and he advises her, as soon as you get there, I would recommend going out, buying some stuff that you need, and make sure it's non-perishable. Things that are not allowed in the dorm should be fine. Just make sure it's subtle enough that it won't raise any flags. And so she goes out and she buys some notepads with some pencils, some stickers, and she's like provided like 3 meals a day of like the standard Cain rations. So like she has food that she can eat, but like she also gets some like deli meat. Like she gets like some salami that she can add to like the standard Cain rations to like get some more food. She just gets like a thing of like really nice like moisturizing like shampoo that she didn't have access to in the Cain facility. And like the first thing she does, she takes a really nice shower. She like steams, and I ask Hattie, I ask my player, what's one thing you do that is weirdly reminiscent of home, like before Cain? And Hattie like turned on the shower. And because at her house, the water was backwards. So if you turned it up just a little, it would get really cold. But if you turned it up all the way, it would turn hot. And so, or other way around. Basically, she did a thing where like she thought that the faucet was going to be backwards because she was like muscle memory from home. And then it was. The shower was steaming when she thought that, oh no, I accidentally did it too cold. And so she took a nice, long, steaming shower with this really nice, like $10 shampoo that's way nicer than anything that Cain provided to her. She had a meal where she made like one of the instant ramens and mixed in some like deli salami with it. And like, she just enjoyed that. And she then spent the next 70 hours, or I think it was like 60 hours, sitting there, going crazy because nothing was happening. She was high off coffee. She was sleep deprived. At one point, she like took a nap and used stretched like steal time to like extend like 30 seconds into like a minute so she could just get a little bit of like a micro nap. I kept asking my player, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? To drive home how boring this was. And my player was like, oh my gosh. But at the end of the day, they ended up basically making it. Surprisingly, let the XOs remember home, but then again, Cain probably doesn't have the resource to mind wipe everyone. Yeah, I don't think I have like any mind wipe abilities. At least not that I can think of. Honestly, from reading the book, I figured it was a Winter Soldier situation where they're knocked out with drugs. Not necessarily. I just want to say before we get too far, the entire You Have Name sequence is just legitimately really good and well written and executed, so good job. Thank you. I appreciate that. Because I wanted to represent that, like, the Doctors Yoon that Clapback spoke with were nice people. And so if they like someone, he is also presumably a nice person. Why would he mistreat XOs? He has never met one before. He is so far removed from those front lines. The only one that really interacts with the XOs is like Handler Alpha, the Untouchables, the security guards, like all of the low-level admin. And then there's probably a level above Alpha before you hit Site Director. So Site Director is like 2 or 3 levels removed from XOs. Why would they have any reason to believe anything other than they're just weapons that look like they're human? Oh yeah, they got bail. I forgot. He's just an out-of-touch CEO at a startup? Yeah, basically. Or less at a startup, and more so like he's an out-of-touch like branch manager at a Fortune 500 company that has always done things this way. And he like never was at the base level. He got hired from outside the company and he joined as the branch manager. He never worked on the ground floor. Yeah, who has mind wipe money? Cain does not have mind wipe money. Exactly. So anyway, they go through all this. Very boring time. At some point, they end up, Hattie's like, I need to go on a walk. And does a lap around the facility. There's no clock in the apartment. So Hattie is completely raw dogging time. And it's just like, assumes 70 hours have passed when it's actually been like 30 hours. Assumes it's been 2 days when it's only been 1 day. Like, it's just kind of losing her mind. And goes on a walk. And sees a guy with blonde hair and a red leather jacket walking up to the barbershop. And she's like, and like sees this and calls it in. Like runs back to go call it in as he goes in and heads back down and sees that there's a woman in a flannel with her hair in a ponytail and like yoga pants. Going after them. And it's like 6:30 in the morning. And so Hattie goes in after them. It appears that the guy in the red and the owner of the shop are arguing. And then the woman comes in, they start arguing with each other. And then as Hattie opens the door, the woman turns around to look at Hattie and throws a knife at the guy in red and hits him right in the throat. Hattie stutters. Or sorry, does not stutter. I ask Hattie, do you want to spend a psyche burst? And they say yes. And the woman stutters as everything reverses back to where it was. And then at this point, the woman still re-enters the store and Hattie's like, what just happened? Is that stutter? Everything just went back to where it was, like stutter. And the woman walks inside and starts talking with them and explaining something. And then Hattie walks in, and then there's a 4-way conversation where the owner of the shop doesn't want the guy in red coming in, doesn't know who the person in flannel or the person in the habit is. The guy in red wants to talk to the guy who's the owner of the shop and doesn't know who either of the other two people are. The woman in the flannel wants to talk to the guy in red, doesn't care about the guy who owns the store, and doesn't know the person in the habit. The person in the habit doesn't know any of these people, wants to capture the guy in red guy in red, but also is worried about the woman in flannel. Yeah, the woman stutters, but Hattrick remembers because she spent a psyche burst to remember. And so it's this 4-way stand that ends up culminating in the woman, who it goes by Bridge, gets called Bridge by the guy in red, Basically, the guy in red is revealed to... He's like a mook. He like sells drifter snuff. He goes around to where hunts were, picks up like bits of drifters and like sells them to people. And then it gets synthesized and then he sells the drugs. And apparently it's really weird. And so Bridge, the woman in flannel, is here to stop that. And so Bridge is trying to kill the guy in red. Hattie is trying to capture the guy in red. Bridge and Hattie are at odds. Bridge does not know about Cain. Bridge has no idea what Cain is. And so they end up fighting. Hattie starts firing at Bridge. Bridge ends up throwing a knife at the guy in red. Nearly kills him, but instead just injures him this time. Throws a knife at Hattie. Would kill Hattie if Hattie had not stuttered. So Hattie now is back in time, and Bridge is like, "You're like me." And then a paddy wagon rolls up where she called in support. So Bridge is now sprinting, and now Bridge runs off. The paddy wagon's here. She throws a grenade. The grenade goes off. The grenade has like aerosolized grace in it and hits the area. Hattie starts hitting visions of turning into a sin, suffering sin overflow, takes on some sin, and basically is out of commission. Gets put back in a car and gets taken back to the place. Mission successful. They successfully got the guy in red. However, there's a rogue binder there. She ends up reporting it back to Sigma, tells Sigma about all that happened, and Sigma kind of like has to log it. And they whisper that, is it under heaven? And then he's like, don't talk about under heaven, but probably. And they start talking about it. Hattie returns back to the main group. Bridge, Raph kisses her. Raph missed her. And things have kind of deteriorated. While Hattie was gone, the relationship between Handler Alpha and all of the Valentines went down a bit. I did leave for a bit. Did we talk about Faith? No, we're about to talk about Faith. So prior to the... I do not remember the timeline. I'm so sorry. That's why I'm jumping all over the place. I believe prior to the admin assignment, after the thing with the director, there was a mandatory meeting for all of the XOs where they met in a classroom setting with Faith. Faith was basically here as three things. One, she was on site to escort Mix over to Site Alpha. Two, she was a show of force by admin. And three, Faith just wanted to say hi. Faith's just the kind of person that, like, if she's out of sight, she's like, oh, I want to say hi to the XOs. And she starts talking to them, and it's basically, they start asking her questions. And she chats with all of the XOs. They ask her questions. And one of the questions ends up being like, oh, well, like advancement, like going gamma or whatever. Or becoming like a virtue. And she's like, oh yeah, well, if any of you work hard enough, you can become a virtue. And Bond goes, what, even me? And Faith's like, yeah. And Bond goes, seriously? And like gestures to her chest, which is covered in knives and like spines and whatever. And Faith goes, yeah? Why do you ask? And then everyone's like, huh? I have a sin mark. And she goes, that doesn't stop you from being a virtue. And then everyone's like, huh? But it stops you from being gamma. And then she goes, yes, I'm not familiar too much with the gammas, but my understanding is that because they are not as trusted as virtues are, they have stricter requirements, even though they're technically less powerful. When you become a virtue, that's not only an expression of power, it's also an expression of trust by authority. So in order to become a virtue, yeah, of course, if you get a sin mark, that's not a bad thing. In fact, most of the virtues have sin marks, and everyone's like, huh? And the thing that prompted this was someone asked her about her experience. And she mentioned how like, oh yeah, well, like back when I was at the monastery, I was defending it from what I thought were demons at the time, which I later learned to be sins. And after I killed 8 of them, this happened, and gestured to her halo. And someone asked her if it was a sin mark. And she's like, oh, no, I can't get a sin mark because I have no grace. And And that's when like people realized, wait a second, she killed 8 sins without any grace, without any blasphemy, before manifesting like the halo and the immaculate defiance against heaven. What the frick? Okay, Faith got hands. Anyway, so Faith, she did all that, and they start asking her questions, and she's like, yeah, most of the virtues have sin marks. And Handler Alpha, who's present, is like, oh, well, I'm sure it's not that many. And she's like, no, most of them have a lot of them. Charity definitely has the most, because every time a new charity, they get new sin marks. Fortitude, actually, the reason Fortitude always wears that helmet, you should see how many sin marks they have on that head of theirs. The only ones without sin marks are me, because I can't, and Justice, because Justice would never let that happen. Every other virtue has sin marks. Oh, and so it's like a bomb drop that Faith reveals that Cain is so backwards that the lower you are, the worse the sin mark is. But once you hit virtue, once you hit that top level, it's all gravy, baby. You don't even need to worry. Wow, it's almost like even your best XOs, because it's a near unavoidable occupational hazard, are gonna get sin marks. Exactly. The cage is smaller, but at least it's gilded now. Virtues have less freedom than a lot of people. Yeah. I have the power of God and anime on my side. Nah, sis, I got nothing to do with this. That's all you, girl. So they talk to Virtue, to Faith, and Faith ends up doing something that every single person I've told this to has been like, wait, that is incredible. Faith, before she leaves, has a habit of every time she meets an XO, she has one of those bags that has like the little like the little window in it that has all of like the pins and like toys and like stickers and whatever. Like, I don't know what they're called. They're like fandom bags, and it's filled with stuff that she won in gacha. Isn't this based off a person you actually met? No. Faith provides every XO she meets a little trinket from her gacha bag, and she opens it up, and these are all like knickknacks that she won in gacha, or like from raffles or capsules or whatever that she doesn't care about. So she gives them to XOs, and that's how she remembers them. And they all draw from it, and in order, Bond ends up drawing a blue Power Ranger, like bobblehead, like a figure. And she's like, well, I don't care about Power Rangers, but I like blue, so that's nice. K9 gets a Gudetama sticker, and Clapback ends up getting a Cinema Roll keychain. And what ends up happening is that after they exit the conversation with Faith, Clapback's like, oh, Gudetama's my favorite character. And K9's like, well, yeah, I like Gudetama, but here. He's like, here you go. And she's like, but it's yours. And he's like, yeah, I like Gudetama, but you like it more, so I'll give it to you. Just make sure to stick it on, just make sure to stick close to me so that I can keep an eye on it, like while you have it on whatever you put it on. And so Clapback is like that is the most Riz that K9 has had in his entire time with Clapback. And so like Clapback is like swooning over this. Like low key, that absolutely like hit Clapback exactly where she needed it to be. Because this is not just like, oh, he's doing something nice for me. This is like a character that I like. A cute little like nicety that I haven't had access to, that he himself recognizes he also likes, and is like making the sacrifice for me, like, and is like vibrating and like very excited by that. Wrath gets a little patch that is the hole from Uzumaki, and it says, this is my hole, it was made for me. And that's just a little like, it doesn't really fit Raph per se, but it's kind of like, she's a little bit edgy, right? None of these like fit perfectly. It was intentional because they're all grab bag, they're all random. Hattie, I asked Cell, what does Hattie get? And Hattie gets a first edition like keychain from her first merch drop as a streamer. And she's like, oh my gosh, this is me. And Faith is like, it's you? And Hattie's like, yeah, this is me. And Faith is like, oh, okay. It's like a little bit confused. And Hattie explains that like she was a streamer. And like this is like her merch. Like she made this. And Faith is like, oh, awesome. And Sister, who has returned from the mission with the Gammas. I forgot to mention this. Mission with the Team Gamma, absolute bust. Absolute bust. Sister is the only one to come back, and she explains that they found Watson. Watson was different, and then Imago Snake used that distraction in order to take over the mind of all of them. And the only reason Sister was able to leave is because her bound sin Rancor physically like grabbed her and like yanked her away and pulled her away until she was out of the zone of control. And Rancor at this point, in case you don't know, Rancor is this weirdo creature. It's got like a fish body with this weird tail. It's bent at an odd angle. It's got like spider legs. Right? And it's got this face that is tentacles that wrap around a central maw that peel back with tendrils. And the inside is a canine like hound skull that is dripping with like this purple reddish ichor that sizzles when it hits the ground and immediately like dissolves and like disappears. And after this experience, Rancor kind of evolved. And like has much more pronounced like stronger limbs now. Has two tails that point in odd directions. Is larger. Has spines, like quills, like coming out its back. The face is distended. Now it's like crocodile skull instead of hound skull. The tentacles are longer, can reach out longer, have barbed hooks at the end. And the dripping purple reddish ichor now sizzles when it hits the ground and stays sizzling and continues to sizzle for like 10 seconds before dissolving. And it's like all scaled and creepy and whatever. And so Rancor has gotten larger as Sister has advanced in Cat. Sister is now Cat 3. This is a Cat 3 bound sin as opposed to a Cat 2 bound sin. But Sister, she's safe. She's here. She's traumatized. And she is offered to draw from it. And she gets like a little like Jigglypuff. Like from Pokemon. And she's like, I don't know what this is. And everyone else is like, you don't know what Pokemon is? And she's like, is that like Pikachu? And they're like, yes, we need to inform you of what this is at once. And like, they resolve to like teach her about Pokemon. But like Faith sees Hound, sees Rancor. And is like, hi, can I give you a little pet? And Rancor has gotten really aggressive. Ever since Sister came back, and ever since Rancor's been larger, has been more aggressive, will bite people that try to touch Sister, that come too close, and Rancor bites Faith's hand, and Faith like doesn't really flinch, and just like rub, like give little scritches on the inside of the skeletal mouth that's currently biting down on her hand, and she reaches in her bag and takes out a tiny little ball. It's like the Pixar ball. I was like, for Rancor, and gives it to Sister, and then she turns over to Sigma 1, who's in the room. I was like, and now you have one. And Sigma says, I'm sorry, I'm admin. And she goes, yes, but you're also an exorcist, right? Exos stick together. And so he draws one, and it's a little figure of Godzilla. It's a little tiny Godzilla. And in future meetings with Sigma 1, he keeps it on his desk. And next to it is a little, like, rebel soldier from Star Wars that looks like to be like a painted like war miniature, and like he has that little setup next to Godzilla. And Faith just has this really pleasant interaction with everyone. And then two people are like, hey, can I talk to Faith after? And so Bond and Hattie each want to talk to Faith. Everyone else leaves the room. Hattie leaves first. Bond gets the private conversation. Hattie can see through the open door that they have a talk. And then there's like some back and forth. And then Bond like looks really sad. And Faith offers a hug and Bond takes it. And like Faith like rubs the back of like Bond's head and it just like says something. And like Bond is like nodding and like seems to be comforted. And Faith says something else. And then Bond nods again and heads out the door. And sends in Hattie. And what that ends up being, what's revealed later, is that Bond, knowing Faith has the power to like nullify blasphemies and like sin and all this stuff, it's like, hey, I have this affliction. I assume you can't do anything about the sin mark, but can you do something about the affliction? And Faith says, the short answer is no. You're stuck with that for the rest of your life. And Bond's like, oh, okay. And Faith says, I can't stop it, but I can teach you how to manage it. Not via psionic powers, not via psychic powers, not via null, but by breathing exercises and yoga and prayer. And Bond's like, I'm not trying to pray. And then Faith says, I know, but if I can help you, I would love to guide you on your journey to handle this. And Bond says like, okay, yeah. And Bond looks like she needs a hug, so Faith offers a hug and Bond hugs her. And Faith is unbothered by like the little spikes and whatever because Faith is in like the full habit. Underneath the habit is that same like lightweight mesh body armor that Justice was wearing. And on her back is a quarterstaff that has like weighted ends that look like they're rubber tipped, but they have like bulges in them. I think it's a Uchikatana. Is that what it is? What's the big samurai club? Do you know? It's a kanabo. Kanabo. It looks like a giant staff that has two of these, is what it is. And that's just like what she wields on her back. And so Bond goes out and Hattie comes in. And Hattie, I'm gonna be so for real, I don't remember what Hattie was talking about. I think it was mostly about like being a virtue and being sin marked or whatever. But something I remember is that at one point she's like, oh right, pronouns. I'm she, her. What are you? And Faith is like, huh? And then she goes like, oh, what are your pronouns? And then Faith goes, woman? And then Hattie's just like, got it, sure, okay. I don't know why Cell thought the need to do this, because they didn't do this with any other character, but they wanted to pronoun check Faith. And Faith is just like, my pronouns are I'm a woman? And then that got the point across that she, her is probably fine. Yeah, reminder that Faith is 300. I like playing Faith as like a 300-year-old because she is still like childish. She has that like whimsy to her. She loves the gacha games and all the sweets and whatever, but she's still like a 300-year-old and has like sensibilities from across time. And so, oh no. At one point, Hattie talks to her about streaming and she's really confused about what streaming is. And like, Hattie's like, well, it's like TV. Well, I guess you wouldn't know about TV. And Hattie's like, I know what Faith is like, I know what a TV is. I know what shows are. I've been around since their inception. And like, I also know what I also know what like, MS Word is. And like, I know about documents online on the computer, and like is very proud of the fact that she understands how like basic like Microsoft Office suite works. Faith is free read. I think you're thinking of a story they told of a thing that happens after this part of the game. Are you talking about the time where I ran into someone who had a backpack that was a claw machine? Faith is a 300-year-old grandma addicted to pachinko. A little bit. So anyway, she talks to Faith, and then basically I say like, at this point, you can either bond with Justice or Faith, your choice. Yeah, that happened after. That was completely independent of this. No. That happened like after the Faith thing. I think I met Faith in real life. If it happened within the last 30 years, it's a 50-50 chance she doesn't know or doesn't know what it is. Exactly. Faith is like slow on the uptake because there's so much. So they met Faith. Faith escorted Mix. And the whole reason Faith was here was because for whatever reason, when you have someone that's hollowed and you want to transport them to Site Alpha, you need a virtue to transport them. Don't know why. All that. Worst show of force ever. Thank you, Handler Alpha. Indeed. We're now at the danger zone. I'm going to talk about this all at once. And it happened over time, but I'm going to talk about it all at once. Canine and Clapback. There are rumors that float between the dorm, float between Valentines, that they're talking about leaving. And at one point, there's a shower discussion because they've realized at this point that like in the showers, there's like no visible surveillance equipment. And if they just turn on all of the showers and they whisper, they probably can't be heard. So there's been a couple conversations that have happened in the showers. And at one point, Hattie approaches Clapback and is just like, hey, like, I heard that you want to leave. And Clapback's like talking to her. And Clapback is basically like vibe checking Hattie. Would you go with us? What would your decision be? Are you here for the Valentines or are you here for you? And the way they walk apart is that Clapback is like implying that like everyone is on board. Everyone but Sister knows because they don't want to tell Sister in case this gets leaked, in case something happens. So Sister will be safe. However, the others are already like informed and they're interested. Are you? And so Clapback's saying like, hey, Hattie, like you're the last one. And Hattie, that's how Hattie perceives it. And Hattie's like, I don't know. I want to go Gamma. I want one more hunt to go Gamma. I want the timing to be that I have one more hunt I can see about going Gamma and then I can make that decision. And Clapback's like, I'll give you your one more hunt, but I need that decision. And they're like, okay. And they walk away like that. Talking to Raphael, Raph is like, I still don't know. I'm not sure. And there's a whole thing with Raph and Hattie where Hattie's like, I'm like being set up to go Gamma. I have Sigma 1 basically like setting me up to go Gamma. You don't have that. I don't know, but like I'm going to feel bad, but like I need to do this. And Raph really doesn't want them to be separated, but Raph ends up going like, hey, if you go Gamma, I will be here for you. I will wait for you. And I will try my hardest and I will catch up. So do what you need. And Raph says that and they kiss. And like they kiss a couple times now, but like they've like started like sharing a bunk for the night and they'll like kiss and they're like more actively together and they've been on dates when they have R&R. And so they're actively like together now. Raph uncertain about leaving. Doesn't know if she wants to leave. Bond hasn't said any word on it. So unclear who's actually involved in wanting to go. Couple things happen back to back. First, there's an instance where they basically have their black market connections on hold because who was in charge of that? Faust. No one knows who the proper channel was in requisitions that they got all their contraband from. So Clapback works with Raph using Whisper to see the future. They figure out who is the right person to ask, and then they approach that person and they talk to them, and then they like reestablish black market connections. Canine and Clapback start over time, slowly. Requisitioning, they spend all of their script over days requisitioning stuff. Lovable out of touch site director. Oh my gosh. The problem with leaving Cain is that it solves about as many problems as it creates. Yeah. Incredible that I've come into the story 5 hours in and I'm fully invested. there's a 2v2v2 match that is being overseen by the site director. It's a standard training operation. They roll randomly to determine teams. Hattie and Sister, Bond and Raph, Canine and Clapback. Long story short, they realize the fact that the site director's here, both handlers are here, Sigma's here, like admin on site are watching this. Now is our chance to not only like prove our competence, and Hattie's like, Raph, this is your chance. Like, you could show that you're worthy of going Gamma too. It's also to show that we're human. And so like Raph and Hattie are on like different teams, so that they're like flirtingly bantering, and then at one point Raph like dips Hattie, and then everyone around them is like kiss, 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 and they're like chanting kiss, kiss, kiss. And so like Raph leans down and kisses Hattie, and Hattie like leans up and like puts an arm around Raph, and like they kiss, and then everyone cheers around them in full view of admin, in full view of like the site director. And the entire thing is halfway, let's show our competence. It's halfway, let's show how human we are. And so what happens is that they end up fighting this thing. They all have like rubber bullets in their guns. They all have like wrappings around their swords and their weapons and whatever, so that it's not gonna hurt each other. Like they're gonna hurt each other, they're not gonna kill each other. That's a fascinating decision that could go horribly wrong. Yes. And so they end up going, long story short, it's Canine and Clapback get knocked out pretty early, or at least like at the halfway point. And then, or I would say they get knocked out at the 2/3 point, and then shortly thereafter, Hattie and Sister, Hattie throws to give Raph a win. And there is there's a couple things that happen during this. A couple notable bits is that Canine and Clapback hole up in a room. Both of them are spamming Ardence powers and like shooting out of the room fire blasts. And like they're Canine is like throwing flashbangs to disorient the rest of the group. They're behind like cover. At one point, Canine gets shot with rubber bullets. Do you remember what his sin mark is? His sin mark is that his entire torso is like squishy, soft, accordioned flesh. And he gets like 2 rubber bullets like that hit him, and he like collapses on the floor and is like out of commission. And Clapback like fires back in like in rage and anger at that. And then he's just like, no, I'm fine. I just need to get back up. And he is just straight up like, he can't handle like a paintball, right? That is what his sin mark has done to him. At one point, there's a flashbang that is thrown into a room that Bond and Raph are in. And Raph grabs Bond, like throws her out of the way and pins her against a wall to avoid the flashbang, and then whips around and starts firing. And so it's a little bit of a reversal where now Raph is the one pinning Bond, and Bond is the one going like, oh, okay. And then they end up winning because Hattie charges forward, and Sister is taken out of commission because she has to drop Rancor. And there's a point where Raph has her bayonet on Hattie's throat and says, I think I've got this one beat. And then Hattie goes, yeah, you win. And then Hattie has her chin lifted by the bayonet as Raph is looking down the barrel at her and goes, sorry, say that again? I think admin needs to hear you. And she goes, you win. And then like they lower their weapons, and then they hug and they kiss and whatever. And so Raph and Bond are put forward, and then like the site director comes down, shakes their hands, congratulates them, and says like, what are your names? And they're like, what? XID. And he's like, no, your names. And then like, I'm Bond, I'm Raph. And then he's like, okay, so which one of you, I know that you both are the Ardence users. I know that you are the Flux user, presumably, and you are the, I guess, the Binder, given that I can't see your sin, but You seem to be telling it what to do. You're the edit user and the whisper. Which one is which? And he's like asking them, like, because he can't see any of this. He can just see like blasts and like guns and whatever. It was surprisingly a very boring fight to watch if you couldn't see Grace powers. At this point, Clapback is just like, thank you so much for watching. I'm going to take him to the infirmary, and like helps K9 over to the infirmary and just like walks out on the site director. And Hattie's like, not the best decision, but it kind of does show that we care about each other. So I guess. And then afterwards, she goes over, checks in on K9 in the what's it called? In the infirmary. And like, he has like very bloody bandages wrapped around him because Clapback is tending to his wounds. Clapback is like wrapping bandages around him, giving him first aid. It was just a couple rubber bullets, but like they lodged into him and like severely bruised his body and also started like caused wounds. Not quite to the extent of being shot by a bullet, but like he is not able to take a hit like that anymore. And gosh, I forget what it was, but he's saying like, oh, I'll be fine. Like, don't worry about this. I got this. And she's like, just let me take care of you. Okay. Like for once, can you let me do that? And then Hattie says, you know, she cares about you too much. She wouldn't actually hurt you if given the opportunity, right? And K9 doesn't respond because, in case you couldn't tell from earlier, K9 is just like, I mean, he's a kicked puppy. He has not had a good time. And his fawn response has kind of manifested in him not unhealthily being attached to, but he has now put all of his loyalty into Clapback. And that means even if Clapback does something he thinks is dumb or stupid or shouldn't do or will hurt him, he will abide by her because that's what he thinks love is. I know there's the side character, but they're so cute. I hope you don't doom them. And basically, Clapback is like kind of pissed. She's like, yes, I get those training exercises, but like, you need to take better care of yourself. If you're injured, lie down. We can just walk away. Like, let me take care of you at the very least afterwards. And K9 is just like clearly not comfortable with that, and apparently doesn't trust her to have his best interests at heart, but still trusts her to like give first aid. And so they have that. They all return back to the room. Raph and Bond are animatedly talking. By the way, as we're leading into this, I want to bring up the fact that Raph has talked with Hattie about how she had like weird feelings about Bond and how, oh, no, definitely like, I'm not like interested in her or anything. Like, I only have eyes for you. And Hattie's like, why? I don't mind. And Raph's like, huh? And my player, Cell, is Polly. So Hattie was totally chill. She's like, yeah, like, if you are interested in both me and someone else, I don't have any issue with that. Just tell me first. Keep me in the loop. Keep open communication with me. And aside from that, I don't mind if you're interested in her like that. I don't mind if you don't have just eyes on me. Your love for me is in addition to your love for other people. I was going to describe the dorm search. And so Raph is kind of like, oh, I don't know about that. Because remember, Raph, like 3 weeks ago, just learned that she's sapphic. Started dating one of her dorm mates. Also sees the girl that was her gay awakening and is like, I feel weird emotions. And her girlfriend is like, yeah, go for it. I don't mind. That's what being poly is. Like, you're fine. And so Raph is a little baby gay, exploring her feelings with someone who is very much not a good partner, but is good at enabling. Bond, to just kind of explain it right now, Bond on multiple occasions has explained that she's like basically aromantic. Uninterested in romance. Interested in physical stuff, but not necessarily in the Valentines. And so there's a bit of a unrequited crush, not really interested kind of deal there. So that's that. It's the meme of someone watching two JoJo's users fighting. It's them standing until one guy poses and the other guy starts shaking violently. Yeah. Two premarital smooches. What is this filth? Exactly. And so, also, Bond kind of buried the hatchet with Hattie. Bond basically explained, like, hey, here's my thing with here's my thing with Faith. I have this affliction. I can't really control my aggression anymore. Here's my trauma related to like being kidnapped by Cain. Never do that to me again. You were out of line when you punched me because I was friends with Mix before you even got here. That doesn't mean that she wasn't friends with you. That doesn't mean you don't care about her, but that means that I care about her. And the fact that I was trying to solve our problem instead of just breaking down and crying did not earn a punch from you. And basically they kind of buried the hatchet. And they then did two things. One, Hattie would pray and Bond would do like yoga and breathing exercises alongside her. They would silently, without interaction, do their own version of grounding exercises in companionable silence. That very much helped both of them be like, okay, this is a person that like, even if I don't like you as a Valentine, I will still be there for you. The other thing is that Bond approached Hattie and was like, hey, girl talk. Bond, one of the things she did with Mix is that Mix would like complain about Arthur and like gossip about the dorm. And like one of the things that Bond finds very soothing is to just talk with someone normally. Talk with someone about nothing, about the dorm relationships and how like recent things have been going, and not about the sins and not about the depression and not about all of that, but just chat with someone and make her feel normal for a bit. And so she approaches Hattie and is like, hey, if you want to like complain about Raph, if you want to just chat with me about anything else, like Clapback's a little bit aggressive and Raph has weird feelings. So I don't know about that. And then Hattie basically is like talking to her about like, oh, well, poly thing and explaining that. And Bond's like, well, I don't really have attraction like that. I've never been interested. And then they see that outside there is a massive inner wall that has a facility. Then there's also a little section that's like a second chain link fence. And this has an external area that has like a track outside, right? Not quite like a track, but like stuff you can do outside under surveillance. And one of these little fenced areas, there's a little section here that's like extended out. This is where like the gymnasium is. A little section that by a tree, like right over here, has a little break in the chain link fence. Just right here. And Clapback and K9 were like, hey, we see the break in the, we could just leave. Like we've seen that they can't stop us from talking to the site director. We can just leave. They can't find sins for like a year until after they manifest. We can just leave. And like their plan is to just basically leave through this like break in the fence that is on the one exposed section of the compound. Hattie thinks it's a trap. Bond and Hattie see it and they're like, this is too easy. There's no way that this would work out. And then they head back inside. One more thing, then we hit the major deal. There's a dorm inspection. And issue, oh no, every prior dorm inspection, they had Acme, who is a gate user. Acme, as a gate user, could pocket stuff, like contraband. And so what they did is that the Valentines have one bag that it's a full black box. It is, you do not look at what other people are putting in there. You do not talk to people what they're putting in there. This is a bag that everyone puts their stuff in, and then Acme pockets it. They can't find our contraband. They don't have Acme anymore. They don't have a gate user anymore. And so there's a lot of, like everyone's running around and they're grabbing whatever contraband they have. They're putting their stuff in the bag. They're putting it all in there. And Sister's like, we need to get Newton's machine. And Hattie's like, what? And Sister's like, Newton has a machine and I don't know what it does, but Newton always put it in here. We need to get that. And so they grabbed it and they put it in there, and like there's a bunch of stuff in there. I was like, okay, we're good. And what they do, because Rancor is invisible, they take Rancor and Rancor grabs the bag and just flies out of the way and just hides with the bag. And so they're all in the dorm inspection. Slight issue. That face when Acme died, so now you lost the Yowie and the Yuri collection. Oh my gosh. Slight issue. Handler Alpha is looking through the dorm. It's smart, right? Now they have to pivot and they have to rely on Rancor. And he finds something in the section, because the dorm is like divided into fourths, like little cubby sections. And one of the sections that has like 2 bunk beds and like some cubbies, or some lockers, is where both K9 and Clapback are. And he finds a pair of bright pink fuzzy handcuffs. Like novelty handcuffs. And Hattie stutters that back and warns Clapback and like does like a Clapback and like does like a handcuff motion, like handcuffing her hands. And Clapback's like, huh? And then Clapback gives like an oh no look and then grabs it and slips it behind her back to K9, and K9 slips it like behind his back underneath his black coat, because Alpha, after the mission where K9 turned Cat 4 and was going to be eligible for Gamma, Alpha spent his own script and bought a well overcoat, a black coat, for K9 and gave him like the requisition for it for free to set him up to be a Gamma. And now Alpha has been treating K9 terribly because he's a sin mark. He's marked. He's been treating him like the worst. And so he's wearing the well overcoat and he hides in the sleeve of the well overcoat. And then Alpha doesn't see it, goes out. And then as soon as he leaves, K9 bursts out laughing and doubles over and everyone's like, huh? And Hattie's like, really? Of all things? And then Clapback takes out the handcuffs and like puts them back where the spot was. And it's just like, I wanted to check to see if we could actually get the black market stuff. And I figured this would be very clearly not allowed by normal requisitions, but it wouldn't actually be that bad if they found out. So all I did was get it for a test for the black market for a new contact. It's the first thing. I mean, it's not like, and just like gets really embarrassed and leaves. It's like, I'm going to go training, and goes out. And K9 is just bursting out laughing. He's dying laughing. And that's when all of the girls, which, for context, Bond and Hattie and Raph, not quite sister, but like they're all like, dude, go after her. And he's like, why? She said don't follow me. And Bond's like, are you serious? And Raph's like, she needs you. And Hattie's like, go after your girlfriend. She needs comfort. And then he gets kind of like, well, I mean, I guess. And then he leaves, like, go after her because, like, yes, his girlfriend needed comforting after being incredibly embarrassed. And Bond's like, she's obviously embarrassed, so of course she doesn't want anyone to be with her. That's why you have to be there with her. And then like K9 is doing the very man thing of just like, oh, she said she doesn't want anyone, so I'm not going to be there for her. And it relied on the rest of the Valentines like smacking him upside the head and being like, go after your girlfriend. So that was a very funny, silly thing where it was all of them kind of like bonding together over this like shared experience of like anti-alpha. And then there was an instance where Hattie and Raph are in the gym. And Raph is like, hey, I'm sorry. I saw this vision with my whisper. And I'm getting like 2 diverging paths. And I just don't know what it is. And Hattie's like, okay, let's talk through it. And Raph explains that she got like this vision of tomorrow. And tomorrow we'll have one of two paths based on a choice that will be made. And one of them, gosh, I don't remember the phrase. Let me see if I have it here. Fire. Dang. Okay. One of them is fire. Clap back. Alpha. Snake. And so what she does is that she activates it again to listen and is trying to focus on one of them. And then Hattie stutters and says, okay, no, I just stuttered. Fire, clapback, alpha, snake, that was one of them. Listen to the other one now. And so the other one is rubble, ruin, fortitude, gauge. And this is directly because Raph can see the future. Hattie can change the future. Hattie's actions will indicate, do we go down fire, clapback, alpha, snake, or rubble, ruin, fortitude, gauge? I will remind you, Gauge fell into the abyss of the collapsing palace that Justice just went into. Justice said that when it collapses, everything inside gets shunted into the psychic sea. Okay. Snake is an imago that's MIA. What the frick? And so, who knows what's going to happen? The following day, they get a notice that there's going to be an examination, a physical exam, in the afternoon, after morning classes. And Hattie goes, that's it. That's going to be what it is. And so they go to class. And it's about imagos. They're being refreshed on imagos. At this point, it's asked, it's brought up, it's questioned. Whatever happened to Snake? What happened to Snake? By one of the NPCs asked this. And then Alpha says it was kicked as a pickup, as admin work, to Site Gamma. Now remember, administrative work, or pickups, is the idea of a very easy mission that is sent to the high cat black coats to do solo, maybe in a pair. And the characters are just the worst operation in our site's history since Crashing Tiger is admin work to the Gammas. And that's when Alpha's like, yeah, and you don't need to worry about it, because at this point it's out of our hands, it's kicked off. And they're just like, you know where Snake is? And Alpha just says, Seer has positive readings on what we assume to be the same idol. Yes. And this just the entire vibe of the room shifts. Everyone is how dare you? And part of what happened off screen, so to speak, while Hattie was dealing with Mix and when she was hollowed or whatever, Clapback was going through the exam. A bunch of people were going through the exam. At one point, Canine couldn't do the exam because he was too injured by his sin mark, making it too easy to injure him. Sister got kind of froze up and stopped halfway through the obstacle course. Clapback raged, set everything on fire and blew it up basically. And Alpha was berating, I think it was Canine. It was either Canine or Sister. And Clapback walked up and punched Alpha in the stomach. This is the second handler that Clapback has punched, straight up decked. and said, this exam is over, we're walking out. And that's like, Clapback has gotten more and more brazen over time, particularly now that she's looked to as like the head of the Valentines. Canine is no longer looked to as the head of the Valentines because he no longer has the status of like being the shield from admin. Yeah, I think it was for sister. Like basically, Canine like reached down and like extended his hand out, like, come on, like, it's okay. And she's like, I'm sorry, I couldn't do it. And he's like, listen, girl, you did better than I ever could. Like gives her a hug, and she like hugs him. And like basically, Alpha is like, do you really think that you're going to be able to like survive out there if you can't even handle an obstacle course like this? And then Clapback's just like, could you survive out there? Have you ever gone up against a sin by yourself? Could you do anything any of us do? And then like they were arguing and going back and forth, and then she punches him, and then they walk out. So Alpha's pissed at them. They're pissed at Alpha. Alpha now says that they know where their friend is, who imagoed, and ignored it and sent it off to a different site. And Sister at this point literally is holding a single strand of grace as a leash to hold back Rancor from pouncing on him. And at this point, Alpha reads the room, sees he is in a room filled with like 6 exorcists, none of whom like him, and he says, I think that's where we call it for today. All of you can return to your dorm. After standard mess, we'll have the normal examination. And no one moves. And they're like, no, we want answers. And he says, I'm relieving you of your classroom duties. Return to your dorm. Would you like me to make an order? And they're like not budging. And Canine is like, no, we want you to tell us. We want to learn more information about Snake. And Alpha basically shuts him down very easily. And he immediately backs off. And he goes, well, at least one of you knows how to back down. At least one of you knows your place. I really thought that you were all bite, no bark, but it seems it was the other way around. Now off with all of you. Out. And gestures to the door. And like, Canine like takes a step. And like, Alpha like continues to berate him. And then that's when Clapback walks forward to Alpha. And just like, starts laying into him. And just starts saying like, no, you don't treat us right. You treat us poorly. You treat us all of the wrong ways. You're not effective. You couldn't survive out there. You don't have the guts to do what we do. We're stronger than you. We're smarter than you. We care about each other. And like, she basically snaps. And she goes, you go out of your way to berate the sweetest, kindest, like bravest guy I know, and you broke him down and you knocked him down to the point he didn't know he can stand up without permission. And that is the worst thing that you have ever done. And then like he's like trying to maintain control of the situation, and now she punches him in the face. This is the third handler technically that Clapback has punched, and he says, I can forgive you punching me once, and even twice, given your propensity and your record. I will even look past the time that you struck Handler Beta, but do not lay another hand on me if you value your future. Do not throw it away. And she goes, oh, you want to see me throwing away my future? And she just grabs him by the collar and says, this is me throwing away my future. And she puts her hands on his face, and she activates Ardence and starts burning his face with fire hands. And at that point, Hattie stutters and pulls it back. And Hattie, after the stutter, bursts out laughing, thinking that would draw Clapback's attention because she's just so amused at what would happen. And that doesn't. So Clapback says the exact same line, does the exact same action, fire to the face. Hattie stutters a second time, steps forward, tries to get Clapback to back off, and Clapback like is holding back her hand and like sets it on fire and like pushes Hattie away and deals stress to Hattie because her fire hand like knocked into Hattie. At this point, Hattie just gives up, lets it happen, and Clapback grabs Handler Alpha's face, activates Ardence, and starts searing the flesh from his skull. And she says, I'm not going to kill you because if I do, every one of us is dead. But I'm going to mark you so that for the rest of your life, you look as ugly on the outside as you are on the inside. And she's burning and burning, and her skin around her hands starts melting away. And it reveals flesh and blood and bone and nerve endings and capillaries and blood vessels, and those start burning away. As all the way up her forearm, it starts burning. And then suddenly from outside, because Handler Alpha called in guards when they like started getting aggressive, the two guards come in, and then there's a flash of fire, and Canine's hand is smoking as he used ardents to incinerate the two guards that were pulling their guns out to shoot Clapback. So now Clapback is currently burning alive Handler Alpha, and Canine just incinerated two guards. Canon event? Less a canon event and more so, Hattie didn't do anything to stop it. Hattie just rewound the clock and then hit play and then expected it to be a different outcome. And so what Hattie does is she uses quickening on the wounds on Handler Alpha's face so that he heals faster. But what she doesn't realize is that because the fire is still on his face, all she does is heal his burns that are then immediately reburned and hurt even worse. So she accidentally adds to the pain and torture that Alpha is experiencing. And then Canine has to walk up behind Clapback, and she like drops Alpha and is looking down at her burning hands, which are on fire. She sees her like bones, her finger bones, the nerve endings, the blood vessels that are wrapping around it. And he just takes his hands and runs them down his forearms to her hands and then like cups them around her hands. And because he has ardents, he can extinguish her fire. And she's just like shaking her hands and staring down and is like, I don't know what and Hattie looks at her and just says, you've killed the Valentines. And this is the tipping point. This is the timeline of Fire, Clapback, Alpha, Snake. Fire, easy. Clapback, yeah. Alpha, sure. Snake? Odd. You can't forget Hattrick tried to use Flux to keep regenerating Handler Alpha, which has made his suffering way, way worse. Yeah, that's what the quickening was, yeah. The blowback from this. Mm-hmm. And so Clapback says, we need to leave. We need to go. We can't stay here now. And Hattie's just like, yeah, of course we can't stay here now. You just did that. And then Bond is like, you're not wrong. Like, if now's the time, if any time. And then Canine says, Canine says this. Canine says we need to leave. Because Clapback's basically catatonic, just kind of like whispering to herself, like, I didn't mean to. I wasn't planning on this. And Canine's just like, we need to go. But we can't stay here. And Sister's like, what are we talking about going? Because no one has told Sister. Raph and Hattie and Bond are like talking about like, well, like, how are we going to do this? What's the logistics? And then Canine's like, it was us. You tried to stop us and you failed. And Hattie's like, okay, yeah. And Canine is just basically like saying like, blame the two of us. Pretend like we were the villains that you were trying to stop. We busted out of here. We're rogue exos. And like, they're having a brief conversation and they're just like keep the Valentines alive. And Hattie's like, and try to keep yourselves alive. They're like having like little goodbyes. And then Canine is like, we need to go. And like he's grabbing Clapback. And Bond is saying like, I can't go with you, but I can at least help you leave because I can use edit to look like the guard. And so they're looking to leave. And then they turn to the door and then Rancor's in the way. And Sister's like, what are all of you talking about? No one has told Sister a thing. And Canine like leans down to Sister and is like, we need to go. If we go, you can blame us and you won't find the consequences of it. And Sister says, but if you're going, then why can't we all just go? And like Sister just wants everyone to stick together, doesn't want the group to be separated, doesn't want all these people who are her friends, the closest thing to her family that she has, that she can have. And Canine's just like, we can't do that. And Hattie's just like, it's for the best if we just part ways and we separate. And so they're kind of like explaining to sister that they just need to go, and sister's like, but I don't want you to go, I'm gonna miss you. And then that like broke my player's heart, and like Clapback is just like, we will always be here for you when we can, but we need to go now so we can be here for you by not being here. However, if we ever run into each other, I will do everything in my power to do whatever I can for you. And like she's hugging sister, and sister's hugging her, and like they're all looking at each other, and like Hattie joins in, and like Hattie's just like, you be the best binder you ever been. And then Clapback's like, you better not come after me because I'm gonna win. And then like they're crying and they're like talking to each other. And at one point sister goes, wait, and Hattie goes, my name's Generosity. And then sister immediately points at her and goes like, yeah, that, I was gonna say that, my name. What? I want names. And so like sister was like trying to like say her name so that they knew her actual name, not just calling her sister. And so like Generosity has shared her name with Raphael. Raphael's real name's April, which funny enough is another Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles reference, accidentally. So like Raph admits it's April. Clapback says that her name's Amber. Canine reveals his name is Jason, which if you don't remember is also the name of Handler Alpha. And Handler Alpha kept being like, oh, no, just call me Jason. Call me Jason. First name basis. And so that was super awkward. Bond says, frick, what was her name? She reveals that everyone called her by her last name. And I don't remember what her last name was, but she basically like, this is my first name, but everyone called me my last name of like Hunt. I don't think it was Hunt, but it was like something like that. Sister says, and I'm Violet. And Clapback goes, that's a beautiful name. And she goes, thank you, I chose it myself. And it's ambiguous of what that means, but apparently Violet is a chosen name. And Amber and Jason and Bond step out. Bond takes over the appearance of one of the guards. And they leave. And Hattie, Generosity, and April, and Violet all take Alpha and bring him to the infirmary so they can have plausible deniability as to that they tried everything in their power to save Alpha. And so they take him to the infirmary. They set him up. Sigma 2, who is a doctor and has featured briefly but isn't really important to the story, is like, okay, I'll see what I can do. And then a bunch of those like Caliban looking suits, the low exposure suits, burst in. And they tackle all of them, and they take out that like oxygen tank that has the syringes in it. They take it out from Sigma 2's office, and they inject all of them. And like sister is like freaking out, and Hattie's like, sister, calm down, it will be okay. We'll be okay. And I describe that time speeds up slightly, and every single blasphemy has some like smaller than a passive, some non-noticeable habituation that you just develop over time. And so for Hattie, it was everything all the time, no matter what her psyche bursts are, has always been like 9/10 the speed it normally is, which allows her to react very marginally faster than anyone else. And it's not mechanically impacting, but it's just one of those like, as soon as the grace suppressants hit her, she's down at cat 0 because she's cat 3. Cat 3 minus 3 is cat 0. She effectively loses a part of herself. She loses her sense of balance, her sense of temperature regulation, her sense of pain. Like just this feeling that she has just disappears. And she goes out. She blacks out. Wakes up in an interrogation room. Sigma 1 comes in. And he activates tension. and he forms from the ground. Bursting out from the ground are these skeletal finger bones that jut from the floor and kind of coalesce around the table that they're sat at. Red, translucent flesh that varies in shade and skin tone stretches between them. Nerve endings and veins wrapping around them like cabling. And Hattie's like, what is going on? And he says, we don't all get to choose what our powers look like. And he basically lays it to her straight. I need to know exactly what happened. In my tension power, they cannot hear us, they cannot see us. And he told the monitoring room, like, I need the room before he did this. I have a limited amount of time. I need you to tell me completely honestly what happened. And he like is expecting her to like be completely honest with him as an XO to XO. And she explains that like Clapback and Canine, they've been talking about leaving. Because he's like, listen, I know the gangers, because Gammas call the Valentines gangers. Gammas have terms for every site and their stereotypes of that site. And the stereotype of Site Valentine, or Site Epsilon, the Valentines, is gang. They're one big gang. And so he's like, I know the gangers. I know you would have talked about this beforehand and it wouldn't come out of nowhere. I know that this was being planned for. I just don't know who was involved in it. I don't know if you were involved. Tell me everything and I can do my best to help you. And so she does. She tells him. And he reveals that before he came here, he went into the comms and he wiped the camera footage of that room. And he has it on his person right now as a CD. And he says, I wiped it, but I downloaded a copy. If I don't believe you, if you don't tell me honestly and truthfully what happened, I'm going to have to resubmit this and let the cameras show what happened. Now that will be the truth, but it won't be your truth. And I want to hear that first. And so he's basically just like, tell me what happened. And she tells him and he believes her and he's just like, okay. He stows it back, stands up, releases the hold. He steps outside and as soon as the door closes, they hear yelling, a thud against the door, and a loud, what sounds like a slap, like a crack, what some might call a gunshot. And my player is just like, Sigma's dead. Sigma just died. Hattie's stuck in there for quite some time. Handler Beta comes in and says like, hey, I was just going to ask you what happened. Tell me what happened with Sigma. And Hattie kind of gives like a half-truth and just explains like, well, Sigma wanted the full truth. And he knew that we'd be kind of cagey if it was on camera. So he wanted to ask me privately, and I explained exactly what happened. And Beta's like, okay, what happened? And she explains a half-truth of like Clapback and Canine went crazy and like they attacked Handler Alpha and like we tried to stop them, but like you can't really stop two like random Ardens users that one of whom is currently sin overflowing. And so Beta's like, okay, blah, 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 gets all the information. And yes, and one more thing. Which one of you wiped the cameras? And Hattie's just like, what? And he's just like, which one of you wiped the cameras? It had to have been one of you. And she's like, all of us went to the infirmary. Like, it couldn't have been any of us. And he goes, infirmary. And then he, like, checks his notes and he's like, XID 04. Like checks Bond's XID and is like, that one wasn't found in the infirmary. And then Hattie realizes, oh, I just threw Bond under the bus accidentally. I just implicated Bond for something that Sigma did. Oh. So what happens? Raph is in the dorm and Hattie is released. Sister is later released. And eventually, Bond is released. And they have girl talk where they all go to the bathroom. They all go to the shower. They turn on the showers, chatting in the showers. Sister thought they were just going to shower and is very confused because they're like, hey, do you want to like go to the showers? And then she's like, okay, sure. And like, why are we all talking? Because no one tells sister anything is the issue. None of them have grace right now. All of them are suppressed. All of them are at cat zero. And it's revealed that Raph is feeling incredibly anxious because apparently with Whisper, she always had like this gut feeling about what was about to happen next. And so she had this odd certainty of like knowing basically on gut instinct what was about to happen. She lost that with the grace. Sister says that she feels naked without Rancor. She feels unsafe. She feels like vulnerable. Like she can't protect herself because her anger, her rage has been stripped from her. And Bond is like, I feel like I'm wearing someone else's skin. As an edit user, she is like so comfortable swapping forms. And even though she has a preferred form, and like it is still what she identifies as, it doesn't feel like hers anymore. And she didn't realize that there were slight alterations that had just unconsciously been made over time to make it more comfortable. And so they're all kind of commiserating over that. They also realized it was not that they were in the morning, they were out for a couple hours, and then they woke up a few hours later and were interrogated. They were out for like a full 24 hours. Like they were like clonked out for like 24 hours. And they were like have flu-like symptoms because effectively they have a total hormonal imbalance. Also, during the conversation with Sigma, he talked about he knew someone that ran. And within 72 hours, she was found by the charities and was given the choice to return back to Cain and refused, and so was executed. He doesn't have high hopes for Cain and a clapback. And so for the rest of the game, anytime anyone talked about escaping, Hattie would just kind of go, 72 hours. She's under the assumption that Cain and clapback have like 72 hours. And so they all start talking, and Bond reveals what happened. Bond reveals that they went back to the dorm. They got, like, apparently they had bags. They'd, like, gotten, like, Cain issue bags. They had stored them with some food, fake IDs, some actual, like, human cash. They had a couple of changes of clothes. They had minor, like, useful stuff, like a pocket knife kind of deal. They got basically enough that they could go out on their own and reasonably actually have a chance. Now, obviously, if they have a Cain issued fake ID or the fake ID that they got through Cain, they're gonna have to ditch that soon. But like, not the worst to be able to just like have an ID, right? And then Bond describes how they went to the garage instead of trying to like go out the hole in the fence. They went to the garage, opened the garage door, and they found that one of the things is that every mission they would have like granola bars given to them in the backseat of the car, and there was like a half full thing of like these Nature Valley granola bars and like a case of water. And so that was in the garage. They took those. They knew where the keys were because who's going to steal keys from a Cain site? They take the keys. They steal car Alpha. It starts blaring music because that's what driver Alpha would always do. He would blare music. And so they talk and they're just like, we just got to go. They barely remember to remove their chokers that have the GPS. They worry about the GPS in the car that's probably there. And then they say they can ditch the car once they actually make some ground. And Bond is about to cut off her choker. And Clapback's like, what are you doing? And Bond's like, I'm coming with you. And Clapback and K9 are just like, they need you here. Sister needs you. Not to mention, we don't know how well you'll do. And that like, they need you here to smooth things over. You are one of the like oldest Valentines here. You are one of the most capable Valentines here. You are the one that can keep them safe. Hattie certainly won't. Raphael certainly won't. And sister needs someone to look after her. And Bond's just like, but I want to keep all of us together as best I can. I want to support you as best I can. And they're just like, we know. And you can do what we can't. And that's look after the rest of the Valentines. And so like a very heartfelt goodbye where they're like, bye, like, I love you so much, like, bye-bye. And they drive off. And then Bond was like captured, interrogated, was thought to be in charge of the comms, found out very quickly, not in charge of the wiping cameras. The chokers just have retail level air tags. Poor site director, he's doing his best. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the chokers don't have bombs because they don't have a budget. Yep. Yep. Backburn the details, their fates and while, and yes, they're doomed, and they're less doomed than you think, and their bad ending is still sweet, bittersweet but sweet. So I have a question. Do you want me to read aloud, right? I have like a 3-page little short story that I wrote about what happens to Cain and Clapback post-fugitive. Would you like me to read that now or later? It has currently been 6 hours, and we are not even done with the final hunt. I spoil you. I spoil you. Aro, read it later? I don't know. I kind of want to read it now. I kind of think it would be pretty pog of me to read now. I mean, I have it open already. I did just open it. And that would be pretty pog of me. I'm going to be here till midnight. Yeah, and I don't need to eat. I got 4 hours of sleep. That's basically enough for 24 hours. Gage seriously never taught you how to hotwire a car? They taught me plenty. Need a jump? I can do that. Change flat? No problem. I can change the oil or the windshield wipers, but hotwiring doesn't really fall under standard maintenance. But siphoning gas does? No, that I learned from Hearst. He said he never bought gas his whole racing career. K9 put his mouth to one of the tubes sticking out of the car's gas tank. He breathed in through his nose and out through his mouth, till the second tube sticking out of the tank bled gasoline into their bright red container. See? Easy as admin work. Clapback forgot what gas smelled like. The smell crept up her side and wormed into her nose. It was one of those scents she hated, but somehow never got tired of. Back before Cain picked her up, her dad always made her do the pump so she'd be ready when she was driving age. Look at her now, Dad. Old enough for a permit and driving a stolen car with a fake license. Looks like old dogs really can learn new tricks. K9 leaned against the car's trunk, rocking it on its suspension. Arms crossed to hide her sin mark, even though she had gloves on. Eyes scanning the parking lot for anyone that might be after them. No armored cars in sight. Guess you're worth keeping around after all. K9 rose to his feet, his chest wobbling. He never quite got used to his sin mark, stretching and scrunching his torso into a soft accordion of flesh. They had to lift a white, extra large shirt for him based on the length alone, but he was cute in it. Probably for the best he hid it under his black coat in public, but if only he wasn't so shy when they were alone. I'm glad our relationship is strictly professional. He reached into the small black backpack he'd set beside their gas can, a crisp zipping noise overtaking the gasoline faucet. Granola bar? She still couldn't believe he actually put the cinema roll she gave him on the zipper. It helped identify their bags at a glance, sure. They were otherwise identical given they both got it from Cain Requisition. And he insisted it was easier to grab the keychain to open the pack than to grasp at those black-on-black zippers. But still, she gave him that keychain. Just like he gave her that Gudetama sticker on her 9mm. If her time with the Valentines taught her anything, it was the little things that mattered. Those sparks that kept the fire burning just a little longer. Kano was holding a honey granola bar in front of her face. He shook it, crumbling oats rattling in the wrapper. Hamby. Right. She wasn't Clapback and he wasn't K9, or Hound, or EO1-ARFX. At least, not while they were alone. Right now, they were just Amber and Jason. Still on the run for the rest of their lives, but somehow names made things feel more bearable. Like they were running from the cops, not virtues. Thanks, but I'll wait. Jason nodded, dropping the granola bar into the pack once more. He rolled his shoulders, leaning against the car parked beside their victim, catching the opposite sightline. His torso bent backwards over its hood until he forced himself forward. God, I hate that. I think as far as sin marks go, you certainly got it worse than I did. Are you serious? Your hands are gone, Jason laughed. Yours might be the worst of them all. They're not gone. They work perfectly fine. Don't have to tell me. She wrestled one of his shoes with her own. The worst would definitely be Bond's. Girls had it rough. Yeah, I guess. Jason quieted down, his attention in the distance. Gasoline continued to drip from the tube into their quarter-full container. The sun was halfway through the setting, giving the sky a burning orange. The clouds were aflame. Fire. Amber blinked it away. Her hands weren't lit. She would have smelled the burning latex. But she checked anyway, shifting to look down at her palms. The latex medical gloves hid the exposed bone and nerve endings beneath, the flesh she burned away. Amber flexed her fingers, tentatively, imagining what the skin of her palm creasing would have looked like. For something she once saw every day, it was hard to visualize. The gloves creaked softly. Jason reached forward and took one of her hands, holding loosely as he kept his eyes on the road. Think she's okay? Yeah, Amber nodded. Her other hand hid under her dark green windbreaker. Yeah, she'll be fine. She's smart. Smarter than us, that's for sure. For sure. Amber laughed, swinging Jason's hand absently. The tank must have been filled recently. She felt bad for whoever they were siphoning, but it was a newer model. Jason had to break off some siphon gate, so the owner could probably afford it. Neither of them was in the business of stealing from the poor, but the rich? Their new call signs could be Robin and Hood. So, Jason swallowed, still looking off in the distance. Quick question. What's up? What are we? Even as an Ardence user, Amber's blood went cold. They'd been together for a month now, counting from that first time in the showers. And it'd been a week since they'd left Site Epsilon, where it was just the two of them, relying on each other as they ran for the most powerful organization in the world, got fake IDs and crossed into Canada and argued over directions because half the signs were in French. But what were they? He'd made his feelings clear, but she... Can we not do this right now? We have to wait on the gas anyway. Now's as good a time as any. I just don't feel ready. Ambi, look. Jason turned his attention to her. His brow slightly furrowed, jaw set. She met his gaze when he let go of her hand. I don't need any particular answer. I just need an answer. There's never going to be a good time to talk about this, so I just want to know. His eyes hit the deck, crawling under the car for cover. Even if that answer is not what I was hoping for, I won't leave you. We're in this together, but I need to know what we means. She raised her hand up to her necklace, a matte gold piece with a jagged shard of quartz on the end. When they were in the thrift store, she said it would have been nice to grab, but wasn't worth the risk. So he lifted it while she grabbed his shirt. It was the first jewelry she'd put on in months. A small step towards actually liking what she saw in the mirror. And he said it suited her because he didn't know how to call a girl pretty. The necklace and Gudetama and his time as Hound made the answer more complicated than she'd like to admit. I don't know. She pressed her thumb into the quartz. The latex softened the stone, grinding against her exposed bone. But that's not because I'm not interested. You know how interested I am. It's just... Amber stopped herself from grinding her teeth. Bad habits and all. I just can't call it dating. Why? What's stopping you? She clapped back with the first thing that came to mind. I'm scared, Jason. Scared you're gonna die. Scared you're gonna sin overflow. Scared that as soon as I admit I don't want to lose you, that's exactly what's gonna happen. But I'm also guilty because I'm the one that forced our hand. I broke up the Valentines. I ruined everything. And I didn't do anything while you were acting as Hound. I just let you take the blame for it all while I resented you for the burden Alpha was pushing on you. I could have done so much. I should have done so much. A single breath out and the energy was flushed out. The only thing left was the lame sediment of sentiment. I don't deserve you. I'm sorry. His eyeline trailed up her feet and legs and waist and chest and neck until it finally mustered the courage to reach her face. His voice was measured, reserved. Is that all? The hell you mean is that all? Anything else? Any other reasons come to mind? Amber let out an offended exhale, the gasp of being slapped. The audacity of this man. Of men! Hattie and Raph had the right idea. She leaned back against the car, shrugging her shoulders and using Ardence to heat her words. I guess not. I guess those are the only reasons that come to mind. Good. Then I hope this makes my feelings clear. Jason stepped forward so his waist was against hers, one hand on her hip, the other on her cheek, guiding her to look at him in the face. I don't care what I deserve. I want you. Her voice had gone wherever the frustration fled to, so denial spoke for her. You don't mean that. one hand curled around the back of his neck, the other on his hand cupping her cheek, her bony fingertips dug into his skin. Please, don't mean that. I do. His breath kissed her. Then a flicker across his face, his brow relaxed and his gaze plummeted along with his confidence. But obviously, if you, not one more word out of you. Amber smiled as he found her face once more. He was so cute when he got shy. Just promise me we're making it a year. I can't do that. I know. She turned her head to kiss his palm. But I'd like you to anyway. Okay. He nodded. I promise. In that case, I guess we're official? Amber stood up on her toes, which was just too short given his extra height from the sin mark. Dang, this really does suck. Maybe you're right. He laughed, sliding his hands down her hips. But it's a great excuse to do this. Her voice caught in her throat and came out as a yelp as he lifted her up those last few inches into a kiss. A simple sealing of a promise. Neither of them expected to be able to keep. Both of her arms found their way around his neck, and by the time he set her on the car's roof. The tank was emptied by the time they let each other go. So that is just a little 1 week later, Canine and Clapback. They have resolution. They have a tentative, not happily ever after, but they finally had the conversation that they never had on screen. They're so cute together. I'm so scared right now. Just realized that amber is a perfect name for her. Amber is a type of resin, so it's mostly inert until you start to heat it, at which point it gives off a beautiful scent while it burns away. Yeah. Yippee! See, Alex, it's not scary. Gosh, I'm so excited to see how this ends. Grrr. It's getting late, so I shall have to see how this ends in the VOD. Bye-bye. Enjoy. Boy, gee, howdy, YouTube. An ad, and it glitches out and never loads. So can I return my video? You spoil me. So this is me post Canine and Clapback leaving. This is canon what happens to them, at least for that week later. So they made it 72 hours. They made it a week, and they're now in Canada. They are everyone Cell said this, Chatters said this, and everyone I've talked to said this. Everyone keeps saying go off to Alaska. So canonically, they're going off to Alaska. So they're currently in Quebec, driving, leaving upstate New York, going across the border, sneaking into the Canadian border, and trying to hit Alaska. It's so cute, so cute, so cute, so cute. Any thoughts on this? I know B finds it very cute, apparently. That face when you're re-cleaning the shower and there's two XOs that slipped and cracked their skulls open trying to get familiar. Oh no. Oh no. I will say, I was kind of embarrassed by this, and I hit up Cell when I wrote this. I am confused. How did I catch up? Good question. I was minutes delayed. Probably if there was some kind of refresh. It just jumped forward. It's nice but bittersweet. Yeah, I wanted to go for I don't know. I'm big on romance that is more than a kiss. Romance that is more than just we're both hot. Romance that is based more so in we care about each other as people more than anything else. And Canine and Clapback, I absolutely think, is the sort of situation where they have a complicated relationship, but they have a very strong relationship. And I think that it's not as healthy as either of them would deserve, right? Canine would do so much for Clapback that Clapback would not do for Canine. And Clapback will push Canine to circumstances that Canine should not be in. But at the same time, Clapback also will stick up for Canine when he needs it, will refuse to let him take things lying down when he doesn't think he deserves anything better. Dark chocolate romance. Yay! Good bittersweet vibe. Yeah, good het rep. Yeah, this is the het gem. For Cain Yuri, as much Cain Yuri as we do have het gem. We have het gem in the back. Gosh darn, your writing's really good. I'm not usually one for romance, but this I dig. I mean, part of it, I will say, a big part, if you just read this, you would probably be I don't care about these people. I don't think this necessarily stands by itself. And it's not supposed to. It's supposed to be on the backs of 6 hours of talking about Cain, right? Is it strange that I feel rug pulled that bullets didn't tear through the scene halfway through? Yes, it is strange because I never said that was the case. However, I will say I'm writing a Cain setting supplement. Canine and Clapback will feature. And their end trajectory is going to make you sad. They haven't been taken out yet since Charity's too invested in tweeting about their romance. Charity's just like, wait, so if we incorporate both of them, is that like morally okay? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's good. I'd like to imagine Cain provides Ed because they wouldn't want accidents happening in the room. Yeah, so like, I don't go into that because most of the cast are minors. And that's something where like, yes, that is something that teenagers get up to. And I think that it is authentic to reference that and have that be like a thing that happens in stories. I'm not going to focus on that because I think that's kind of weird, personally. So, like, canonically, yes, Canine and Amber, or Jason and Amber, Canine and Clapback have done the horizontal tango. That's what the handcuffs are for. But like, even confirmation was like I'm gonna say something, and this might be too much, and if it is, let me know, and I will backpedal. But like, the whole where is it? Sorry, I'm looking for it. The whole, they'd been together for a month, counting that first time in the showers. Like, that first time in the showers is not when Canine walked out of the showers and she was like talking to him, and it was a little bit of flirting, but it was mostly like reaching a hand forward. It was a time after that where it was just them as two teenagers that are comparably aged and that have had a lot of conflicting emotions about each other for a very long time and now are expressing interest in one another. That is all I will say for that. Like, I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to like dive into that because I don't think that I need to. It's Cain, all the romance is kind of doomed. Yeah, absolutely. They can always sign up with Under Heaven. It may buy them some time. So, do you want to know something that makes it even worse for my setting? In my setting, a sin mark grows. And you need to take medication, i.e. microdose suppressants, to basically keep it standardized. And with suppressants, eventually, you will still succumb and become a sin. The reason Cain says you are indelibly stained when you have a sin mark is because without external intervention, you will imago, even if you spend the rest of your life completely safe. However, if you don't take suppressants, you do not have much time. How do you get suppressants? By being a part of Cain and having Cain Medical give you suppressants. Both of them have sin marks? That's not very good. Yeah, so I may have doomed your head on accident, but also entirely on purpose. I mean, Earth is turning inevitably into a demon world no matter what Cain or anyone else does. Yeah, kinda. XOHRT, basically. Except instead of like doing it to like feminize or masculinize, you're doing it to humanize. It's a distasteful topic that can get out of control really quickly, even if something that categorically happens. Exactly. And that's why I'm like, listen, I'm not going to delve into that thing because, and this is kind of my thought process on a lot of topics, is I am not going to be weird about it. Because I recognize it's a thing that happens, and just addressing that as a fact of life can make for interesting storytelling. That doesn't mean that no one else is going to be weird about it, right? And that's my same thought process on things like, for instance, fan DMs. I have had multiple people DM me and like be like, hey, I would like you should check out this video. Hey, how's your day going? Hey, I love your content. Like, are you good to chat anytime? And it's just people wanting to be kind and nice and polite. And I trust myself to not be a weirdo. I even foolishly trust my community members to not be weirdos. The issue is that if I'm not a weirdo and you're not a weirdo, we start chatting in DMs and like you parasocially attach me or whatever, but you're normal about it and you're not weird. What if the person next to you is weird and learns about that and goes, oh, I can hit up Aro, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And then they start talking to me, and then like it's parasocial and it's weird, and then someone gets hurt or problematic or whatever. And that's assuming that like I'm a good actor, which like as much as you like my content, never assume I'm a good person. I'm gonna be so for real. Like this is a little bit of a rant. Independent of someone's content or brand or like how they present themselves, never just assume they're above doing something. Now, obviously, if I like make my entire brand, I love puppies, and then someone accuses me of kicking puppies, probably I didn't kick a puppy, or if I did, it was accidental, and then I immediately apologized. That said, just because I don't seem the sort to kick a puppy does not mean that I did not kick a puppy, right? You can't believe Aro commits tax fraud in France. How could I? I imagine they turn into a rebus single entity when they crash out. That'd be interesting. Doomed Yuri this, doomed Het that. The world's just doomed. Aro doomed the Het, yes. I doomed the Het, I doomed the Yuri. What else? Now you'll doom the Yaoi. Yes. I maintain, while no, it is not Yaoi, Snake and Watson is Yaoi vibes. That's my take. My take is Snake x Watson is not actually Yaoi. They are not actually together, and they did not express interest in each other like explicitly. However, it's like to call it Yaoi vibes would not be inaccurate. I personally headcanon Cinemark to just Cain's dogma being overzealous, but having an actual reason kind of checks out. Aro cakes babies and steal candies from babies. Listen, if I am the sort that it comes out, this is something I say all the time. If I'm the sort where it comes out and I kick babies and steal candy from puppies, and someone accuses me of this, wait until proof comes out before you start like blacklisting me or like banning me or whatever, but still support the babies that are claiming to be kicked. Still support the puppies that had their candy stolen. Like, you can support the victims without like tearing down the accused, because false accusations are real. They happen all the time. But that does not mean that the people that are like claiming like needing support should not be believed offhand. It just means don't take disruptive action until you get evidence. And I feel like that's a very simple thing that a lot of people don't do. To be honest, even if it actually makes it overzealous, is there a bad reason to be wary of sin marks? So the reason I brought up is the idea of it spreading. Makes it so that why would Cain care so much? Because if we don't manage it, it will grow out of control. Full stop. Steal anything from a baby is surprisingly difficult. They got a very strong grip. I feel like I could like clap a baby easy. I feel like it's like holding a lollipop and I just like grab it with one hand, I push down on the face of the baby with the other, and I just yank, and suddenly the lollipop is mine. Like I could probably like I could probably like toss the baby onto a cushioned mattress that would not cause harm to the baby very easily. I could eat a baby. I could eat a baby. Honestly, it'd be cool to see Clapback and Canon's Bonnie and Clyde antics until they merge into a sin together. Okay, do you want to know what actually happens to them? Like canonically, what happens to them in my setting? There will be a year 1, and then there will also be like a year 5 of them being on the run. Maybe year 2. I might do year 2. And on year 2, they will be an optional encounter you can add to a hunt where they are 2 Cat 4 exos. Because by this point, Clapback will have advanced to Cat 4. And they are not affiliated with Under Heaven. They have no specific contacts at any organization. They are on the run from Cain, and they are suspicious of Cain XOs. However, 2 Cat 4 Ardence users are willing to assist you on whatever hunt you're on if you can acquire for them suppressants. And they will have details about a nearby cache where a Cain warehouse, like a Cain safe house, has grace suppressants stored. And if you can get them those suppressants, because they need suppressants more than anything else right now, they will assist you taking out the sin. And this is something that you would do on like a Cat 2 or maybe Cat 3 hunt. So 2 Cat 4 XOs would like be able to body this thing. Inner Furnace alone, they could like incinerate this thing. And then we have year 5. Then we have year 5. They've been on the run for 5 years. They have been lacking in suppressants for 5 years. They have been struggling for 5 years. Stealing candy from a baby, step 1, discombobulate. Boom! One or both of them are going to be a fully transformed perfect sin. And it is either going to be Clapback is on the verge because at the very end, when they were running out of suppressants, Canine gave her all of his suppressants. Whether she wanted it or not, he was like, I care more about you than retaining my humanity. And I would rather become a sin that needs to be put down than see the same thing happen to you. And so Clapback barely is holding on to her humanity, whereas he is a centipede, Cat 4 centipede. And he hates the world that put them in this circumstance. Cain, but also society and sins. And so what this would be is that this would be an encounter you can drop in where infested show up and they are fighting the active drifters and traces of the sin you're on the hunt for. Now the question, I would see this going one of 3 ways. The first way, he is a bound sin under Clapback, which no, centipedes do not often become bound. They can be bound, so that is an option. 2, Clapback is single-handedly keeping the horde cold and effectively is like immunized to the venom. And so she is like, I am legending this to keep the man that she loves from hurting anyone else. And she either can't or can't bring herself to kill him. And therefore, like, doesn't do that. Or 3. And this is the most wicked. This is the one that hurts. This is the one that like I think I'm probably gonna do. I might even list all these as options. She is a hound. And both of them are perfect sins, right? Because they're both XOs. So perfect hound, perfect centipede. And they have a dynamic where one of them has a dormancy state and spends all of their time like in like resting. And their traces go out and about. And the other one is fighting their traces Doomslayer style. And then they get so injured they entered a dormancy state. And then the other one wakes up and starts fighting the traces that are actively being spawned from the other one. And so it is like the blood war. It is like demons and devils fighting each other in all eternity of a perfect sin, of a perfect hound and a perfect centipede that refuse to harm each other, but against their better natures are forced to. They keep it, yes, they keep each other contained, and they're just like in a spot where like it's just an encounter. It's not even a hunt that you're necessarily called on. It is just a thing that's happening on the same location. And you find a Cat 4 perfect hound doomslayering through infested. And then as soon as it gets too injured, it collapses. And all of the infested like get torn apart by myrmidons as a Cat 4 centipede emerges and starts fighting the Myrmidons. And so it's just this thing where like whichever one is asleep, their traces are like trying to expand, and it's the one that's awake that like their one tie to humanity is, I want to keep this person safe, and I don't want them to be the monster that they wanted to avoid being. And so like that's all they are. All they are now is just this perpetual feedback loop. That's the perfect view of romance. I tip my hat off to you. So it could either be Binder clapback, it could be I Am Legend clapback, or I think what it's going to be, I think it's going to be Perfect Hound, Perfect Centipede. Twist the Knife Arrow. After that, clapback stumbled across enough suppressants for them both to last a while longer. While she's struggling to care for him, she imagos. Oh, despite her ample supply. I love that! Oh, I could see her having him as like a little buddy, like Toji and the Centipede thing. All are great. That's both romantic and kind of depressing. Like, listen. If you thought that the het want doomed, I want you to get out of here. That ain't what we do here. What I do here is I make it so that you love these characters and you feel for these characters. And in-game, Canine was kind of like a major secondary character in the first third of the game, was a major character in the middle third. Clapback was a major character in the middle third of the game. And then they haven't shown up in the last third. I love these two characters so much, and it's so painful. It hurts so much that I love it. Look, these are two Ardent users. They didn't explode. We literally can't have asked for anything else. Aro, are you the devil? No, but he got me on speed dial. Aro, I called it a wood back. I knew it was doomed. But they both have moments of lucidity and are just cute with each other. I don't think so. I think what it is I think it's like for like a single moment when the centipede collapses because it's overwhelmed by Myrmidons. I think what happens is that the Myrmidons are about to kill the centipede, and I think the hound wakes up, kills its own Myrmidons. Oh, well. Kills its own Myrmidons. And, like, they have a brief moment where they're just, like, caress each other's faces. And, like, Canine is just like, I'm so sorry for what they're going to do to you. Knock them dead. And he just, like, collapses. And then infested start to spawn. And then now Clapback has to kill the infested until she eventually gets worn down. And then Canine wakes up and kills all the infested to save Clapback, and then Clapback like gives him a hug, and it's just like, every single drop of blood I spill is a tear I shed for you. And then she collapses, and then Myrmidons spawn, and he has to fight Myrmidons, and so like they barely get conscious. They barely get like moments of lucidity, like a minute at a time, and then they have to spend the next like days just fighting each other's traces. Two Ardent users, like matches they burn. What do the Centipede Hound look like? These are the perfect Centipede and a perfect Hound. So this would be... we do this, and then that, and then probably one more. So I like the idea of being kind of like a Merilith. And then I think kind of like that, right? And so we have that. And I think at the end of each arm, and I think it continues, right? So like, you know, like all the way down. I think at the end of each of these, is a baying, barking dog mouth that is frothing with venom and purple foam. And I think up at the top, I think this is... I'm thinking maybe just another dog head. But like, so I think that across all of these limbs, like the many, like dozens of limbs, all like arms that have like baying, barking dog heads on the end, and like the bottom ones here, they scuttle along and their snouts are bloody as they're pressed into the ground to move along the floor. And it's basically representing him as hound, him as canine, him as being treated as a dog, but also just like him and the violence with that. And then I think up here, I think it's like I don't want to do threes again. I think what it is that it is... I think what it is that it's a massive jaw. So like here, right? So it's like teeth, 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 you know, like that. And then there's another like mouth flap this side. So it's like a giant dog head that's up here. And then within this, I think is a like it's not like a cobra, it's like a mouth up there that opens up. And I think within there is a furnace. And in the furnace is this purple fire that forms into a humanoid figure that is the consciousness of Canine. So it's like this giant dog mouth, and it's like the maw of the hellhound opens and it's purple fire within, and that forms into like a fire elemental that goes within inside of this, and that can also extend out from here. But mostly this is just freaking foam and venom and vitriol, and it's a scalding, burning, boiling venom that he spews at you, bites into you with these dog fangs. I think that's perfect Canine. And then for Clapback, I think that her as a perfect hound is... I think that she's in a massive wheel that she is like physically grafted into, and her hands like extend into this inner spoke of the wheel. And I think that because she cannot stop moving forward, she physically is incapable of not continuing the motion. And I think that the entire wheel is on fire. And has blades and spikes all around it. And she's locked in, and she's basically constantly moving. She cannot stay still. She has to constantly barrel forward, destroy things in front of her, beat down was before her. And she has a like roughly humanoid form. And yet she can like extend the wheel, like the wheel can split down the center into each arm. And so she can like have limited dexterity with it. Wait, is she type 2? So this would be perfect sins. Perfect sins are weirdly humanoid. Perfect sins are based on the actual like imagoing of the host. And I think that with her, it's a matter of constantly barreling forward. It might not be a wheel. It might be like a train. It might be something like that. But I think it's she is grafted into like the cockpit of a vehicle, that is burning fire behind her and trailing flames behind her, and she is unable to stop. She cannot stop her momentum. All she knows how to do at this point is move forward, move forward, move forward. And I think that she is in this like prison of violence and aggression. And so you have Snake, or you have a Canine up here, and he's got these giant centipede-like hound protrusions. And I might make it, he's more like a giant wolf than just a giant centipede creature. But he still has that like weird insectile stuff. I don't know. If I could get some fan art of these, whether it is like literally like the rough draft I did like here, or the rough draft I did here, or something completely different. Ghost Rider, yeah, a little bit Ghost Rider. As much as I like Binder Clapback and I Am Legend Clapback, this is kind of perfect. Yeah, I think it's got to be like as they go around. And I think when they're both lucid, those are the few times where like the fire elemental canine can emerge from the maw, and like the wheel, the like driver clapback can decouple from the wheel for like a minute at a time, and they can embrace. And because they both have ardence, they both have fire, neither of them are harmed. And that is the one time clapback can slow down because she is grounded by Canine. And it's the one time Canine can be vulnerable and come out of his armor and his shell is when he's with her. And then they're torn apart and they have to retreat back to what it is. I think that's kind of it. Candles, they gleam, passing the flame across their wicks, yeah. Canine abomination with legs after image, so it looks like it has 100 legs. You actually made the horrible he'll have one single bearable moment. Yeah, every time one of them goes down, the other one like awakens, destroys all of their own traces, and they have this like one moment, this 1 minute of lucidity. And they love each other because they're all that each other have. And they both know that they have sacrificed everything for each other. And both of their biggest regrets is that the other one went imago. I have to try to make at least one of these now. That way they have motivation to kill the traces. Yeah. And I don't know if I want Canine to be a giant centipede. And I don't know if I want Clapback to be a giant wheel. Save these if you're a fan artist. Save these. Save these. I mean, I can do this. Okay. What if alternatively, instead of that, we do a massive dog body? That's not how you draw a dog body. What the frick? Right? Like a giant dog body. And then this is like dog mouth, right? This looks like a gator more than anything. I do like the many limbs. I like the many limbs as vectors of poison, as vectors of venom, and it's like a fire venom because of the ardence user. And I think that it's still like the, you know, like the dog mouth. Like the baying hounds of war kind of on each limb, and there's like many of these kind of deal. Although I don't know if the main body is centipede or if the main body is dog. And I think this still opens. And inside it's still furnace. And inside it is still like this fire elemental that is his most vulnerable part. And he exposes this only to Clapback in those vulnerable moments. But I think this might be more towards where it is. Like a giant dog body that has all these like limbs with the dog mouths on them that have this frothing fire. That's all this purple fire. And then maybe instead of like the wheel, it's like maybe instead of the wheel, it's like a tram. Although I don't know, like, she has no connection to trains is the issue, right? So, like, this, like, is cool, but I don't know what the connection would be for her as a character. Scylla type design? Yeah, I was thinking Scylla, yeah. See, the thing is, the modicum of love makes it worse because they aren't allowed to just fully regress into monsters. They're still in there. Oh my gosh, you actually put a tiny speck of happiness into this horrid thing. By gosh, you did it. You did the thing 70% of media does not want to do. Make something sad have a modicum of love. And I want it to be clear that these two still not only care about each other, they like genuinely love each other. And if there was any way to reverse going sin, they would probably be very happy together. Because yeah, Clapback does kind of make decisions for Canine, and he needs to learn to stick up for himself. And yeah, Canine does kind of like unhealthily enable Clapback's poor decision making. But what Canine needs is someone to advocate for him, because he won't self-advocate. What Clapback needs is someone to rein her back in, and rein her back in judiciously. Allow her to do things that are authentic to her without going overboard. What about the one creature constantly eating its own tail, always moving forward? The Ouroboros? Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, didn't Clapback have that thing about not being old enough to drive a car but doing the pump? A car would work? Yeah, I guess. But at that point, like, I feel like the wheel also works. Because I'm thinking, a wheel, you can't not spin a wheel, right? A car you can park. You can't stop a wheel from rolling. A wheel will always roll. What if Boulder like Sisyphus? Boulder could work. On the one hand, wheel look great, but on the other hand, Mad Max Sin. Holy heck, the stream is still going? Yeah. I haven't even finished the game. Fan artists, get on it. For any of you who know, drop it in the Discord. Like 6 hours, 45 minutes is when we were talking about the Sin designs. America's so car dependent, you turn into one when you imago. Arrow's the one who actually attached the wheel. No. I say the modicum of love makes it better. It gives the pain a reason to exist. That for one single moment of love, of genuine care and existence, makes all the pain worth it for these two. And like, it's not even, oh, we're going to use that time to kiss. We're going to use the time to smash. It's not even anything. It's literally just like, I want you to know I'm sorry. I want you to know I still care about you. I want you to know I still love you. I want you to know that all of this is meaningless to how I feel about you. And just that affirmation every time. And I think that affirmation is what keeps them stable. That affirmation is what keeps them in this stable loop of keeping each other contained, right? Oh, so that wasn't a joke? I don't know how to spell it. Ouroboros. You happened to have said Ouroboros. Which I thought was very funny. Yeah, it's enough to stop them from descending into total mayhem. Evil demon hamster wheel makes me happy in a sickening way. Hey, real quick, sorry for this off topic. What is the gameplay of Cain like? That is not a question that I can get into right now. Feel free to drop it in the Q&A. I will get to it later. I have a Q&A chat for this. A simple, how was your day? Yeah, how was your day? You know, I killed a whole lot of your myrmidons, sweetie. So like, oh, didn't give you problem? Yeah, there's this one that has like this big scar over its eye and it keeps coming back. Really? I didn't know I could do that. I didn't know you could do that either, but you got like a little lieutenant there. I feel like Scar is so boring. It's like, well, think of a name next time you wake up. Okay, well, all right then. And then like falls asleep, and then like next time they wake up, it's like, I had a thought for my Myrmidon. Really, what is it? I was thinking Leroy. It's like, is that a Leroy Jenkins reference? Yeah, it's a Leroy Jenkins reference. Because like, it's like the one special one, right? And like, I just killed it when I woke up and it like charged right at me. Arrow refusing to deviate off topic. Brother, it has been 7 hours. I still have multiple hours of game to cover. And also, I have all of the questions. I don't have time to go off topic. I need water. I have not eaten food in 7 hours. Ouroboros. Imagine a long-distance relationship separated but being a monster 90% of the time. Yeah, so it's not quite that, because that implies that you have agency while you are monsters. This doesn't have that. This is just entirely, you have no agency anytime except for that 5% of the time. Arrow lock-in? Yeah, okay. So, the breakout happened. It is then revealed. Snake pickup got rejected by Gamma. In case you remember. We were very off topic for the past like half hour. It was a very good distraction. And again, y'all said y'all want to get fan art. You have the power. With the power of generative traditional intelligence as opposed to AI. Natural intelligence? Generative natural intelligence? What if 15-minute break, then eat some food and come back? I'm just going to power through it. I'll be fine. I was gone for a while, so I don't know what's happening. I'm just listening. Yay! So, Snake, the hunt was rejected. The dorm has the snake hunt. And I'm going to do something where I'm going to say it is Writhing Memory. Regarding Operation Writhing Memory. So I will remind you, we currently have Bond is now the most senior XO on site, followed by Sister, and then we have Hattie, and we have Raphael. And they get this message. Regarding Operation Writhing Memory, EO1 EDEX Bond, EO2 BLB Sister, EO3 FLB Hattie, EO4 WHG Bond Raph, EO5 HUAD are to be deployed at not available from Garage A to respond to a Cat 2 Perfect idol manifesting in Thunderfell, New York. It ended up being Cat 3. Because even though Snake was Cat 2 when he imagoed, a perfect idol can be minimum Cat 3. And I think it makes sense to, when you imago, you evolve +1 cat. So Cat 3 perfect idol. If you remember Thunderfeld, same mission as the first mission. Additional notes. Deployment will be delayed until the arrival of EO5 HUAD, ETA 72 hours. Presumed to be the imago from Resplendent Echo, identified XID E15-VEN. Site Gamma has rejected this administrative assignment. MIA XOs unconfirmed. Trauma questions. Until the state is wiped away, and their alpha. Who is EO5-HUAD? What is this XID? The XID. E for Epsilon. Number is what rank they are. ED, BL, FL, or BI, FL, that is all your blasphemy. E is how many of that blasphemy they have had on site previously. So E, A, B, C, D, E, Bond is the 5th edit user they have had at site Epsilon. X indicates a sin mark. HUAD. HU. A is the first, so it's not a common one. D? And this is where we hit silly. Also, isn't Handler Alpha dead? No, so Handler Alpha was confirmed to have survived with permanent scarring to the face of 3rd-degree burns and will be out of commission. Handler Beta has now stepped up and is the new Handler Alpha. Oh yeah, we have Watson is different and that's it. My art is made by randomly generated brain. It only exists because evolution said it should, not because an engineer. I'm very late, but I'm here now. I'll rewatch the entire stream later. Awesome. So, The new handler alpha brings EO5 HUAD to the dorm. And as soon as they saw D, my player, is D dead? Is this Mix? Did they bring Mix back from the dead? And they were half right. At the door, standing there, is Mix. But she wasn't dead. She was hollowed, and they got to her in time, so they saved her. D stands for something else called distorted. I made an entire supplement. You can find it on itch right now. I released Cain Distortions, which basically, it gives you a Persona 4 Shadow. It gives you Persona Shadow that you can fight, and then if you beat it and you reveal your secrets in front of the rest of your XOs, you get benefits. But it will show up and it'll try to subsume your will and become the real you. It will literally be like, I am the shadow, the true self kind of deal. When the shadow defeats you, it can distort you. But also, apparently, if you hollow and they bring you to Site Alpha, they can manually force your distortion to distort you, allowing you to become conscious once more. Hollowing, in my setting, is the decoupling of the psyche from the body. But the subconscious, the subpsyche, remains. So long as you're alive, it remains. And so what this is, they take your subconscious and they force it to be the conscious. Yes, fact. Instant death is preferable to most forms of expiration. Yeah. So, she comes back different. The big thing with the distortion is you take your number one most important ideal, and that becomes all you care about. Does anyone have a guess? If you don't know, does anyone have a guess what Mix, her most important number one priority, is now? It was important to her before. So kind of like a sin? Yes, kind of like a sin. Mix, being distorted, crystallized her personality and desires and habits into being gay. You got it. Yeah, I'm just gonna add in 11th hour toxic Yuri. Yeah, of course I'm gonna do that, sure. Anyway, no, it's that she wants to support the Valentines. Her priority now is supporting the Valentines as an organization more than anything else, more than any person, more than any individual Valentine, more than any hunt, more than any civilian. She prioritizes the Valentines. Yes, we're making the cult more toxic. Yeah, exactly, Echo, keeping the Valentines around. So, they all get in a car together, and they talk to Mix, and they realize that she's different. On setting up to head out, Hattie takes Arthur's longsword because it's Cat 2, and also because Mix is here, and she wants to like just honor Arthur with that. She did not have a melee weapon prior, and so they're on a car and they're talking to Mix and like what happened, and she's like, I don't know, I fell asleep and I woke up and I was inside Epsilon and Faith was there and she explained that I had gone hollow and apparently they did something to bring me back. To me, I just like fell asleep. And she explains that she was at Site Alpha and Faith had to go. Faith had to leave. And so Absolution, the virtue, had to show up and like basically take over. And apparently when you hollow and they bring you back, you are forced to bond with a virtue. And it turns out that Faith and Absolution both go to Site Alpha regularly. So Faith and Absolution are the two most common whenever someone says, whenever someone hollows. And so at Site Alpha, everyone there is bonded to either faith or absolution. And the stereotype about Site Alpha that Sigma 1 had told Hattie about was they're the angels, because they have the lowest ranking, they have the lowest rate of civilian casualties and collateral damage out of all sites across like the North American Cain sector. And they're also happen to be based out of LA, like nearby LA. Mix said that apparently she was being forcibly retransferred to Site Alpha. And they were nice. All the staff was polite, but there was this weird sense of toxic positivity there. Everyone was forcibly cheery, and all of the XOs seemed really resigned. And also, there was only like 6, maybe 8 XOs total. This site had like no XOs compared to other sites. And what was revealed is that the angels have this like culture of toxic positivity pushed on them. Keep those rankings low, keep civilian casualties low, sacrifice yourself for the actual humans out there because you are less than human, you are worse than human, you do not deserve to live. If even one civilian is at risk, you should throw your life on the line without a second thought. And the angels are basically like toxically pushed down like that, more so than other branches. And so they all like are quietly resigned to their fates. And Mix was going to be forcibly transferred there, and she just said, no, I'm not going to work with them. If you want to try and force me here, you can try. I'm just going to be as belligerent as possible and not fit in. And I'm going to ruin missions if you send me on them. And so she was like, I need to go back to the Valentines. And because she was so obstinate, they sent her back to the Valentines. Site Alpha, one of the sites where it's actually built into like a mountain, like underground in a facility. And she talks about how like, oh yeah, Absolution was like really nice, really kind, really polite, bonded with Absolution. Now, when people confess something to her, she can hear it no matter the distance. You become a flat and exaggerated character of yourself. Foreshadowing, narrative device. Keeping the Valentines together, yep. The version of Cain takes a surprising amount of guff and feedback from The Exorcist. Yeah. Yeah. And like, normally, same thing with like Sigma. Sigma came from Site Beta. Transferred to Gamma. Retired, was sent to Epsilon. Because Cain wants to avoid the situation where a Beta goes to Gamma, comes back to Beta, has friends, has favorites, treats the XOs better than they deserve to be, better than they ought to be. So they take a Beta, they send them over to Epsilon. If you have someone from Epsilon, you send them over to Angels with Alpha. You mix and match to minimize cross-contamination of sites. But if you have an asset that is not going to function unless it's sent back to its site, it is less work to just send it back to Site Epsilon. And that's easier on everyone involved. So Mix is now bonded with Absolution, and Bond actually mentions she has continued to bond with Faith, and she knows why Faith left, because apparently Faith had to go to Vietnam. Because in the world, there are recurring sins, most often hounds, that when a culture or a people or a group hold on to generational trauma, it continues to linger in the subconscious. The same sin will arrive again and again, and it will have the same appearance, and it will have the same domains, and it will have the same traumas with the same trauma question answers. And so virtues are sent out to deal with them. And like, they'll just show up like every 3 to 5 years. They'll show up every 10 years. They'll show up once a year. And you'll just be like, oh yeah, this is the Vietnam War one. I'm getting sent out to Vietnam to take out the Vietnam War hound. The trauma of that has yet to heal. And so it's still in the subconscious. And so it still lingers. And so we still have to deal with this. However, I know what its domains are, and I can just instantly spam all of its trauma questions. It's easy. It's systematic and predictable, exactly. And so like, Faith knows going to the Vietnam War one, it is catching the dough, and it also has the annihilation of the wicked. You don't want to bring guns, And also, you want to be on the lookout for when it's in the tunnel system that the Viet Cong used. That's really like the big threat of where it is. So you need to go into the tunnel system and be prepared for it to ambush you. She's refusing to cooperate with her assigned teammates. So she's an XO, breaker. She's distorted. That's basically how it went. It was like, okay, so she'll adapt. And it's like, no, she's distorted. Like we just did the procedure on her. Just send her back. It's easier. Yeah, no, literally, it's Sin speedruns. And Bond says that apparently the virtues have a leaderboard where they rank how many and how quickly of these repeating sins that they can take out. And apparently, Fortitude is not allowed to participate. Canonically, there's a leaderboard all of the virtues do, where they kind of like, oh yeah, well, I actually took out the Vietnam War one 30 minutes. How? It takes me an hour just to find it. I got lucky. It happened to like be right by me when I landed, and it just was super easy from takeoff. And then like Fortitude is just not allowed to participate in these things. Fortitude is just only reserved for actual threats. Which virtue is most likely to sequence break? Faith, definitely. I'm sure there's a family out there who just has Silent Hill happen once a decade. Vietnam War specifics aside, the idea of a sin who keeps manifesting the same appearance and domains without knowing why or how would be a really good plot hook. Yeah. And like, so it's more than just the Vietnam War. It's also like, for instance, 9/11 has a recurring one that has come up. If it is a tragedy in the public conscious that is retained and is still discussed and remembered, it probably has a recurring sin. There are other historical events that definitely have that I'm not going to talk about on stream, and I don't want to talk about on stream. However, something like, oh no, a massacre that happened, or for instance, like one of the many Bloody Sundays throughout history, probably doesn't still have a hound, but it may have had a hound when it first started. Bloody Sunday is the name for like basically any revolution that happened on Sunday, any resistance movement, any revolt that happened on a Sunday, and then it's just called Bloody Sunday, and maybe it'll be like Bloody Sunday back in like the 1700s in colonial America. Maybe that had a hound, and maybe it was so impactful that it constantly came back and back and back. And then people don't care about that anymore. So it faded from the public conscious, it faded from the psychic sea, it no longer comes about. Would the Black Plague be big enough to still linger? I don't think people are still scared of the Black Plague. I think for like a century or two after the Black Death, I think absolutely people were still incredibly scared of the Black Death coming back, and that would have brought with it sins. Fortitude, it's so unfair that I can't participate in these hunts. I really can take out the 9/11 sin in 5 minutes. Last time you tried that, you killed more people that caused the sin. Details. I like the idea of all Bloody Sundays having one hound. That'd be really funny. I have a question. What is Cain? Good question. I'm not answering that. I answered that 7 hours ago. Ogres sometimes come around when people off themselves. I assume there's at least one repeating ogre in the world. So ogres are all about depression and despair. And they're actually the least likely to form post-mortem, because a lot of people that take their own life feel a sense of catharsis with that. The Great Depression ogre. Oh my gosh. The Great Depression toad. The 2008 financial crisis toad. So a lot of people that like take their own lives actually feel a sense of catharsis leading up to it. And that's the antithesis of what an ogre has. And an ogre, I can't say this term on stream, but it's self-termination edging. Effectively, it is pushing yourself to the brink, and then the ogre has like one hand on you to stop you from going over, because the ogre wants you to wallow in it. The ogre wants you to be sad. The ogre wants you to be depressed and despairing, and you can't do that if you're not around anymore. So the ogre doesn't actually want you to take your own life. And so if you're on track to manifest an ogre, you're probably going to manifest it before you make that decision. And if you do make that decision, you probably are so set in your mind that you don't feel helpless anymore. You feel like you're reclaiming agency, and therefore you're not going to manifest one. So Echo, that's the kind of event that, like, yeah, absolutely, there could be one. Is there one that still? So, for instance, the Alamo had a sin tied to it, repeating, that would happen over and over. Nowadays, if you ask anyone the Alamo, if you ask like any American about the Alamo, maybe 60% will say remember the Alamo, and then if you ask them any other questions about it, they won't be able to tell you. They won't even know as part of like American expansion and part of the Mexican-American War. Like, remember the Alamo is all there is. So there's no more sin about it now. But probably for a while, the Alamo was a big deal, right? And so it had an event. Pearl Harbor is one where a lot of people don't actually mourn Pearl Harbor nowadays. Yes, it's still honored, but at least in the US, a lot of people don't care about Pearl Harbor. And I think that's in large part because it's been enough time that the people directly affected and their direct descendants are mostly aged out. What kind of sin or recapturing sin would a mass self-reduction of the population create? I mean, it wouldn't necessarily form a sin. I think that would be a really interesting premise for a idol. A death cult. Where the only cultists are those that have died. Would the gold rush fever have made toads appear? Probably, yeah. The ogre has a hand on you to stop you from going over, but also doesn't want you to move. Yeah, it has a hand on you, keeping you on the edge. Keeping you from going over or from leaving the edge. So they ship out with Mix. They're in the car. Bond is talking about how she's continued bonding with Faith. Faith has this little thing. And Bond at this point is now a level 2 bond with Faith. Has the null high blasphemy. Arrow, get on track. We're so close. I know. Will the Challenger crash? I mean, not everything would manifest a sin. I would say that, like, unironically, Reagan's appearance on TV probably made that, like, squashed any sin that might have formed from it. Because there was the whole thing with the Challenger crash, and then Reagan was, like, addressing the nation as, like, oh, this is such a tragedy, but we will move on, we'll be stronger kind of deal. And that's why he's called, like, the Great Soother, independent of his policies. Like, he's called the Great Soother, and he, like, knew how to talk to people. I wonder if those 2 bombs made a Sinzilla. Oh my gosh. Yeah, listen, I said we're not going to be talking about specific historical events, and then I brought up the Alamo, and then I moved on, and people are still bringing up specific events. Daniel, yes, that's exactly the sort of thing that absolutely would have sins tied to it, and probably even to this day would continue to have them, because there are still indigenous communities that very much remember that and are hurt by it still to this day. They still feel that wound. It's not even a scar. But I'm not going to, like, talk about that kind of stuff, because then we start getting into really sensitive issues. So, a level 2 null Reagan. What the frick? Okay, so they're in the car. They get dropped off. They're back at Thunderfeld. In Thunderfeld, there's the juvenile delinquency problem, and now it's gotten worse. Before it was like, oh, there's gangs of kids, they go around, there's like 13, 14 to like 16, 17-year-olds. They're all going around and like causing problems. Now they're like throwing bricks at cops. Now they're like actively like rebelling and like breaking store windows. And there was like a riot like a month ago, and police presence has increased. Gang activity of juveniles has increased. And like, even though it's not marred by the miasma and the ogre, it's still marred by just shifting cultures. And so they're back in Thunderfeld, and they have a inkling. Let's go back to the forest that had that poltergeist. Because what if we can get more info on it? And so they go. They split up. And it is Wrath and Hattie. And then Sister is so excited. Oh my gosh, Sister is so excited to have Mix with her. But Mix, the entire car ride was just kind of different. Mix, like every single exchange brought up something Valentines. Something this for the Valentines. Well, yeah, I'm a Valentine. You're a Valentine. It's all about the Valentines. And when she was told about Clapback and Canine, she was entirely dismissive. I can't believe they turned their back on the Valentines like that. Why would they do that to the Valentines? That doesn't sound like Mix. Huh. When Hattie said to Mix earlier in the game, I'm thinking of going Gamma. Mix said, if that's what's right for you, that's what's right for you. I will support you. And everyone here is going to support you. Because the thing about being a Valentine is that we support each other no matter what. Odd. Anyway, there's also a bit where there's some weird, like, flirty interactions between Mix and Hattie. And earlier, there was an interaction where, like, so, like, obviously, Raph, Hattie's partner, is interested in Bond. They've since had a conversation about it. Bond made it clear she's not looking for a relationship. She's not interested in that with anyone. And Raph is just kind of like, well, okay. And Bond's like, I mean, I'm kind of interested, like, on other levels, but, like, I feel weird about with you and Hattie. And then, like, Raph is like, no, we talked about it. She's okay with it. Bond's like, I still find that kind of weird. And then Bond talked to Hattie about it. It was like, hey, I just want to let you know, I wasn't trying anything with, like, Raph. And then Hattie had to tell Bond, like, no, it's okay. That's fine. And so all of that stuff. And so there's this weird flirty interaction where they're, like, playing footsie and, like, they're bantering. And at one point, Raph leans in and whispers to Hattie, like, you know, you don't have to keep your eyes only on me. And that's, like, Raph basically expressing that, like, in the same way you're encouraging me to enjoy the moment, pursue my feelings, go with whatever, I'm saying the same to you. And Hattie, like, gets all embarrassed and is like, what? No. And there's this weird tension on multiple levels. Sister, so excited to have Mix back, does not care. They split up. There's two entrances to the forest. There's, like, different paths that go through it to the poltergeist. And there's, like, trails that you can walk. Bond agrees that Mix is acting weird. And they also agree they don't want Sister alone with Mix. So Bond agrees to go with those two. Raph and Hattie go the other way. And they look for the poltergeist. And then as they're walking, Hattie and Raph see approaching them, coming from deeper in the woods, a woman in a flannel with yoga pants and a ponytail. Oh my gosh, it's Bridge, that binder. And so the binder's back. And they're like, what? So then they, like, jump off to the side and they call it in, and then they get back up and they point a gun at her. And then, like, Bridge is like, whoa, what's going on? And then Hattie, like, uses blast and, like, tries to freeze part of Bridge's body. But because Bridge is also a flux user, she unconsciously manipulates it. And so instead of it being, like, freezing some of her body in time, it distorts part of her body in time and sends it to an alternate time stream. And in that time stream, it is night, there's screaming, and there's a massive monstrous creature that's roaring and slashes down, and, like, a bear claw slashes across the other version of Bridge's torso, which then is now in this reality for a moment. And so that's how the blast happens. Cat Zero Toad has, like, $5. Oh my gosh. Cat Zero Ogres that just whispers, it's so Jover. Backed by unpopular demand. Yeah. And so she's like, ow! She just, like, slashed me across the chest. And she's like, well, I think that's what happened. I wasn't intending to do that. And then they start talking. And then it turns out, Bridge reveals she was talking to the poltergeist as well. Because she learned that the sin was here. And she goes around to executed sins and does what the guy before was doing. Takes their pieces and sells them to other binders. Particularly, she really wants to get her hands on a sin seed. And the people that sent her here said, like, it's gonna die soon, it's gonna be executed. Get its sin seed, and we will pay you handsomely. And so she's like, and she's like, wait. So you're trying to kill this thing? I know I have a lead on this thing and you want to kill it. I don't want to fight it, but I'm more than happy to let you fight it. And then as long as I get the thing that's inside of it, the sin seed. Yeah, the sin seed. And so what they do is they make a deal with her. And Hattie uncalls it in, says to Handler Beta, like, that was a mistake. It was just civilian. Never mind. They now walk with Bridge over to the others. They explain the situation to them. Bridge has now joined the party. As Bridge is giving them information that apparently a creature, a exorcist that is like under the control of this thing, an acolyte, is at the water filtration plant. And also, this place is buzzing with grace energy. The poltergeist was like freaking out because it was like so near to so many different sin entities. Wait, sin seed? There's sin body part black market? Yeah. Oh, the poltergeist is still here? It's just mad forest oracle. Yeah, it is. Because it didn't leave last time. Because it's small enough it can just kind of retain. And it's subtle enough that it can just kind of like feed off of ambient grace. And so Bridge joins the crew. They all go to the water filtration plant. However, tension increments, because what I was doing on this hunt, because it's the final hunt, and I'm evil, I was incrementing pressure or tension by 2 each scene instead of 1, and that meant that every other scene there was a tension move, which really added up quickly. And so they like got stopped by the cops because they were outside of the water filtration plant. They managed to like talk the cops into like arguing with themselves, and so they went into a gas station, and then they hit another tension move, and so the gas station was actively being robbed by one of the gangs of these kids, and so they had to stop the gang of kids from robbing the store. And Hattie whips out a gun and like threatens them with a gun and like interrogates them and learns that they're unrelated to anything. Hattie and Raph earlier went on kind of like a date around the park. They were just walking around the park. They saw like a soccer practice going on, and they talked to some kids and like that were part of the gang, and like they didn't appear to know anything. So the kids seemed to be unrelated to the cult, but they just had a nice little date in the park, and they're like, we could just leave. And that's when Hattie's like, 72 hours. Charities would get us in 72 hours. And it's just this thing where it's, I can see the future! What do you see? Lots of doomed Yuri! I'm imagining people crushing up sin parts and snorching them. Yeah, so what it is that it's, you take sin parts, you bring them back to a binder. The binder can use psychic energy along with traditional, like, cooking methods to synthesize and prepare it into what is effectively like a tab. You take the tab, and it exposes you to the psychic sea. If you have if you're graceless, if you're like a sleeper, if you're a normal human, it heightens your levels to where you can perceive grace phenomena. And if you have grace like an XO, it exposes you to the psychic sea. And exposed to the sea is a special condition, a special event that I added to my supplement. And that is how you not only hollow, but also how you have the chance to develop a mutation in your blasphemies. Or you might just like see the future, which is pretty wicked. Anything more important? I wasn't paying attention. The Doom Yuri was really engaging. Yeah, basically. And so they had a nice little date. They head to the gas station, stop this robbery, and then they head over to the water filtration plant. Using Rancor to break the cameras, they managed to set Bond to pick the lock. And they're all chatting. And they're all chatting around Bond picking the lock on one of the doors for this water filtration plant. And long story short, they head inside. It's a water filtration plant, the back rooms of it. They head downstairs. They look downstairs. There's some employees down there. Bond uses her edit power to manipulate, to disguise herself. She heads downstairs. She chats with all of them, socially engineers them, learns that the boss, the new boss, who is like apparently really young, but like he's totally 18, right? They wouldn't hire like a kid for this. He's upstairs in his office. And then they head into the main room of the office. And they try and rest outside. And they're talking too loudly. And Acme, one of the XOs, one of the ones, is inside of his office on a computer in like a white button-down shirt on a like old like 90s computer device that's in this little office that he's just typing away on. And they're like, oh my gosh, he cleaned up. What the frick? This is canonically the poltergeist voice now. I don't care what voice you used before. I technically never did a voice for it because it never appeared on screen. What? Anya, what? What the frick? Is there like grace and power to estrogen? No, there's not grace that gives, there's not estrogen that gives you fire powers. This was posted on the Discord recently. Attack me. And they're all chatting. And they basically like, they're talking to Bridge and learning about Bridge, and Bridge reveals that like she's just been on her own. She doesn't know about Cain, so they're explaining Cain to her. And they explain Under Heaven to her because she doesn't know what Under Heaven is. And and she learns that, oh, I've been working with what is like super evil grace people. I did not realize that. I mean, they were nice to me every time I interacted with them. And they're like, yeah, because you're not human, you're an exorcist. And she's like, oh, got it. And then she's explaining how like, yeah, she survived all this time. And like no one knew about her. She's like keeping her head low, using flux power to keep herself safe. And the people are just like, well, that's kind of crazy that you could do it. Maybe running isn't the worst problem. And that's when Raph goes, can we stop just flip-flopping back and forth? Can we commit to one thing in our lives? First, it was we're going to run away. Now it's we're not going to run away. Then it's when we're going to run away. Then it's that we're going to go Gamma. Then it's that we're going to stay in Valentine's. Then it's we're going to run away again. Can we just make a decision? Can we just stick to one plan for all of our lives? And so Raph is kind of crashing out because Hattie keeps like exploring other options. And Raph starts crashing out and crashes out so loud that Acme opens the door and goes, oh my gosh, it's all of you. Hi. And like says hi to all of them. It's like super happy to see them and like gives them like hugs and like waves to them or whatever. Sees Sister's like, hey sister. And Sister like looks at him. Doesn't address him. And he like steps towards her and she takes a step back. And like Hattie swings in for the assist, or like someone swung in for the assist to like distract Acme. And then Acme like turns attention to Breeze like, oh hey, it appears we haven't met. What can I call you? And she just goes, not interested. And he goes, well, worth a shot. And then he just like was so willing to start hitting on Bridge. Sister, remember, she saw Acme and he was different. Sister is not doing well when it comes to these other individuals. She can look past the differences that Distorted Mix has because she didn't see them happen. She saw all of the, like Acme and Watson and Newton and Faust all look and act and start acting different, and then to be pulled away from it by her own sin. She's not doing okay with that. Anyway, Acme heads downstairs, grabs some like spare donuts from the break room and some coffee and like brings it up for them, gives them all some snacks. And there's this thing where Mix is sharing her donut with Sister, and Sister's like, I don't want any. And then Mix is like, come on, just have a little bit. This might be the only donut you have for a while. And she's like, okay. She has a little bit of the donut. Like, okay, this is actually pretty good. So then Mix takes her, like, she got half of a jelly donut and splits her half in half to give Sister a full quarter. And like Mix is looking after Sister. And Raph is still like cooling down. And Bond is actually the one that was like calming her down. And Hattie was focused on talking to Acme. And so Hattie and Bond each take half of a chocolate donut. And they both go up to Raph. Because Bond is like, do you want some? And Raph is like, no, not really. And Bond's like, come on, try it. And like holds it up for her to try. And so Hattie, seeing this, follows Bond and says, no, have some. And they're both holding up a bit of chocolate donut. And Raph is like literally suffering from success right now because Hattie is her girlfriend and her first girlfriend. Bond is her first like sapphic awakening. And both of them are like giving her attention and doing a cute coupley thing with her. And she likes both of them. And like Raph has been hosed this entire game. Raph is getting just a little bit of polysapphic goodness right near the end of the game. And so she takes a bite from Hattie's. And Her Yuri meter like kind of overloaded a little bit. She takes a bite from Hattie's and then tears off a little bit of Bond's and puts it in her mouth. And then Hattie's teasing her, so then they kiss and like share that piece. And so oddly, because Bond had already bitten into the donut, this was technically an indirect three-way kiss. Because Bond bit it, offered it to Raph. Raph took some off, put it in her mouth, kissed Hattie with it. Hattie and her kind of like both had some. And so technically all of their lips were on it. So it was both a kiss and a three-way kiss and an indirect kiss all at once. Dang, these girls gay as heck. Good for them. Basically. And so, and like Bond was not bothered. She's like, oh, whatever. And just walked off. Wow, three-way polyamorous Yuri kiss. Oh my god, that's really funny because so I've been going out more. I've mentioned this a couple times on stream. I've mentioned this a couple times off stream. And I'm in California. I moved to California like a year ago, and in California there's a fair amount of poly people, and a fair amount of poly people, or not a fair amount, like a couple of poly people hit on me and like talked about their polycules and like not quite invited me to them, but have like expressed interest in me while also being poly. And my buddy is just like, hey, listen, I need you to know if you join a polycule, I'm going to kill you. And I'm like, why? And he's like, listen, you're going to have a good time. You're going to be enjoying yourself in like one of those houses that has like 6 people in it. And I'm going to bust down your door and I'm going to like free you from their clutches. And I'm like, why? He's like, because it never works out. I've seen it happen before. It never works out. And I'm like, I'm not even polyamorous. And he's like, I know, but you're in California. You need to be careful. Was that just a funny story? Because I'm just like, I don't plan on joining a polycule or like a commune anytime soon. But my buddy was like, I need you to know, do not fall into it. Oh my. Many people have seen Aro across the vibe and like Aro's bar. I will say, like literally, I'm dancing. I'm out. I'm dancing. I get tired. I go off to the wall and I'm like leaning against the wall, like arm over my head, just like overheating, right? And I'm by like the bathroom because I'm just like on the wall that's near the bathroom. And these two individuals walk by me and they're very clearly like together. They're matching matching outfits. And one of them just goes, by the way, you're gorgeous. And I'm like, thank you. Your outfit's amazing. And like we got to small talk as they're like on their way to the bathroom. And it very much felt like oh, I saw you from across the way and we liked your vibe. Because I just get approached by these two people that are obviously together and they just start chatting me up. And then I'm like, okay. But doesn't he know doomed queer relationships are Aro's favorite thing? Not participating in them. So what I'm hearing is because the Drifter never appeared, that is, in fact, the Drifter's voice. Yes. Aro, I'm by like the bathroom, right? I mean, I am pan. Like, I feel as though, despite the fact that I'm not particularly interested, I feel as though like I kind of hit the notes on what you want from like adding. Oh my gosh, I kind of hit with the notes that you want from a third because I'm a pan NB. I am down for anything, and presumably anyone is down for me, assuming that they're like chill gender. Okay, Chad, I think they're gay. I don't want to assume much. Yeah, I had a friend who was poly and in a relationship. They were giving hints, but probably I'm not poly. Yeah. And like obviously my buddy is not like anti-poly as a concept. He's not like discriminatory against poly people. It's just as like he was like, Aro, I need you to know if you join a polycule, I'm going to rescue you. And he's like, and I'm like, why? And he's like, it never works out. And I'm not gonna let that happen to you. You move to California and immediately join a polycule. And I'm like, it's been a year. And he's like, that's immediately. We should continue. We should know the dangers. So they head outside. And Acme, despite being like 17, has a car and a license And he's like, hey, so there's 7 of us. I want to grab Newton. She's currently out with the kids. And they're like, what? And she's like, yeah. Like my assignment is here at the water filtration planet. That's what Snake has me doing. Snake has Newton out with the gangs and trying to corral all of them. And they're like, okay. And so the kids were relevant, just not to Newton, just not to Snake directly. And so he's just like, okay, so I can drive us over to the warehouse, where they're like, the warehouse? And it's like, yeah. Do you remember like 6 hours ago when I talked about Thunderfeld and I talked about how it had juvenile delinquency? And it was dominated by this giant warehouse off in the distance for the pyrocare. This medical pharmaceutical warehouse. It's all coming back. It didn't go away. They came to the same location. The drifter was in the same spot. The warehouse is in the same spot. The kids are in the same. It's all coming together. And so Acme's like, I want to go pick up Newton, but I want to tell Snake first. So how about I take 2 trips, I drive some of you over, and then I come back after I tell Snake, and I pick up the rest of you, and then I pick up Newton. And so they agree. And talking it over, Raphael does a whisper, spends a psyche burst, and sees that whichever group goes to the warehouse is going to have to deal with Snake. And whichever group stays here is going to have to deal with the cops. That's what she sees from her future sight. And so they agree, for multiple reasons, that Bond should stay behind. One, because she is best at dealing with the cops. Also, she is covered in knives, meaning that they want her in the second car where there's not going to be someone in the center, so that she's not stabbing anyone that's leaning up against her. And then it's kind of like everyone's debating, like, oh, who should stay behind, blah, 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 blah. Sister really doesn't want to go, but everyone's kind of like, we want Sister on the big group just in case. And so, like, it's really between Raph and Hattie. And Bond is just like, I know Raph has got my back. And Raph just goes, and I know you can last without me. And so Raph and Hattie have this weird kind of like, I love you, bye. And Bond and Hattie have this like cordial kind of just like, stay safe out there, okay? And then Bridge gets shotgun, Mix and Sister and Hattie all get in the back seat. Acme drives off, and Bond and Raph are holding hands and watching them go. And then they walk back in the water filtration plant. So they wait for the cops to show up and deal with that then. That is where we ended. The penultimate session that we did not realize was going to be the penultimate session. Or, sorry, the third to last session. We are now in the final 2 sessions. I've played these games before. Snake, where? I'd rather deal with Snake. We're now in the final 2 sessions. The penultimate session begins with the nightmare road trip. And this is one of the funniest cold opens to a session I've had. So they're driving. It's like a half-hour drive. They pull out of the parking lot. They go north a bit out of the industrial sector of Thunderfeld. They pull onto a dirt road leading over to the warehouse, and it's like a 25-minute drive. This is not a new car. It's an older car. It's a used car. The suspension, not great. They're on a dirt road. It's kind of... And it's like just jittery and bumpy enough that it's uncomfortable, but not so much that like it's like slamming you up and down or anything that's like undrivable. It's just uncomfortable enough that you're gonna want to complain, but not enough that you actually like try anything else. I make my player roll for risk. Why? Because Sister looks like she's about to be sick and she is in the center seat. I roll risk, I get like a 5. And she looks like she's about to throw up. And so Hattie's like, is there anything up here? Like looking around, and Mix is like, stop the car. And Acme's like, well, huh? And Mick's like, stop the car, sister's about to be sick. And he's like, oh, really? And then Hattie's like, yeah, she's about to throw up. And then he pulls over, Mick gets out with her, helps her out. Hattie's looking for something to like help with her stomach, like settle her stomach kind of deal. Gets some like hand sanitizer, gets like an Altoids container, gets some napkins, makes a weird like smelling salts basically to like calm her stomach. And basically Bridge just starts chatting and asking her questions like, what is she doing? And Acme is talking to her and is like, Acme's like, weird, she never got carsick on other deployments. I wonder what that is. And this kind of reaffirmed that like it wasn't just the car, it was the nerves. And eventually Hattie is distracted by talking to Acme, and then she goes outside after sister's already thrown up, and basically they switch her out, her mouth out with water. She smells the little thing, is like, ew, that's gross. And she's telling Mix that she is sad that she threw up the jelly donut. And Mix is like, we can just get another one. And sister's like, no, you don't understand. It might be another one, but it's not going to be the last one that we have together. I'm worried that we're not going to be together next time I get one. And so Mix is kind of like having that conversation with her, and it's a two-layered conversation. It is, yeah, she's sad about the jelly donut, but also she does not trust that going there is a good idea. Sister does not want to go to this warehouse. Sister wants to just avoid it if possible. And Hattie is talking to her, and sister's like, I'm not getting back in that car. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. And they're like, we can walk if you want. Like, and she's like, I don't want to go. And like, they have to like comfort her and convince her to continue on with the mission and go over to the warehouse. And so eventually like Hattie like hugs Mix and like sandwiches sister, and like she like nods into them and is like really sad. She like barely gets back in the car, and then they're off in the car together. And Bridge is chatting and then talks about like getting shot, or because something that happened is that in one of the alternate time streams, Bridge killed Hattie. So Hattie doesn't let Bridge live that down, and Bridge is like, yeah, and you shot me in an alternate timeline. And it's like, yeah, it's fine, it's whatever. And so at one point, I don't know why, Hattie is talking about her gun, and Bridge is like, can I see it? And Hattie whips out her gun in the car in this bumpy car ride. And it's like a bolt action lever rifle that's like full length and that she wears on her hip. And so she whips out it, and I roll risk. And if I rolled too low, I said on 1 it discharges. And it did not discharge. But I said, how do you avoid it slamming into sister's face? And she manages to like jut it out of the way, and it like hits her in the head. Ow, dang it. And she pulls out her gun. And Bridge from the front seat goes, gimme. And like does grabby hands and like wants to hold her gun. And she hands her gun, a bolt action lever rifle, hands her gun forward, and Bridge is admiring it. It's like, wow, this is incredible. And then Bridge is like, wait, what's this? And like gestures to her little keychain that she got from Faith that is her own merch. And then he's like, this is kind of familiar. And then they start talking, and then it turns out the big event that Hattie cheated at that got her really popular in the content sphere because of her powers, Bridge vaguely recognizes her from that. Oh, your hat trick. You're like that hat trick. Oh, wow, I didn't realize that. And then like hands back the gun or whatever. And then they're talking about like guns, and then Mix's gun comes up. So Mix takes it out, and Bridge is doing grabby hands, and Mix is like, well, unlike some people in this car, I'm not going to hand my gun to a stranger. And then Hattie's like, well, it's fine. It's not that bad. And at this point, they're like talking about the keychain now and the stocks and whatever. And then Acme looks over and is like, wait, what? And like starts looking over his shoulder as he's driving, and is looking at like the keychain and the gun and whatever. And the car starts veering off to the side, and makes it like, Acme, road. And so he like whips around and like juts back to the side and like rocks the car back and forth. And then it's like, sorry, forgot. And so it's a nightmare car ride. It's a nightmare road trip. You have the little kid who's throwing up. You have people who are taking out their guns. You have people that aren't, like a driver that isn't watching the road. It's a nightmare road trip. And it was so funny. It was such a moment of levity. And like at one point, he shows, or part of when they were waiting on Sister, he showed his fake ID. And because he's like 17, but he has like a 21 plus ID. And his name is Jeremy, and like they're teasing him for his name being Jeremy. He's like, I can't choose what I was named. And she's like, oh, that's your actual name. And he's like, yeah, I figured it was good practice for when I got a real one. And she goes, that is oddly wholesome. I guess once you're a big shot exorcist, guns aren't that scary. I mean, yeah, like once you like train with this thing daily, it's not that scary. But it is something you should absolutely not be whipping out in a bumpy car ride, even if it's not like loaded. So they get brought inside. Acme is chatting with the receptionist and like smooths things over on how to like get them inside, because the entire warehouse is not under the cult. Select members are part of the cult. Brought into a break room. It's a small little break room that has like a single fridge, a mini fridge, a sink. So it has like a mini fridge, a sink, a basket of wilting flowers that once had snacks in it, and like that's it. And the mini fridge has a couple of water bottles, a couple of sparkling waters, and a single orange Gatorade. And so Acme is like, hey, yeah, I'll go talk to Snake, blah, 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 blah. I can pick up food while I'm out, because I know that you're probably like starving. So when I pick up Newton and Bond and Raph, I can pick up food as well. You let me know what you want. Goes over to talk to Snake. They're on the break room. They split some drinks. And Hattie pours a sparkling cranberry and like an orange Gatorade for Sister. And Sister's like, I don't like orange. And Mix is like, come on, drink it. And Sister's like, I don't like orange. And she's in that state where like, she's so upset that any little thing is a big thing. And so like, she doesn't like orange Gatorade, you know, like it's one of those things where if she was in a neutral state of mind, she would be fine with it because it's Gatorade. But like, no, she doesn't like orange Gatorade. And like, it is just bugging her because everything is bugging her right now. She's not doing okay. And so Mix takes the orange Gatorade and gives her a sparkling, and the sparkling cranberry. She's like, this isn't very good. And then takes another drink. It's like, this is bad. And like sips it some more. So Sister's drinking that. And they're all having conversation. And the conversation is like, what do we do? Do we just wait? Do we go? What is this? And Hattie's like, I want to go talk to Snake. And Mix is like, yeah, I agree. I want to join you in that. And Hattie's like, huh? I figured you of all people would be like, no way, we're not doing that. And Mix is like, no, I think it would be a good idea to talk to Snake. And I'm not letting you do it alone. I'm going to come with you. And Sister's like, can we not? And so they're all talking. And I don't even remember what the conversation topic was. But then eventually there's the I want to talk to Snake comment that Hattie makes. And Sister's the only one that hears. Sister's the only one that hears this comment and goes, why? And Mix is like, why what? And Sister's like, talk to Snake. Mix is like, what? Mix looks at Sister, looks at Hattie, very confused. Hattie explains she wants to go talk to Snake, figure out what's going on. Not in a let's go kill this thing, in a I want to figure out what's happening circumstance. And that's when Mix is like, yeah, sure. And Acme comes back. He's like, hey, you talk about that food yet? And they're like, we're thinking like Italian. How about pizza? And he's like, awesome. Like pepperoni, cheese, good. There's like a bunch of us. Yeah, sure. Then he heads out. He's going to go in his car, pick up Newton, pick up Raph and Bond. Pick up pizza. ETA like 45 minutes, maybe an hour. They're all arguing in the break room now. Why do you want to talk to him? Like, oh, why do you want to go with me? Well, I think that's a good idea. I want to get closure. We don't need closure right now. Well, what do you want from him? Closure? It's like, well, no, I want more information. That's closure. They're arguing. And at a certain point, Hattie is just like, well, before we even decide this, we need to figure out what do we say? Like, how do we figure out if someone's someone's affected by the cult. And Mix is like, that's easy. We'll just see if they're acting different. And Hattie is like, yeah, sure, that'll be easy, because distorted Mix over here acting like a completely different person. We need to say something that only the real us would ever say. Something that we would never back down on. Something that is true. And that we would only ever swap our mind on if we're possessed by the cult. After this mission, I'm going Gamma. And she says, definitively, I'm going Gamma. Sister is shocked, silent. She left Rancor outside because in case there's grace sensitive individuals in here, they didn't want them seeing Rancor. She gets up and she just walks out the room. She says, I'm going and waiting outside with Rancor. She just leaves. Mix is like, Hattie, you're Gamma? Hattie. And like, is just thinking to herself. It's just not able to parse it. And Hattie's like, go after her. She needs you. And Mix is like, no, Hattie, what do you mean? And then they're like starting to argue about who should go after sister. And then Bridge is like, I'm not letting the 12-year-old loiter outside by herself. You deal with whatever you're dealing with. And Bridge leaves to go after her. So now it's Mix and it's Hattie alone in the break room. And Mix hits her with the gauntlet. Why would you turn your back on the Valentines like that? We all need you. We all care about you. Like, don't you want to stay with us? Don't you want to help us, like, go forward? And Hattie's like, yes, but like this is something I've made up my mind on. I've needed this. I've needed to do this. And then she's like, well, yeah, what about sister? She needs you. Sister's just a kid. You're gonna turn your back on her? And Hattie's like, well, what about you? She needs you right now. She's gone. And then Mick says, sister's gonna be fine. You need me right now. What about Raph? Are you really just gonna turn your back on Raph? And then Hattie's like, yeah, she'll catch up. And Mix goes, really? You think she's gonna leave behind Bond? I understand that she cares about you and she'd say yes to anything you asked of her. But she would also do the same of Bond. I don't think she has it in her to turn her back on Bond because Bond can't go Gamma. If you go Gamma, there's a real chance that you're going to leave behind Bond, or that you're going to leave behind Raph. And what about me? What about you're hurting me by doing this? Don't you know how much this would hurt me if you turn your back on me? And then she's like, yeah, of course I know that, but you've been acting different already ever since the distortion, or like ever since you went hollow, and like every time you went asleep. And so they're arguing. They are having this discussion, and then they're just like escalating. And there's all this like, well, what about the future of the Valentines? If you stay with the Valentines, what about all of the future XOs that you're not going to be there for? What about the current XOs who are relying on you? What about the culture of the Valentines that you've been an integral part of and you're one of the last surviving members of? Do you really want future Valentines to come by and just not have the guidance that you can provide them? And Hattie's like, that doesn't matter. What matters is that if I can go Gamma, then I can like, and Mix is like, no, like think about not just the Valentines, but like us, the people that you're with. You'd be betraying us by doing that. Don't you know how much that would hurt us? And it's basically going down the line of point by point by point by point by point, seeing what sticks. And my player said, oh, it took me like after like 2 or 3 options to realize what she was doing. She's just throwing stuff at the wall, see what sticks. And Hattie was not having her mind changed. Though it was good points that were being brought up and were showing how bad of a person Hattie is. Until Mix at one point steps up close to her and puts her hands on Hattie's jaw, and her thumbs stroke her cheeks. She's talking about how much like this would hurt if Hattie left. And Hattie tries, and like one of her hands slides down to Hattie's hip, and then Hattie tries to pull away, and Mix doesn't let her pull away, holds her firm on her hip and on her jaw and is like looking into her eye and saying how much it would hurt if she left and how much the Valentines need her and how much all of the different individuals within it like care about her. And then she like lets go. And Hattie backs off. And Mix just goes, sorry, I thought you cared about me the way I cared about you. And Hattie is basically just like, we can talk about this after the mission. This is a conversation for after the mission. But what do you mean by that? How do you care about me? And Mix says, well, as Valentines, as friends. And Hattie's like, okay, fine. And like turns around, opens the door, and literally is halfway out the door when Mix goes, something more? And like Hattie freezes. Because remember, Hattie has had like a weird relationship with Mix this entire time where they're like close and it's almost like sisterly, but also like it's very easy. Like they're not actually like, they don't see each other as family. They're just incredibly close to one another. So it's very incredibly easy to get confusing feelings. And then there was like the flirting kind of deal in the car earlier. And there was the fact that she misses Mix and it like grieved Mix, and now that her distortion's back. And so she is like, that's a conversation for after the mission. And Mix says, okay, but that means you can't leave until we have that conversation, okay? And that's when Mix got her. Because what I did about a month prior, because we had like about a month delay between this session, like the third to last session and the second to last session, I asked my player, hey, with distorted Mix, her main priority, as you may have gathered, is the Valentines. How would you feel if she feels that Hattie is going to leave and she effectively seduces you? I.e., she leverages the fact that you as a player have mentioned multiple times being kind of interested in Hattie and Mix getting together. And Hattie is confusing feelings towards her, where she effectively leverages that to manipulate Hattie. And my player was like, that sounds awesome. Absolutely, I'm down for that. And so that's what I did. Mix, after trying all of these different things, basically just did a Hail Mary and was like, I love you. Not quite in that many words, but like caresses, holding her, hand on the cheek, like not letting her go. And all of this just kind of like set up that I thought you cared about me the way I cared about you. And then the kind of like walk back of like, oh, well, I care about you as a Valentine, as a friend. Something more. Never did she say I love you. Never did she say I want to date you. Never did she say anything. But my player's like, oh my gosh, this is how cheating happens in poly communities. Is because like you like Raph expressed that she was okay with Hattie exploring things with other people, but in poly communities, you need to communicate that stuff. And then I'm just like, who would know? And my player's like, ah! And so like fully, I effectively had like Mix without really anything untoward seduce and tempt Hattie. And Hattie like barely managed to not fall for it. She like basically completely like stalled in all of her progress and is now like open to Mix because like they survive this. Mix and her have a conversation and Mix is just like, Hattie, please don't leave me. I don't know what I could do without you. Then leans in, hand on her neck, and like lips an inch from hers. And then she's just like, please. And then kisses Hattie. Do you think Hattie would have the legs to not go gamma? Or do you think Hattie would have the legs to go gamma after that? I feel as though Hattie would fold completely. I feel like Hattie would be completely under the spell. And I think that might break later. But I think that's enough time that Mix would buy for herself that Hattie would probably get a Sid mark by then. Some fudged up nonsense they're doing in the Yuri factory. Yeah. You can't do this, Aro. They'll kill you. How much can we doom this Yuri? It keeps getting better. No, it does not keep getting better. No, you ain't. You going gamma and leaving everyone else alone because of reasons? Oh, so Mix is fully gaslighting Hattie about how she feels to get her to say, yes, 100%. And this was something where, like, I told my player, like, this felt so icky. Like, it was, like, I was genuinely, like, firing my mind palace. I was doing a brain blast, trying to remember, like, in real life, people I know who have manipulated me, gaslit me, mistreated others I know, and, like, real, actual sort of things that they say. And effectively, I did Darvo. I did Darvo on my player, which is a wild thing to say without context. The two of them head into the warehouse. There are shelves all across the left. There is docking bays that are all closed off to the right. It's a very tall, wide, long warehouse. Behind them is the doorway back into like the more officey area. Above them, behind them, are two floors on the second floor and third floor of glass walls that show offices. They see Faust up there in a very snazzy suit talking with someone. New Aro controversy dropped. Listen, I'm just prepping for girlfriend. My excuse is I'm just preparing for girlfriend. Get your toxic Yuri. It's piping hot. Get your toxic Yuri. Some would even say it's steamy. Aro is le problematic media. What's that Darvo thing you said? Okay, so Darvo is a like real life actual method of abuse, where I believe it is deflect, attack. Let me look this up. So I'm not willing to spread misinformation on this. Darvo is an acronym that is deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. And it is a real life actual method that, like, if you're a crisis hotline person, you're like trained to recognize, where it is, if I do something bad to you, I will deny that it was bad. I will attack you for bringing it up. And then I will say, well, actually, because you're attacking me, I'm the victim here and you're the one attacking me. And that is how Darvo works. Darvo works in the sense of, I did something bad to you. Maybe like I kicked your puppy and I stole candy from your baby. And I say, well, actually, no, I didn't do that. What matters more is the fact that you're coming after me with these false claims, and that makes me feel really bad. And you're attacking me for no reason. Is it because I have candy and you don't? You want to give my candy to your baby? Okay, fine. Like, I'll give candy to your baby, but like, dude, chill. And so that is what Darvo is. And it's a real life actual method of abuse, of like psychological manipulation. And I kind of did that for TTRPG reasons. It's quite acidic and citric, perfect for summer. See, on the one hand, the Yuri was always going to be doomed. On the other hand, if Hattie hadn't been so selfish, could there have been a happy ending? Poltergeist says, well, no. Disagree. If Hattie had not been nearly so selfish, which, just to make it clear, my player played her as a selfish character. My player was like, I feel so selfish. And I'm like, no, lean into it. If she had not been so selfish, I think probably half the Valentines would not be in the states that they were in. And I think the Valentines would have been more unified, which would have meant that they would have been less resistant to being pushed and prodded by Alpha. Even with Canine being knocked out of the running and Clapback taking over, and Clapback being a bit of a inciter, I feel like more Valentines would have been able to stand up and shut down Clapback and make it more peaceable. And I don't think that they would have left. I don't think that a lot of the ones on Resplendent Echo would have died. I don't think that a bunch of sin marks would have happened. Like, a lot would have been fixed, and I don't think that would have like wholesomed the story. I do think it would have made it less doomed for less people. Now, obviously, it's still Cain, everyone's still doomed, but it would have been less painful. I just tabbed back in and learned something new at 40 year olds. Yeah. Well, the poltergeist isn't exactly reliable. Yeah. I know we're talking about Yuri, but can exos reproduce? So, assuming that they're all of age, because I'm not talking about anything else. Yeah, exos are human. Like, yes, technically speaking, exos are not mechanically or narratively human, but exos are biologically human. They just have a sin seed. And I would probably say it's a deal where 2 exos that have a biological child are more likely to have a little baby exo with a little tiny baby sin seed. Not guaranteed. I think it's still up to effective chance. I missed it. Could you do the poltergeist voice? I legitimately don't think I can. I have been streaming for 8 hours. And I still have like an hour to go. That explanation has made so much clearer for me about your campaign and how it's designed. Thank you. Okay. Poltergeist, are you saying the doomed Yuri is inevitable because you're trying to get the doomed Yuri to happen? Maybe. Oh my gosh, I'm killing my throat. Bro, what video do I have tomorrow? What video is scheduled for tomorrow? I have a Lancer frame for tomorrow. I might not be able to do the Lancer frame for tomorrow. Like, my voice just might be shot. Would Cain let them have kids? I mean, depending on the XO, probably. Maybe take a short break to refuel on food if you haven't eaten. I have not eaten in 8 hours. Anywho. They're in the warehouse. Shelves off to the left side. Doors open to the right. And they enter the warehouse. They don't see anyone. They don't see Snake. They don't see the palace. And then they realize that the floor is like this brick pink. And there's no paint on it. And when Hattie leans down and runs a finger over it, it feels like scales. And so the entire floor, they're like, we're in the palace. We somehow walked in the palace. And they start backing up and they're like, we need to get out of here. And then someone approaches them, like a worker from the warehouse, and is like, hey, what are you two doing here? And they look over, and this dude is like in the floor. Like, hard hat on. Hands up. Like, hey, what are you doing here? Like, puts his hands down, crosses his arms. But, like, he's, like, clipping through the floor. Like, 4 feet of him, 4.5 feet of him is covered by the floor. And so they're standing on top of it. He's looking up at them without any care in the world. He's like, hey, what are you two doing here? What, you some kind of clerical service? And then they, like, kind of come up with a random excuse. And he's like, oh, okay, you're looking for the boss? Up there. And he points up at Faust. And so, like, okay. And then he leaves and, like, gives them explanations. Directions, sorry. And then they're like, we need to talk to Snake. And then they hear a voice behind them that goes, well, then you have me. They whip around. Nothing there. Snake? Yes. And the floor beneath them is rumbling. And there's a ripple that runs along the floor. And there's a single eye that opens up. And Hattie says, you left your Game Boy at the dorm. And Snake goes, I hope you brought it with you. I could use some entertainment. And that's where we ended the penultimate session. Now, oh my goodness gracious. It is time for the final session of Cain. It is time. I would love to take a small, quick break just so I don't die halfway through this. I've drank some water. I'm going to grab a little bit of food. I'm going to take 5 minutes. Please, 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 please. Take care of yourselves in the meantime. I'm just going to say BRB 5 mins. Okay. Sorry. I was like, what can I do? And then I was like, I'll just make more noises. I'm gonna be so for real with you. Anything I can have as a snack would probably kill my throat. So I'm trying some seaweed, and I don't think that will kill my throat. But it's also not very filling, so it's probably not a wise choice. I'm gonna be so FR with you right now. Seaweed is so good. I did not know this for the longest time. And then I started having seaweed, like, because the Asian market nearby. It is so good. It's just salt. And like, yeah, it's depending on what brand you get, it can be pretty oily. It's like no calories. It's basically just crunch and salt. And then listen, add some rice, add some moshinko, add some like fish, some chicken. Good. Yes, just dry seaweed, like those little packs, like dried laver. So it's really good, but also hollow. I don't know what you mean by hollow. I just have the sheets, you know? It really is very good. It's just so simple. Like, it's such a simple, good thing that you can have. Particularly when you add with like rice and sesame and like oshinko and carrot and cucumber and fish and chicken and like whatever edamame you want to add to it. But I've just been like, I'll just have a thing of seaweed. I'll just have it by itself. And yeah, it's not very filling, but it's kind of nice. Is when I just want like mouth food. I don't want like food. I can just have like seaweed and it'll be really salty and really crunchy and I'll be good. I have not done any of the Q&A. Oh my gosh, that's going to be so many questions. So I'm still hungry? Yes, I'm still hungry. But if I eat something more substantial, I know that will kind of kill my throat, and I only have like an hour stream left anyway, so it's fine. Guilty Gear Strive servers are down, so my tournament got postponed for like an hour. What the frick? Okay, so start of the ultimate session. They're speaking with Snake. And in this entire time, my player has still not gotten back to me after me asking them to send me stuff like 20 hours ago. Unbelievable. Actually, it's very believable. Cain players, am I right? I think I'm going to put my question in the Discord. No, I'm just going to rock it. I'm going to rock it. Don't worry. It begins with them being like, it's Snake. Is this you? Like, what is going on here? And Snake speaks with them. And the long and short is this. I'll just cut right to the chase. They want to know what's going on. Snake wants to tell them what's going on. Snake reveals that he is perfect. He is what they can be. The inevitable conclusion of all exorcists is to sin overflow. So why not choose to be perfect? Yes, every type of sin is called a perfect sin, but none are quite as perfect as the idol, and none are quite as benevolent as the idol either. The idol is the best sin to become. You are beloved. You can bring joy to others. You can manifest to the graceless. You are perfect. And so what Snake wants to do, he has formed the perfect Valentines. And he wishes to induct every exorcist he can coil around within it. He would train them in order to solve whatever psychological woes they have that would cause them to form an ogre, or a lord, or a spider. And he'll dash those away with genuine character growth and development. Acme was being set up to form a lord because he never felt permanence with anywhere. Working in the water filtration plant allowed him to establish a legacy for himself that he would not have to yearn to go back to because it was work. He built connection with his coworkers. They all liked him, and he genuinely had an impact. Newton was going to turn into a spider, sent off to manage the children, have full control and autonomy and agency over the gangs, and guided them as she saw fit. Watson had an inferiority complex as an ogre, and is being given special care by Snake himself in order to reaffirm his sense of worth. And Faust grew up poor, would turn into a toad. Scarcity mindset. Faust is now the boss, an owner, effectively, the manager of this entire warehouse. Faust deals in the millions of dollars. Faust wants not. And all of these individuals, Snake is matching their specific idiosyncrasies and psychologies so that he can take that away from them, make them yearn for the community that they formed at these places, the friends that they made, the connections that they made, maybe the whirlwind romances they started, and remove that so that all of the exos under him will desire to be desired. Desire the community of the perfect Valentines, and then he will induce sin overflow in them. They will turn into an idol, and one more Valentine will become perfect. And he sees no reason to restrict this to the Valentines. Why can every exorcist not go through this? What is the purpose of being an exorcist other than to be a weapon or a tool to be discarded? Is this not preferable? Snake asks. And Hattie is like, not feeling it. Hattie's not having a good time. Mix, also not having a good time. However, Hattie reaffirms her interest in going gamma and asks if he can help with that. And he says yes, he can help with that. Because he recognizes that Hattie made up her mind a long time ago about what she was going to do. Hattie was never not going to try and go gamma. He says he would never mistreat a Valentine. And Hattie kind of asks, like, well, what are Mix's thoughts on this? And Mix is just like uncertain, not really committing one way or the other. And Snake says she recognizes the value of it. And before Mix has even made up her mind, like, Snake is saying that she agrees. And because she does. She's divided, she's uncertain, she doesn't know what to say, what to focus on, what is the best way for the Valentines to move forward. Is this salvation for the Valentines? Well, being an idol is like the least bad of all of the sins, and we're all going to sin overflow anyway, so is that not the best way the Valentines? Like, Snake was a Valentine and still deserves to be cared for as a Valentine, so maybe this is the right call, and like is kind of like working through it by herself. And Hattie is just like, I can't. And Snake says, I know. And that's why I won't force you. Again, we'll never mistreat a Valentine. But if you want to go gamma, I can assist you. I can give you the ability to reach the top. And she's like, I want to reach the top of Cain. And Snake says, yes, I can do that for you. I can bring you to the top of Cain. The others will join Perfect Valentines. You will rule over Cain, but you need to trust me. And he extends up, like a hand forms from the ground, a 3-fingered digit that extends from the pink floor beneath. You can join me here and be perfect. With everyone else, no divisions necessary. Hattie's like, I can't say yes to that. And she's just like not thinking it. And Mix at this point says, Hattie, we have to agree to this. And so Hattie is like, no, this isn't what I want. And Mix says, no, but this is the only way for the Valentines to survive. Like, this isn't just surviving. This is getting better. We aren't just having to live under the mistreatment of Cain anymore. All of the Valentines are here. We can all do this. We can all be perfect. And at that point, Hattie's just like, oh, no way. Like, Snake, do you have the ability to get me Gamma? And Snake says, of course I do. And that is when Hattie turns around because Mix pulled a gun on her. Her semi-automatic that's composed of different parts all fitted together. And Mix says, you have to say yes to this. And Hattie's like, what? You're gonna shoot me? And Mix says, I will do whatever it takes to keep the Valentines together. And Hattie looks at Snake and says, are you going to interfere? And Snake says, I will ensure you're not interrupted. And what happens is that as Hattie was like speaking to Snake, there was this like bowing of the floor. She was sinking into the floor that she had then gotten up from. Mix had helped her back from. And now that happens again. But across the entire floor, as the flat surface of the floor lowers to reveal that it was not a flat surface whatsoever, but instead the coiling, wrapping tendrils of a serpent running across the entire floor of this entire warehouse that was filled in with this protrusion of flesh that then sinks back, and now they're standing there, and we start combat, where the final boss of Cain Valentines in the final combat is Mix fighting Hattie. And Mix is trying to incapacitate Hattie by shooting her and like hitting her in the legs and just like getting her to a point where she can like force her to accept the deal. And Hattie is trying to disarm Mix. Asking a perfect sin to help you go Gamma is insane. Yeah. Hattie has to stop being Hattie and has become Mad Hatter Hattie. I love making sins that make more sins. I've always wanted to do that as a plot. He's offering character development. Someone stop him. The Idol Factory, Fulgrim vibes. No, an Idol agency. Snake a real one for setting the stage. And so what happens? I, by and large, I'm rolling risk. I'm treating this as if like a normal counter. Hattie rushes to dodge out of the way of the opening salvo. Rolls poorly, or fails her roll, and also, or succeeds her roll, but rolls low on risk. So she takes some damage as bullets whiz by her from the semi-automatic. She stumbles on the coils of the snake because nothing is a flat surface at this point. It's all curved. It's just flat up against each other. So she stumbles back and forth and gets in front of her. And as part of that, Mix shudders and shakes, and suddenly she falls backwards. And as she falls backwards, an impression, an afterimage is where she was, including her hair and her gun and her clothes and all of that. And it looks like it's made of Lego. The left half of her face is this like cherry pink red brick, where the lower half of the right part of her face is this lime green and the top part is a navy, and her neck is like the collar area is a yellow, interlocking like her gun. These mixed pieces all put together. Her hair is, it's like this one big silhouette with designs like inscribed into it for her eyeballs and her mouth and her nose. And this is her using her husk power. After she became distorted, she awoke to her husk blasphemy and lost jaunt. And this is her manifesting a husk. And so she falls back and like goes backwards. And Hattie grabs at the husk to use it as like a shield and slam it into Mix, and like while blocking fire, and finds that grabbing the husk makes it collapse instantly. It collapses into a pile of like Legos, and some fall between the cracks of Snake and whatever. And so she just lunges. She just leaps at Mix, and Mix is firing the gun. And Hattie at this point takes out Arthur's longsword, the one with the pentagram in the pommel. So we have Mix is like here. We have Hattie over here. We have the longsword here. And she uses Arthur's longsword and tries to swing down to break the gun that Mix has and fails. So Mix backs off. And she says, "You're really going to dishonor his memory by attacking me with his own weapon?" Stows her own gun, takes out her katana with the freaking pommel pentagram, and they both strike at each other with melee weapons. And so they are now swinging at each other, where Hattie does an upward strike and she brings a downward strike. And then the goal is to try and disarm the katana. She fails, and risk is low. So what happens is that they hit into each other with a clang, and both weapons crack. One more hit from either of them, and it's going to shatter. And Mix looks at Hattie and says, "Are you really going to desecrate his last memory like that?" And at one point, like earlier in the fight, like literally when they first started, Hattie was just like, "You'll just say anything to get me to do what you want, won't you?" And Mix says, "If it works, yes." And so at this point, they both have the swords out, and now they just swing at each other again. And this time, they swap directions, where now Hattie is going down with the strike, and the Mix is striking upwards. And because she rolled well, she still takes damage from stress and like from risk or whatever. Because she rolled well, let me do this. So it would be like, sorry, it would be like, I gotta make this cinematic for you. Right? And so because it's like this, and they're both cracked, one more big hit will destroy either of them. This is coming up. This is going down. And they slam into each other. And there's a thunderous sundering, shattering, clanging. As because gravity is on the side of Arthur's longsword. And the longsword is naturally more stable and robust than a katana. The katana shatters, and shards of it fly out in every direction, cutting across both of them, cutting into a snake on the floor, clattering into the floor beneath them. Now, Mix is without a weapon, or her gun is stowed. She has her shattered katana in hand, and she drops it and lunges at Hattie. And Hattie brings up her sword with the flat of her blade to protect her chest, and literally, like literally, Mix headbutts it. And using blast, she fully at this point has become multicolor bricks, all fixed together, pieced together. She shatters Arthur's longsword and knocks into Hattie, using blast in order to break through, pins her to the ground. And is like on her, like pinning her, and is just shouting at her, just say yes. This will be so much easier if you just say yes. Just let us be happy. This would be so much safer and easier, and it would just, and she's just trying to formulate sentences and just crying. And at this point, she like leans down and is like pushing down on Hattie, physically trying to push her into the massive snake. And she leaves behind a husk above her that is now staring down at her as she's physically restraining Hattie. And what happens is that they're talking and like they're shouting at each other, and Mix just breaks down crying. However, her husk is still up here, and it's still glaring and shouting in like a frozen space, looking down at Hattie, while Mix is just hugging her and sobbing and begging her to please just say yes. Please just agree to the deal. Meanwhile, this other version of Mix, this pieced together Mix is glaring down at her, and Mix is just saying, I don't think those, and Hattie's just like, you used to support me, what happened? And Mix goes, I don't think those things anymore. I don't feel those things anymore. I remember doing those things and saying those things and how we were before, and I don't remember why I stopped doing that, but now I'm doing what I know is right, and I'm scared because this isn't how I used to feel, and I know this isn't how I used to feel. I used to feel differently. I used to have other thoughts. I used to feel other things. Now I don't feel anything but this, and is just reckoning with the fact that she is a distortion. And Hattie says, putting aside everything, not what you think I want to hear, what do you think of me? And Mix says, I miss you. And then that's when she breaks down crying and is like holding her and like crying into her. And Hattie is just like, how long can I stall? And I say, how long do you want to stall? And then they just try and stall for a few minutes, and they realize help's not coming. And so Hattie uses reversal, the stutter power. Rolls sin for it. Reverses Arthur's blade. Shattered handle. Uses it to throw the balance off of Mix so she can get up. The blade, then reversing in time, unshatters, uncracks, all the pieces reform onto it, and she now has the blade. However, before that happens, I say, roll. I'm going to roll risk. And if I roll a 1, that's instant death. And my player says, okay. And I roll. And I say, I didn't get a 1. I got a 2. That is a critical injury. And my player goes, yeah, okay. I say, okay. As you use reversal on it, because it's by her like thigh, it's off to the side. She uses a reversal on the sword handle, and it shudders and it shifts and it launches backwards, and it slits Mix's throat. I was not rolling risk for Hattie. I was rolling risk for Mix. The angle of the blade went right across her throat, reverses in time, reforges, floats back to where it was before, and Hattie just screams. And I described this differently in the session. However, as a husk, she does not bleed. She does not feel pain. But because it's across her throat, she is gasping. She cannot speak. She is shocked. And is struggling to actually, like, is going to die in minutes, right? And like, my player says, can I use quickening on the wound to heal it? I will take sin for this. And I say, quickening rapins the healing process of a wound. if you quicken a slit throat, she will go from dying in minutes to dying in seconds. And Hattie's, no. And like, Snake, save her. Please save her. And so Snake, with the 3-fingered arms, reaches out. At this point, like literally, what it is that it's like 2 of the tendrils, two of the things are like there. She's fallen down in between 2 of them and is like reaching out with the slit throat. And Hattie is looking down at her and like kneeling. Right? And Snake's arms, just one wraps around her arm, one wraps around her arm, one covers her throat, one puts on top of her head, grabs her legs, and just slowly pulls her into the mass of flesh. And Mix is going... It's like trying to vocalize something but can't because her throat is slashed open, and then gets pulled into the mass and disappears. And at that point, Hattie breaks down crying and is just on one of the coils of Snake, unmoving. And now Hattie begins to sink. Hattie is being embraced into the loving warmth of the perfect Valentines. The sword, she just lets it go, and it sinks into... back when they were exploring the warehouse now is where it reversed to. And so she just drops it, and it's on the other side of the warehouse, sinks into the flesh of this thing. And she is now being subsumed. And my player's just like, I don't even know what I do. And I say, I'm telling you this above board. If you do not make a decision that stops this, this will be the end of the game. What do you do? Celerity dust. And their response shocked me. Their response is probably the most surprising thing that happened in this entire campaign. It is not unexpected. It was set up, but it was not something I ever imagined that I would see a player actually commit to do. Cell says, can I sin overflow into an ogre? They say, they're not full on sin, they're not sin overflowing. They say, can I sin overflow into an ogre? And I say, that's going to be the end of the game. Yeah. Okay. They call this Valentine because it broke my heart. So, Cell, describe to me how this feels for Hattie. What you look like. And like what happens with your transformation. And they describe how they shudder and they shake and their arms bulge out and they grow and they expand and their limbs go protracted and long, and their limbs are longer and they lose the color of their face and their hair and their disposition as their arms fall off. Their limbs detach from their body. And yet their limbs are porcelain. Their limbs are not human. They are prosthetic. They are fitted. They are playthings. As they then reattach to her joints that are gears that have moss covering them that along as they reconnect into place before falling back out again as it constantly reassembles and disassembles itself. It is a being that is in decay, that has multiple avenues of the various times Hattie saved herself from dying. earlier in the game, very early in the game, Hattie, due to temporal instability, her teeth became piranha teeth. Her teeth partially revert back, partially don't. There's a slit on her throat where the knife from Bridge hit her. There is a bullet hole in her where she got shot one time. There are all of these different markers of the various times that she was killed, avoided death, tried to do this. And I ask Cell, where on your form is there a camera or a screen to represent back when you were a content creator, back when you were a streamer, that had actually millions of people judging you? And that ties back to the jump start of your career, back in that first big event that you did that got you super popular, which you only did because you cheated with your flux powers. What represents that? And they said that on their neck, beside the neck wound, is a like iPhone-sized screen, and it shows like their emotional state and all these other things. And I added to it and I said, and what if it showed the perfect world that you wish you were living in, the timeline that you wished you had chosen, where you and Mix and Arthur and Raph, they all go gamma. None of you get sin marks. None of you are dead. The world where you could have had everything. The world that you didn't choose. They go, yeah. And at that point, forming from the coil is a figure who is somewhat similar to the Imago, but is distinct. It's still by Alza. And this is a design Alza made for Perfect Sin Snake months ago. And it is similar. It still incorporates the multiple different bodies, the multiple different torsos, the multiple different faces, but it's all smeared together as one has become dominant. Wielding a massive bow on which the arrow tips are all hearts, the Valentines. A massive flowing scarf made of flesh and skin that flows behind them daintily. All three of their shoulders combined with one another, and no quiver, because they reach into their own flesh and protrude from their palm, jutting out from it like a hidden blade, an arrow that they then knock into their bow of sinew. And Perfect Snake looks at the Imago ogre in front of it and said, "You could have been perfect. Hattie, you were my one mistake." And that's where the camera panned away, and we both agreed that was the perfect spot to end Hattie's story. And we did a bit of an epilogue where we hit on some of the notes of the other people active on the site. And we started with Sister, because Sister was out with Bridge. And Sister at this point, because remember, Hattie just said she was going to leave her. Hattie said she was going to go gamma. Mix has been acting different. Hattie is going gamma and abandoning the Valentines. Sister feels betrayed. And Bridge basically is like, listen, I'm not responsible for you, and like, I know you have a bunch of people here that care about you, but clearly things aren't working out. You could just leave, and I'll look after you at least for a time. And so Sister says, no, I need to find Bond and Raph first. I can't leave them. And so Bridge is like, oh, fine, find your freaking friends. And so they, because Bridge knows how to hotwires a car, drives back to the water filtration plant. They're not there. No Bond. No Raph. Where did they go? That's a good question. Sister had sent, and so they go back to the warehouse. Sister sends Rancor in and sees that inside there's no mix. There is the form of Snake. Acme and Faust and Newton and Watson are speaking with Snake, and there are the remains of a dead, pierced through ogre imago in there. And Sister gives up. She has to find Bond and Raph wherever they are. And Bridge says, I guess I'm making sure that you make it to them. And Bridge basically like accidentally kind of like adopts Sister. And they go off to search for Raph and Bond. And then Sister's plan is to leave. Sister doesn't want to be a Valentine anymore. Sister doesn't want to be an Epsilon anymore. Sister doesn't want to be a Binder and a Kid anymore. Sister wants to go. And she wants to find Bond and Raph and leave with them and take Bridge with her, and then you'll find Canine and Clapback and go and live a happy, normal life. Bond and Raph have a conversation in the water room. They basically reach a final conclusion that Raph has a crush and is interested on Bond. Bond cannot reciprocate those feelings towards Raph. That does not mean that Bond is not interested. And so, they agree to what, assuming they survive, would later be like a QPR. It is not romantic. It is not dating. But it is more than friends. And it is more than just physical. Bridge, my morals aren't quite bad enough to abandon a 12-year-old, darn. Yeah, Bridge is not like an evil person. Bridge is just like a little bit chaotic neutral. But that doesn't happen, does it? Holy heck, I'm late. How long is this stream been going? 9 hours. Aro. Sister has to find Clapback and Canine in their endless sins. Oh my gosh. Has Aro eaten? My phone died right after the snake floor reveal. I had some seaweed after that. Anyway, so they if they survive, they will have what is effectively a QPR. I'm not gonna lie, I really don't understand QPRs. Whenever someone describes a QPR to me, I'm like, is that not just a relationship? And that's not me being judgmental, that's me literally not getting it. But I feel like Bond being aromantic still cares about Raph, and I still think Raph has some sort of attraction to Raph. It's just not romantic attraction. Whereas Raph is like interested in Bond. And so they kind of had that talk, and the cops arrive. And they're like, all right, let's go face the music. Bond's like, okay, let's talk to the cops. And like gets ready to go. And as soon as they go out, guns out, on your knees, hands behind your head, cuff them, blah, 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 blah. And like they're shouting orders. And this is not a conversation. This is not a like, oh, we're investigating this area. This is we have found members of the terrorist cell that have been posing as clergy members in our town. And we just arrested 2 of them. Oh. So they're taken down to the precinct before Acme even arrives. And Bond and Raph both have blasphemies. One of them has knives. One of them can see the future. They get out quite easily. But they have no idea what's going on, so they just leave. And they're like, okay, well, now we need to get to the warehouse. So they walk to the warehouse. It takes them like an hour and a half to get to the warehouse because they don't have a car. They don't know how to hotwire a car. So they just manage to like get out during interrogation because Bond is so good at socially manipulating, and Raph can just ask the Shadow for the correct answers. They eventually get to the warehouse. By this point, Bond and Bridge are gone. Bond and Bridge are looking for them in the city, in the town, in Thunderfeld. At this point also, Acme and Newton and Faust and Watson have been sent out to go look for them in the town. So they missed everyone on accident as they walk over to the warehouse. And so in the warehouse, like Raph, she speaks with her whisper. She uses her passive power to ask her whisper, like, what happened? And she takes the stress. The whisper has no obligation to tell her the truth. They are both at like 9 out of 10 sin and no psyche bursts because they had to escape from the precinct. She asks her shadow what happened, like like where's Hattie? And gets the answer. Hattie transformed into an ogre and is now dead. And she doesn't believe it. She takes on sin. She takes on sin, pushing herself into sin overflow to confirm, because that way her whisper can't lie to her. And asks the same question again. And gets the same answer, because the whisper was not lying to her. Her skin loses all texture to it. She becomes like a doll with no freckles or blemishes or acne or hair or any discernible figures, birthmarks, anything. Because that's an idle sin mark. Because all Raphael really wanted was just to be loved and to be desired. All she wanted was someone to care for her. And Hattie was the person she thought would do that, even though Hattie was the worst one to do that. And it is Bond grounding her, holding her hand on her shoulder, shifting that up to her face, that keeps her from going full idol. And they leave and they call it in. They call it in Cain. They say, mission failed, we'll get him next time. The perfect sin is not executed. We have all other exorcists are KIA. Because why wouldn't they? They go up and they go into the warehouse and they see Snake briefly, like the whole form of it. They see the dead ogre. They did the whisper. They don't know where Mix or Sister or the other ones are. And they just call it in. They say, hey, they're dead. Even in death, Hattie's screwing over the Valentines. Yeah, there's so many knives to twist. How are you finding even more? Because I'm a writer. And they head back to Site Epsilon. And they are the only 2 Epsilons. And Bond doesn't know if the others are still out there, but hopes they are. And that reinvigorates her desire to work with Faith, because Faith has pulled aside Bond and said, hey, I know you came to me for like reducing your affliction. I believe that with your skill of talking to people, you will be, and she said this in the car on the way here, you will be one of the best people to non-lethally capture binders. You are someone who knows what people want. You know how to speak with people. You know how to present yourself. You, with my high blasphemy null, and if you take Immaculate Defiance of Heaven, you will be able to put yourself in a situation where you can just convince them via word alone. And for Canine and Clapback, I haven't heard any word of them being captured. That was good news that they heard, is that, like, Faith said that Canine and Clapback hadn't been captured. You could be the one that finds them and brings them in non-lethally. You don't have to kill them. You would know what to say to get them to come back, and you can do that for others too. And so Bond is pushed further into that and fully signs up with Faith, basically. Bond leaves Site Epsilon to pursue, effectively, a career as a binder hunter. Meanwhile, Raph is devastated. But Bond is like talking about leaving Epsilon, and like Raph can't go Gamma now. Neither of them can. But she's a cat for XO at this point. She has Whisper. She has Foresight. She is contacted and brought on to Seer in alignment with Heaven's Eyes. And in line with her just wanting to kind of retreat from the world and not really put herself out there again, she actually ends up bonding with Hope. And Bond and Raph are each high level enough that they have the pull that they can make time for each other intermittently. They still care for each other. They still support one another. They are still extremely close and have that QPR going. Even if they're in two different worlds. And particularly because Bond is working with Faith and Raph is working with Hope. But mostly through the Heaven's Eyes. And that's where we ended it. That is where we ended Cain Valentines. So Bond almost had a good ending, although she's still perpetuating the Cain. Bond is now, like, Bond is very much like a Vi in this situation from like League of Legends Arcane. Bond, like, joined the institution she was once, like, pretty sternly against in order to try and, like, oh, I can, like, fix it. But we all know how that works. And Raph basically just got picked up by Seer in Heaven's Eyes. Hope made contact with her. And Raph's like, I don't want to be on the front anymore. And Hope's like, yeah, I get that. And so in a precognitive future sight Seer detection method, Raph has basically been pulled from the front lines. And Bond, similarly, has been pulled from grunt work against other sins, focusing more on binders. And Bond's main goal, I want to find K9. I want to find Clapback. I want to, if they're still out there, Mix and Sister and even Bridge. I want to be the one that finds them so that no one else finds them. What she's going to do when she finds them, even she doesn't know. But I can promise you this. Bond will be a threat if you encounter her as a binder. Raph, like, she has a contact with Raph who, like, has precognitive sight, like, hooked up with Heaven's Eyes. She has Immaculate Defiance against Heaven at this point. She still has the Sin Mark that allows her to make a knife at any time. And she has the Songbird ability to detect if you're lying. Bond ended up in probably the best position out of anyone here. Aro Yuri War Crimes Rights, they call him. Sister, Bond, Raphael are survivors. Yeah. Well, so, okay, technically speaking, Watson and Faust and Newton and Acme and Mix all survived just under Snake. Yeah, Bond and Raph making some non-toxic Yuri. I would say they're non-toxic, but they are kind of doomed. Like, Bond and Raph are good for each other, right? Bond and Raph care for each other. They are communicating with each other. Raph wants Bond in a way Bond does not want Raph, but they both still care about each other and want each other in mutually beneficial ways, in other ways. And so they can still, like, be together like that. And then separation ends up keeping them busy, obviously, but also, like, they're not really retiring. They're still just doing other stuff. And so they can make time for each other. They can spend script to visit each other. They can, through Faith and Hope meeting up, they're like adjuncts that they're bonded to them. They might show up in a secondary role. They're all going to eventually become perfect adults. Yeah. And Bond is now to Raph the she asked for no pickles partner. They're doomed in maybe one of the least depressing ways possible. Yeah. They got about probably the best ending they could have outside of both, like, retiring next to each other. Sister's the kind of main character it feels now, and Sister may eventually reunite all the Valentines one day or another. Honestly, like, Sister, I've said this before. Let me turn on my light real quick. Sister, to me, feels like the most underrated character. And I know that, like, everyone I've talked to about this game loves Sister, like, mostly on chat, But people love Sister, but she's also like definitely a side character. But imagine this as a backstory for her. Site Epsilon is shut down now. There are no more Valentines. There are no more gangers. The 2 remaining XOs on file from Site Epsilon are Bond and Wrath, and they are in different parts of the world doing different things. Sister, as a Rancor, like Hound Binder, off doing her own thing, mentored by Bridge, who's been doing this by herself for a while. Sister could very easily be a major NPC that shows up in your game. Like, just give her a couple years. Heroine of a different story. Yeah, this is like a full backstory for her. Not gonna lie, Sister was the best reading character. Okay, so that's Cain Valentines. Thank you all so much for listening. If you've been around for like the past like 8-9 months, you'll know this has been a ride, and a lot of the details here were not actually planned. A lot of the details were accidental. A lot of the details were actually made on stream when I was talking about it. But like, bro, it was so anime. People in chat were saying it was such an anime final clash between Hattie and Mix. I'm gonna be so for real with you right now. I'm not normally one of those people who's like, oh, this was such a good game, I should make a book about it. I would love to make a book following the survivors of the Valentines. Or at the very least, write a series of short stories, kind of like the Fuel for the Fire that I made for K9 and Clapback. Because imagine a story following Sister, where it's a couple years later, she's since parted ways with Bridge, and it's her alone as like a 16, 17, 18-year-old, Cat 4 at this point, binder of the Hound Rancor, doing her own thing. It was fun, you sicko. Do it, why not? Because I don't have time. I want to see Sister finding Clapback and K9, and then Raph and Bond finding them at the same time. And then Sister wants to get everyone out of Cain. Bond wants to get them back, and both of them have to cope with the Hound Centipede Eternal War. Yeah. You're just in shambles. Yeah, honestly, there's so much of the all the characters could do. I'm so glad that y'all are so happy with this. Yeah, after like 4 years by herself, she might be Cat 5. What I will say is that for leading into the, I think it was the 5th hunt, like post K9 and Clapback leaving, on the Discord in the Cain channel, I posted descriptions of all the characters. If you want to make fan art of them, please do so and tag me. As you can see, literally, like, Alza's fan art of what they thought Perfect Sin Snake would look like became Perfect Sin Snake, right? Aro, why am I happy with this? What have you done to me? Look, this was so much fun. I loved it. This is great writing. Thank you. Another moment I want to highlight is I used to feel other things is a hook I have used for my players as a Sin who becomes an exorcist. Yeah, the I used to feel things is, and my player doesn't know. My player still hasn't decided. Is it because she's a distortion? Is it because she's now a husk user and does not feel pain? Is it because she hollowed and there was something about hollowing that did that to her? Good question. Please write more. I want to see the doomed. Look, Aro, I'm not usually one to beg, but and distortions are reclassified as type 2 sins. A webcomic series based on this would kick ass. Unfortunately, I do not have the talent for drawing. Yeah, that's fair. It's sad, but there's a bit happy, and at least one of the most destructive and selfish characters are gone now. Okay, I'm just gonna say a name. I'm gonna say a name in chat, and I want you to give me your first reaction to them. I'm just going to go down the list of characters. This is not like in depth. This is not a sentence. This is like a word or a phrase. First character on the docket. Sister. What are your thoughts on the character of Sister? When I say Sister the character, what is your immediate just like, here are my thoughts on this character? Head pat? Oh, that's fair. So, child. I mean, she is a child. That's not inaccurate. Lonely, kind, trying. She was a loner. She was a loner as her agenda for most of the game, and then she became a survivor after surviving Snake. The GOAT! Sarah Connor's kind of babied by the Valentines. You used to like her, but you don't now? Okay. Oh, used to be like her. Mix. What are your thoughts on Mix? When I say Mix comes to mind, this is a slightly more complicated character, because do you think of Mix pre or post distortion? They didn't really respect her or give her any say in any decisions. Yeah, she didn't. Like continuously. With the time with Cain and Clapback was her like kind of crashing out, like, why are you all making decisions without me? Why aren't you telling me anything? The person who is and was, I want to break her post distortion. No freaking way. That's a continuous threat. Yeah, sister was continuously like infantilized by the rest of the Valentines, and a lot of times she appreciated that, but also she kind of resented it, and that's why Rancor kept growing. And like, yes, she was a 12-year-old, and yes, she had these people that she looked up to, but also she was an exorcist just like any of them. Aro, I've eaten dinner and taken a nap, wrote homebrew for my campaign, and then came back and you're still streaming. Yes, and I'm not done yet. Raphael. Thoughts on Raphael? When I say Raphael, what comes up with her? I know everyone's just gonna say Yuri, doomed Yuri, like they're gonna keep going. Sister, innocent girl who needs to be protected, much to her hurting her to learn to protect herself. Yeah, and that's why like when she didn't have Rancor, she felt like she was unarmed. Pre-distortion, the least toxic Valentine. Post-distortion, in competition for the most. You need a better girlfriend. Mixed pre-distortion, beloved mom. Post, a shadow of her former self. Yeah. Turtle. Oh my gosh. Conflicted survivor who wanted to choose. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna say Arthur. What are your thoughts on Arthur? I'm glad they got at least a bittersweet end. Yeah, like Raph and Bond got the nicest ends you could get. And I think like Bond, unironically, in my setting, if Faith dies, I'd probably make it Bond would be the next Faith. Because I have a means of inheriting virtue titles in my setting. The dead one, dead spouse in the backstory, deserved better. Only know him from his sword. Oh my gosh. He really did get the dead spouse treatment. Canine. Thoughts on Canine as a character? Arthur, dead het boy, yeah. At this point, honestly, kind of the martyr. He was a bit of Arthur was kind of like the martyr. The martyr that the rest of the Valentines rallied around. Canine, he needs a hug. Chad, my son, my goat, dog. Weird that they call him Hound without having the sin connotation. Well, so Handler Alpha, the original Handler Alpha, Jason, called him Hound because he heard the other Exos call him Hound and thought like, oh, this is what you prefer to be called, so I'll just be buddy-buddy with you, and never actually asked him. Scared puppy, the glue, the slinky son, the goodest boy. So naturally, clapback. Arthur dead wife montage. No, not in like playing in the white sheets in the bright sunlit background in like the early summer, late spring situation. Canine was that dog. Yeah. Canine, the leader that we deserved, the one admin didn't want. Yeah. Chad is girl boss. I cast fireball. Alpha really sucks. Okay. Bit of a non-Valentine. But kind of had like a Act 3 presence. Bridge. Any thoughts on Bridge? Clapback also deserved better. Alpha Destroyer. Just keep rolling. Too pure of heart, too volatile for her own good. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Who? Oh, gosh. Clapback grew on me. Yeah. Bridge, girl boss. Okay, actually, for real, my favorite character, though. Don't know much about Bridge. Honestly, Bridge didn't do much. Bridge wasn't here for much. She really just kind of like showed up as a minor antagonist, showed up later as a minor ally. She was here for like 5 sessions. Clapback was a Spitfire, you could say, yeah. Bridge wandered in from a completely separate story, yeah. Wait, was Bridge a character? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna say Faust, Newton, Acme, and Watson all in one. Any thoughts on these four collectively, the kind of the ones that were taken over by Snake? Who? Oh my gosh. She did not know what she was. No, she did not. Bridget's cool, but I don't really trust her after murdering those guys in the barbershop. What was the deal with that? So the guy in red was basically a runner underneath her, or like separate from her, and he was selling stuff to groups like organized crime that she wasn't, and that people she was working for didn't want being sold to. So it was effectively gang warfare. It was effectively she was an assassin being sent on a hit to him. I wasn't here for hours. Bridge bridges the gap between Cain and freedom. That is true. Genuinely thought you were talking about a real bridge. Before, they were just background people, really wanted to see more of Newton. Yeah, and that was something that I felt, but also it just kind of made sense narratively that Imago Snake would like take over them. Their own nameless wife that gets murdered in the second act. Yeah, they all got minor bits of character that I didn't get to talk about here. Like during the actual like spider hunt, all four of them except Watson really got to show off their personality. And prior to that, Watson was the only one that really got to like show off his personality with Snake briefly. What was Newton's machine? We talked about this on stream before, and it was basically Newton trying to set up some form of like Grace radio like detector kind of deal. It was some idea of Newton was basically just experimenting, seeing what would work, and utilizing Grace and Vector in order to make a machine that even Newton didn't know what it was going to do, but was just kind of like working at it, piddling at it. Was it Newton's Cradle? No. They're all red shirts. Background lads, Acme's power sounded fun as it featured more. Yeah. I mean, so like, for instance, they each got little like snippets of lore. For instance, when they showed up with the spider hunt, that was a play-by-post thing that I sent to my player, and I didn't read that here for time, but like, technically I have a section that shows off all four of them. Okay, second question. What happens if you go gamma and then get sin mark afterward? You get kicked out. Straight up. It was not in Newton's Cradle. Gage? How many of you have strong feelings on Gage, i.e. Cupid? Again, very much a lore character. Someone who was more important for the lore of the setting and the context rather than doing something important. Yeah, surprisingly simple. Yeah, it's just if you get a sin mark while you're a gamma, you get kicked out. You really wanted to know what Rubble and Ruin was at? I talked about this on stream. Gage. Sad dad backstory character. I like what they were. Super awesome. The first Valentine fixing mistakes. Yeah. Isildur. Gage is a they, them. They're non-binary. But Gage. The other one is Rubble. Ruin. Fortitude. Gage. Do you remember how Gage died? No, you're fine. You're fine. Do you know how Gage died? Falling into the palace that was collapsing. And then Justice went in there. And Justice went in there to go into the Psychic Sea. When a palace collapses, everything inside goes into the Psychic Sea. Gage was shunted into the Psychic Sea. Gage became the perfect ogre, yeah, basically. However, Gage was wrangled, was captured. And what Handler Alpha was going to do had the fire not happened. Do you remember the exam that when it came up, Hattie was like, oh, obviously that's going to be the thing. That's going to be the plan. That's going to be the decision-making point. No. The exam, after Hardball with Faith didn't work because she was too softball. Alpha brought the bound and captured Gage. And the assignment was going to be all of the Epsilons to kill the sin that was formerly Gage. And what was going to happen is that Gage, as a sin, would leverage its connection to the Valentines and reach out to them. And they would work with Gage. And they would effectively have a full-blown, like, no, we're not working for you, Cain, and we're fighting off, and Alpha probably would have been injured, and the site would have gone into lockdown, and Fortitude would have been deployed as a car drives outside my house and like zooms by with a massive engine and a very tiny penis. Fortitude would have been deployed. Site Epsilon would be rubble. Ruin would come to them. Fortitude would be deployed, and they would have to like try to protect Gage if they wanted to do that, because Gage would have had enough of themselves in there to reach out to the Valentines for assistance. That motorcycle is the most recurring villain on this channel. I don't even think that was a motorcycle. I think it was just a car driving by. How would I do a Fortitude fight? I don't know if I would. I think I'd kind of go the bullet through the heart from gut. I think I would make it you're trying to survive. Now, granted, in my setting, everything is lower powered. Fortitude is not a Cat 7 about to be Cat 8. Fortitude is like a Cat 6 about to be Cat 7, right? In my setting, all of the virtues are like one cat lower than what they are in canon. In my setting, the most powerful sins are like one cat lower than what they are in canon. In my setting, everything's a little bit lower powered. So it's totally reasonable that like, what? Canine, Clapback, Sister, Hattie, Araf, Hattie, Perfect Ogre, Gage. Do they have one more at this point? No. Bond. I keep forgetting Bond. I don't know why. The 6 of them and a Cat 4 Perfect Ogre. That could probably take on Fortitude. Because like Fortitude, yeah, sure. If someone throws like a Cat 3 like blast at you, yeah, that might take 1 slash off your execution talisman out of like your 20. But you're still fighting a Perfect Ogre one-on-one. And not like a Cat 3 Perfect Ogre, like a Cat 4 Perfect Ogre with help. Yeah, and canon Fortitude is a strategic, not tactical nuclear barrage. And that's why like it would level site Epsilon. And that was a path to go down. That they did not go down. But what this means is that Perfect Ogre Gage, or probably not Perfect Ogre, I don't think it would be probably perfect. I think it would be Sin, like warped Gage. I don't think it would be a full Perfect Ogre. I think it would be more like a weird, like empowered Imago, but in a perpetual state kind of deal. Time to have your limbs, fun stuff. Was it 1d3 or 1d4? Have you been talking about Cain for the past 9 hours? No, I've been talking about Cain for... Well, actually, yeah, that was like 30 minutes. So like, yeah, 90 hours. Not 9 hours. And then like 30 minutes before that was yapping. I have Q&A to go through. Snake needs to find Gage, yeah. But before I go through the Q&A... Thoughts on Bond? Did I ask you about this? I've not been talking 90 hours. Did I ask you about Bond yet? I don't think I asked you about Bond yet. That is a fire alarm in someone else's home. If I ask you, what are your thoughts when you hear Bond, the character? Bond from this game. The person with the bloodlust affliction is the least toxic person here. Lover, helper, saint. Oh my gosh. James. Oh my gosh. Noir. Yeah, kind of noir. Okay. Snake. Kind of mixed. Interesting. What are your thoughts on Snake? Bond the Redeemer. That would be quite the title. Bond ascending to the virtue of redemption. Bond can't do that anymore, though, because if they pick up Immaculate Defiance of Heaven, they will never be anything other than a potential faith. Got the least creative nickname, was awesome as a perfect sin. Yeah. Yeah. I really enjoyed playing them as a sin. Amazing villain. Snake, die, 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 die. I'm so mad they killed Hattrick. Metal Gear. Would be cool to see the Snake fight, but the anime fight was good. Yeah, like, the most shocking thing about that was 3 things in a row. Telling Mix and Sister to their faces, I want to go Gamma. Then talking to Snake and being receptive to what he was saying. And then going Ogre. All in order, completely changed how the campaign was going to end. Unflinching perfect ender. Thank you. My boy, his goons were a little forgettable if it's more than them. Honestly, what it is, I'm going to be so for real with you. It is like 80% that I skipped over that for time. It has been 9 hours and I skipped over a good bit, right? There were times where like Newton and Watson and Acme and Faust actually had like character development. They actually had time on screen. I went out of my way to include that, but it is like 20% they just didn't get much time. None of them got much time on screen outside of Acme near the very end, right? Acme got the chance to, while under the influence of Snake, still kind of like be his normal self and chat with them. And so you got a bit more Acme, but again, I even kind of brushed past that. Snake, the secret Metal Gear, Gas, oh my gosh. Gas Snake. Like, that's a whole heckin' perfect sin with a cult of XOs. Yeah, someone should probably do something about that. That's why Bond and Raph called it in. I do appreciate that you described what Newton, Watson, Acme, and Faust did actually get described for what Snake did from, yeah, getting characterized through that. Yeah, and that was all stuff that was consistent with what had been set up prior. But here with Snake explicitly said like, hey, they want this, I'm giving them that, right? The goal was to help characterize them through that. And like, you would have never assumed that Acme had like Lord in him, because he was just like, he desperately wanted to belong somewhere. He desperately wanted stability. And like, that was why he was so blasé about everything. Faust was a bit more obvious. Black market dealings, kind of shady. Faust had a thing with Bond for a while where Faust was kind of like wanting to befriend her because he came from nothing and she came from everything. And she thought he was just like being a creepy weirdo incel. But Faust was actually just like, he just felt comfortable. He like felt comfortable being around someone with wealth because as a have-not, he wanted to be associated with haves. And like, that's stuff that I didn't get a chance to go into. I do think Snake is a sick final boss, but dang, did the dominoes fall? So it fell terribly. Gonna have to go. Good night, everyone. Before you do, I gotta ask, what were your thoughts on Hattie? Because I think I have my thoughts on Hattie. Arrow, that still makes him a creepy weirdo himself. Well, so it wasn't that he was like attracted to her. It wasn't that he was like hitting on her. It was that he was just trying to befriend her. And Bond was like, okay, you creepy weirdo incel. And Faust was like, I'm not hitting on you, you idiot. It's that you have money and I don't have money. It was less creepy weirdo incel, and it was more like pickpocket wanting to stay by a mark kind of deal. F off, girl. Yo, everybody on this block, hey, Hattie. Excellent protagonist, terrible hero, anguish screeching. Yeah, Hattie was an awful person, but gosh darn was watching them so fun. Gold digger! Hattie constantly snatched failure from the jaws of victory. No! I need to send that to my player. I need to... Someone on stream described Hattie as she continuously snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Bro. Not the only reason the Valentines got so many bad endings. Go eat nails. Oh my god. Hattie the Icarus flew too close to the sun and sacrificed too much without realizing what would happen. Like, she's just likable enough to see them keep effing up hurt, but still stay invested. Yeah, Hattie was really annoying and really frustrating, and I gave her main character privilege so many times. I went out of my way to make it that, like, the game would not fall apart around her, but, like, she was nice enough that she wasn't, like, awful. Hi, seems like I'm rewatching this later. I mean, unless you want to hop in at the 9.5 hour mark and just kind of run with it. She's a bad person with good qualities, not the other way around. Yeah. Tried, but kept making the worst decision to hurt the people around her, even if not on purpose. So, I think I hit everyone. If I didn't, oh well. I am going to do my Q&A now. Do I think specific sin abilities for binders would be a healthy thing for them? I assume what you mean is binders having abilities based off what sin they're binding. And if that is what you mean, I think that'd be cool. I think that'd be really kind of unmanageable. When I made the distortion stock, I made it so that your distortion is based off of your blasphemy, and they get distorted domains, which are kind of inversions of blasphemy powers. And what I did is I added optional rules for if you want to use these for binders, you can use those. So if you want a binder that uses like corrupted flux, you have 3 abilities that you can give to them that function more like a domain than a power, but oftentimes binders want to be more like a sin than a human. Not even going to talk about alpha. Do you want me to bring up alpha? Do you want me to ask you, hey, what are your thoughts on handler alpha? Oh, I guess handler alpha, and then I can ask Sigma 1 after this. What are your thoughts on handler alpha? Aro, you are the narrative? Yeah, and? She wasn't doomed by the narrative. The narrative kept her afloat purely because it wanted to keep watching her fail. Ooh, yes, she kept failing on purpose. And I kept enabling that because I wanted to see how far it could go. If she was half the people got hurt, F her, not freaky. Weirdly enough, I think her joining Cain guaranteed she'd become a much worse person than a simple... Yeah, absolutely. Than a simple video game streamer cheater. Alpha deserved it. Handler was kind of pooky. Narcissist power trooper. Yes, I've been yapping for 9.5 hours. Hashtag awesome. Can someone tell me who were player characters in Valentine? The only player character was Hattie. This was a one-on-one game. Everyone else was an NPC. Again, Alpha was by far the most toxic person in the whole thing, including Snake. And what about Sigma 1? What about Sigma 1? Any thoughts on Sigma 1? I guess I can also ask virtues, because I also introduced like justice and I introduced faith. So like any thoughts on... So like Sigma 1. Fantastic stream, but it is your command phase. Listen, I ain't gonna deal with that. I ain't gonna lie. I pass. I pass my battle round. Don't just keep attacking. Keep attacking my CSM. It's fine. My cultists are chaff anyway. Sigma 1 deserved better. He deserved a better pupil. Hattie was the only PC. Yeah. All of this was NPCs surrounding Hattie. That's why Hattie kept being the focal point of the entire game, is because this was all about the NPCs surrounding Hattie. And Hattie gave up and became an ogre. And so we had a little epilogue of the various NPCs. Thinks he's helping when to get into Gamma, you have to screw over your friends. Maybe. Thoughts on how I ran Justice? Sigma was the guy who helped Hattie cover up the breakout. He was the goat of admin staff by 300 miles. Yeah, he was the one that covered the breakout. He's the one that told her about admin work and like gave her the pickup. He's the one that gave her $50 for that. He's the one that, something I didn't mention on the stream, he taught her Cain Cant, which is a series of like hobo codes that XOs use. And some of them are region specific. Some of them are generalized across all of Cain. And so there are certain symbols, for instance, if you draw this, and I think it's that. This indicates you are being audio monitored, and there is grace detection for XOs and blasphemies. And so like this as a cant is something that was actually left behind at the apartment safe house. In the coffee cup was literally this symbol, where it's you're being monitored by audio and you're also being monitored by grace tuned towards exorcists and exorcist blasphemies. And so that's just an indication from XO to XO Like, you have to look out for this. Justice is the best. OMG, OMG. Sigma once one tried to help Hattie get higher. He was an enabler with a good idea. Justice is excellent because he's cold, not cruel, and is the essence of portraying Cain like that. Of the Valentine thing becoming a campaign, and I play it with people, I'm metagaming and murdering Hattie. Justice was kind, and I know it sounds weird, but he was. I mean, he tried. Sigma, listen, there was a Sigma. I didn't talk about her on the stream. Sigma 2 was the surgeon and physician, and she was actually the GOAT. She is responsible for any time you're after a mission and you're injured, she repairs you, she heals you. If you have like an injury, like a deafness or whatever, she'll like give you the stuff to help you hear. She was the one that tended to bond after raucous famine, and she had multiple sin marks because she didn't go gamma and then spam pickups and then leave. She got a sin mark on her second hunt, and so she could never go gamma. She grinded. I think she's from Site Delta, and she just like through the normal process did not spend any script outside of comfortable shoes and weapon upgrades. Everything else, she just dealt with it, and she had like four sets of eyes. She had 4 arms. I think her mouth was like distended, and she was also deaf because a perfect idol spoke a perfect word and like deafened her permanently. And she's just like this like wacky little like sin marked creature that is like the surgeon on site, and she was actually given medical training after retiring. She went to med school basically via Cain. Like Cain taught her in-house, and then she became like a medical professional within Cain, is the site doctor for Exos on site Epsilon. And Hattie was so scared of getting a sin mark, and she can read lips. So like Hattie can speak, and then she can read Hattie's lips. And Sigma 2 was like, but why? We are beings that have grace in us. Grace is sin. Are sin marks not beautiful? What makes them so? Because authority says so. They're what we are. And like was perfectly at peace with having all these sin marks, and was like such like a minor character that it wasn't worth mentioning. Also, everyone said yes, she's super hot when I brought her up. She's like middle-aged or a bit younger. Like 4 sets of eyes, 4 arms, deaf, doctor, chill. Sigma 2 is just the friendly little homunculus in the back of the building. The F you mean have names? You know they got exos from humans. Don't you think they just stop? You mentioned them on previous stream. Yeah, she's just an autistic doctor with a few too many spider traits, and she was a palace user. She survived all that as a palace user. Faith? Any thoughts on Faith? Older woman mentioned. Middle age is not older woman. I mean, okay, that is kind of... No, that's not... Listen, I can appreciate a monster lover like anyone else. However, that isn't hot by itself. Homina. Faith is great to characterize Faith. I had so much fun running Faith. I had a lot of fun running Faith. I really enjoyed my portrayal of Faith. And I'm glad that I didn't whoopify her. Apparently the Cain community loves whoopifying Faith, where she's super sweet, kawaii, like nekonya, and is like super like kawaii des. And it's just like, well, Faith is a virtue and is like, can take in binders easily. Faith, the cruelest devil in hell, is named Hope. I love your Faith portrayal. I want to meet her and have an afternoon in an arcade with her. I'm sorry, that was an incoherent. But yeah, like Faith's portrayal is good. Like her petting a sin, that's great. For our 4 arms and 4 eyes is hot, especially attached to a seemingly kinda and chill middle-aged woman. Restored our faith in Cain. Kindness, who wouldn't die for you. Cruelness, who cares. And the director Mayhew. Any strong thoughts on him? Because he showed up like twice in the entire campaign. And I mentioned both of his appearances. And despite that, they were still very important appearances. Educate yourself! Faith was done better, but I like Justice more. Faith also had the dopest weapon. Yeah. Yeah, I really liked Faith's portrayal. I also really enjoyed my Justice portrayal. I really enjoyed how I portrayed Justice. I thought it was a very good portrayal, if I do say so myself, because it was cold, not cruel. It was him working within the confines of his rules to maintain what kindness he could. And what I decided with my virtues is I want all of my virtues to all have kindness for XOs in their own way. Justice cannot disobey his orders. So if he does not see you, he cannot execute his orders and thereby execute you. If he ignores you and you do not exist to him, well, how was he supposed to know? He missed it. He didn't see you. He didn't know you were there. Meanwhile, Faith is much more direct. I will give you gifts. I will try my best to give you comforts. I will do my best to make you feel welcome and be honest with you and forthright with you. But all of them in their own way hit on different ways of connecting with XOs. The only true evil is incompetence. Nerd! Ill-informed boss. The director unknowingly turned a blind eye, but when he noticed that he was blind, he seeked to learn. Yeah. Director is just completely out of the loop. Does he sign checks and do nothing else? He's a site director. He's not an XO manager. He has like a dormitory of assets. And oh no, this asset needed to be disposed of after the previous mission. That sucks. I mean, they're like basically sins anyway, right? They're just like look human. Yeah, that makes sense. He seems like a 2010s hipster. A little bit. Yeah. Faith is the gentlest strangling hand. Yeah. Look, the moment of these guys are in my office, you will stand down. Would you like water? Was like almost kind of badass, but still. Yeah. And honestly, I had so much fun with so many of these characters. Okay. Hi, new here. So what was your character in the campaign? Apologies if that was already asked. I just arrived. I assume you're not here anymore because this was like 9 hours ago. This was a game I ran for one player, and the player character was Hattie. What do I love about Cain in general? The vibe. I love the vibe of it. And the thing that got me into the game in particular was the sins. I love making sins, and it's all about trauma and awfulness, and yeah, I just really enjoyed it. But I just have so much fun with the sin creation. Going into Cain, was like, I want to run Cain. I want to play Perfect Draw. I want to play Lancer. I want to run Cain. Like, I enjoy running D&D, City of Mist, Vampire the Masquerade. But generally, when I see those systems, I want to play a character in them. I wanted to run Cain. And so, like, sins are what drew me to the game because I wanted to, like, set up sins and investigations and, And I got what I wanted out of it. And I'll probably, now, make significantly less Cain content. I'm done with Hunter's Archive. I'm not going to be doing weekly Cain sessions. My hope is I want to set up a Perfect Draw game soon with some people. But that'll all be like maybe on the Discord, potentially. Who knows? So I'll probably like be more weekly summaries with like Perfect Draw. You're going to review more Cain Homebrew. I'm going to review The Garden. I'm going to, once I finish Signalis, go back to working on my Cain Homebrew. Or maybe I'll just do that off stream. Basically, I want to finish up my Cain Homebrew, and I want to review Garden. And those are the two big things. How do I get past the first session nerves? I was going to teach my friend Cain and almost puked. I recognize that this is a fun hobby and that if I want to do something for fun, I shouldn't be nervous about the thing that I'm doing for fun. And if I'm feeling nervous, it's probably because I don't see this as fun. I see this as work. So I'm going to see this as fun. I love this. It's like I gain energy, as you may have guessed by the fact that I've been talking for almost 10 hours straight about Cain. These systems, TTRPGs, board games, role-playing games, they energize me. I get energized by this. And so I want to continue playing games, running games, talking about games. And so I don't really get first session nerves in the same way a lot of other people do, partially because I've been doing this for like many years at this rate. I would not consider myself a green GM. I would consider myself someone that has been around the block a few times. And I just like, even before, I wouldn't get particularly nervous about it because I'm doing this for fun. I enjoy world building. I enjoy improv. I enjoy all this stuff. And even when I was bad at it, all of my friends were bad at it. And we grew together, right? Aro, just don't do that, right? Would I consider myself a planner or a pantser? I consider myself a discovery writer, i.e. a pantser, i.e. writing by the seat of my pants. I think also a gardener is the term versus architect. I consider myself a discovery writer. That's the term I like to use. And that is, I discover the story as I write it. I did not know 50%, if not 70%, of what would happen in this game when I sat down to write it, when I sat down to run it. Obviously, it's a TTRPG. The dice are going to go one way, the player's going to go another way, I'm going to have ideas in a third way, and then in the moment, I'm going to say the wrong thing and go a fourth way. So you can't plan for that in a TTRPG. I would recommend not doing that in a TTRPG. However, for writing, prose, I love discovery writing. I love just figuring it out as I go. And then obviously that means I have to go back and edit a whole bunch, but it's a lot of fun. Aro dog just locked to F in, writes, a little bit. Silly thing, can you give my bind to Shepherd a name? I haven't actually given him a name yet. He bound an idle sin that's a reflection of his want to be loved and normal since he's been with Cain since birth. My first thought is like greener pastures. Like, it's so much greener outside. It's so much like the pasture is so much greener on the other side. I'm thinking like a stand name, right? Because like, for instance, Sister had a bound sin called Rancor, and it was anger, it was aggression, it was basically a bound hound. If it's an idol, I like the idea of something that talks about the wilderness, freedom. The idea of like the world outside. Honestly, the world outside as an idol. That sounds like a great JoJo stand name, which I think is more what you need when you're looking for a bounce in. You don't want like Gregory. You don't want like Dewdrop Leaf Licker. Like that's like a D&D character name, right? You want like a very powerful, interesting, alien sounding name, like a title. I mean like Dorona, that could work as just like a idol-y sounding name. But that doesn't sound more like an idol. That sounds more like a host of an idol. Everest, that could work. I mean, it could work. Like, I don't know. I like the idea of a beautiful sounding name for an idol, but at the same time, I also like the idea of it being like a title that you ascribe to it. Although I assume Dorona is a reference, given that like 3 people said, Dorona! Did justice come from Gamma? This justice did. Yeah. And I think that's because of the sin mark thing. I think that this justice was recruited back in like the early 20th century. The previous justice died, and then this justice bonded to the previous justice, inherited them, and the previous justice was much more of a like black and white. The previous justice was significantly more like, listen, a literalist, sticking to if you're good, you're good. If you're bad, you're bad. If you are sin marked, you're sin marked. If you're not sin marked, you're not sin marked. And so the previous justice like actively would like kill XOs that had sin marks 150 years ago, right? But like was going around killing XOs. The new justice, i.e. the one that's been around for like only 100 years, this one is much more of a intentionalist. Follows the spirit of the law, not the letter of the law. And so even though they both have very mindset orientations, or very like rules framing orientations, one of them is, this is what the letter of the law said, you're technically fine, even though I know you're not doing something you're supposed to be doing, proceed as you were. Versus, I'm going to ignore this person so I have deniability that I didn't see them. Right? And the same thing, I've talked about this with Prudence. The previous Prudence used to be like a James Bond. The previous Prudence was like making deals, working with the Soviets and the US to like ensure that there wasn't going to be like a global thermonuclear war, was your classic super spy, and like was very patient with people. Was very listening to what they said and then would go from there. And so the new Prudence, and the new Prudence became Prudence in like the early 2000s, like 20 years ago, is like an autistic trains kid. And the new Prudence is someone who doesn't understand socialization, doesn't really understand people, but understands that social interactions are a game, and games can be won. And that is why it's so in line with like liking trains, but also long walks on the beach and like neat whiskey and the obsession with games. And so the old Prudence was your classic, like, oh, they know everyone, they're just so charismatic. And the old Prudence was one of the few people that genuinely the new Prudence like connected with, like got to know, and not on like a I'm trying to win circumstance, in a no, like I actually like you. I think you're actually cool. I thought you cared about no one, but what I've learned is that you care about everyone. And that is so alien to me. And then the old Prudence died, the new Prudence took over the power, and then now the new Prudence got mentored by this new Justice. And so Justice and Prudence don't like each other. Or rather, Prudence doesn't like Justice because the new Justice from like 100 years ago mentored Prudence and kept being like with this intentionality thing and like skirting the rules. And like, there was a lot of like, well, this is how it was meant to be read, not how it's actually read. So we're going to go with what it's meant to be read because that was the intentionality of the author. And like the new Prudence is like, what is this is like breaking the rules of the game. This is so wishy-washy. You're not even following the rules you claim to uphold so deeply. All you're doing is just claiming justification. And so they really butt heads. Modern Prudence and modern Justice. Whereas before, the old James Bond, the old Prudence, and the old Black and White, the old Justice, got along famously well. They were like two of the closest virtues, which is why the new Justice was chosen to mentor the new Prudence, and that completely backfired. You don't get it? I'm losing in this relationship. I need to come back, and that's what the Prudence does. Aro, do you have any tips on running Cain? I can't seem to figure out how things work and what to do and not to do within a hunt. Give the players hints liberally. Give the players information easily. Give the players breaks rarely. Give them hints. Your players are not as smart as their characters are, presumably. Your players are not there, boots on the ground. Your players do not smell the air and taste the wind and feel the dampness of the rain on their skin, feel the words on your lips. They're not present. They don't know what's going on in the scene the same way the characters do. Give them hints. Give them hints if they need it. Don't be afraid to guide them. That's not railroading. That's not ruining the experience for them. If they're stumped, give them a little nudge. The game is an investigation game. The goal is not to be stumped on the investigation. The goal is to make progress. Similarly, give them information easily. If it's plot critical, don't make them roll for it. Or give them several different methods that they can access it. Give them information that is wrong alongside information that is right. Give them information that is totally pointless that they had to roll for and it was a hard roll. Give them information that is mission critical, immediately accessible, and actionable without any strings attached. Give them information because they will have more fun with too much information, trying to pare it down and be smart and like cut it off, rather than work off of scraps and try to make an educated guess. They won't feel like they were making decisions. They will feel like they're guessing. And give the players breaks rarely, not just literally resting, also like cut them slack and like give them a break rarely. Don't let up on them. Keep the pressure on. Yes, let them like rest if like none of them have psyche bursts and half of them are like half up full on injuries. Like give them a break then. But pressure increasing and tension moves is meant to not just be like, oh, this kind of happens. It's like, no, it's scary. Have the SWAT team called in on them. Have stumblers break down the door of the area that they're resting in. Have survivors of the infested run by them and one of them gets bit and no one else notices. Have bad stuff happen and don't let up. I'm starting to sound like the sunscreen speech. What the frick? That face when I get back in Aro still yapping. It's only been 10 hours. Call Cthulhu has adventures formatted so there's 3 ways to get clues and 1 method to give it to you without a roll. And if the clue is vital, it just gives it. Yeah. My character's palace can be entered by anybody and it's so tense and concerning. Yeah, make Doom Deary. I mean, that does seem to win with a lot of different audiences. Off topic, but today I ran my first Lancer session. Yay! It went great. Did some improv narrative for the start of Solstice Reign. One criticism I got was the NPC's not really feeling alive. How do I improve this? What do you like about NPCs? Is it when they're really funny? Is it when they're really dramatically compelling? Is it when they're really nice? Is it when they do something memorable, whether that's cool or lame? Is it when they are silly? Is it when they're edgy? Think about all of this, what you as the GM like, and also ask your players, what do you like in NPCs? Do you like it when they're funny? Do you like it when they're nice? Do you like it when they're silly? And do that. Like, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how many people are like, oh, I want to run a game of D&D. And so I'm going to make all of my NPCs super serious and edgy and like no one trusts anyone. But the group and the GM most connect to funny and nice and silly characters. Do that. Do what your group likes. There's no shame in it. You're running for your group. The goal is for the group to have fun. Lean into what your group wants. Are we going to get a video with the entire story of the campaigns? I'm going to be so for real with you. I was considering like, yeah, I can talk about the game for like 2 hours max. I can have I can talk about the game for like an hour. A second hour will be like a debrief and then it'll be done. And then I can like edit that down to like a 30-minute video. I am not editing 9 hours of footage. I'm gonna be so for real. I do not have the time or the energy or the patience to edit a 9-hour video down. Aro service dom writes, what the frick? I will say, if someone in the audience, and you can like tell the Discord this, like let the Discord know now. If someone wants, or someone's, multiple people want to work together to make a clip compilation of this story, and you post it on your channel, I will shout you out. I will give you attention. I will be like, hey, go watch this thing, because I cannot do it right now. What I want people to do is if someone asks about, oh, that Cain campaign that I heard you ran, how'd it go? Point them to the stream. And when they look at it and they say 10.5 hours, I say, it's like a 9-month campaign. What do you want? Did you want a 10-minute summary? Did you want a 3-minute video? What was a short, not long enough for you? Was the short too much for your attention span? Listen, all I'm going to say, I'm not service doming on this channel. Basically, my point is, I would love for this to be a video, like a clipped video. I do not have the bandwidth, and I will not have the bandwidth for the foreseeable future. So I'm not even going to like say, oh, maybe in the future. I just can't. I'm sorry. But I would love if other people could. What sin do you think Sigma 1 would go into? Lord. looking back at his time at Site Beta, looking back at his time with the Gammas, looking back at all the friends he made and all the friends he saw that he lost, he would want to set something up where it's basically all of his XOs, everyone he's ever cared for. And they're just like, they're just friends. He would want to have everyone live in like the same apartment building. And he'd want to live a simple life where he's like, oh man, like I just graduated college. Now I'm in the workforce and like, oh man, taxes suck to pay, right? And then he's like complaining with his friends. And his ideal state is to be a normal person. Because like he's like in his late 20s, right? Polycule domain. His whole thing is like, he just wants all of the various XOs that were in his life to just be friends, to be alive, to be normal, to live normal lives. And obviously to be comfortable. And he doesn't want to be like, oh man, I'm destitute. But like, he would want like a quasi-normal life, the impression of a normal life. Even though he complains about his work is easy. Even though he complains about being an adult and like taxes and like all of this stuff that he does, it's all done for him. And he doesn't have to worry about cost. It's all just this kind of like this cushioned impression of what a normal life is. Gosh, that's just too sad. Too bad that Alpha was a jerk. Yeah. Perfect Lord Sigma creates a 90s era sitcom. Listen, Perfect Lord Sigma wants a 90s era sitcom. Correct. Was this Beta that became Alpha? No, so we're talking about Sigma 1, the retired XO that is in admin. Do I think a Barbarossa could take down that spider? Yes. I think that with the Apocalypse Rail, it could absolutely take down the spider. And if it can't, then I would give it plot armor because I love the Barbarossa. Okay, please explain, especially after conversation of the doomed hetero romance, why do writers love torturing their own characters so much? What's the appeal to constant painful stories? I don't get it. So, for me, it is a matter of what is interesting. And particularly, what makes you feel. For me, having two people meet up and be happy is fine, but it's not interesting. I'm happy that they're happy. And particularly, what I will say is if two characters I care about grow to care for each other and they just kind of like happily are like, hey, I like you. I like you too. Are we doing this? Yeah, I guess we are. And then like they get together and then there's no issues. There's no problems. It's just wholesome. It's just happy. Fluff, as it were. That's totally chill. The thing is, I want to care about these characters. And how do you care about characters? It is character development. How do you care about characters that go through character development? You see them go through trials. And this might be as simple as they have to take a really hard exam. This might be as difficult as they're locked in an eternal struggle where both of them are sins that must slay each other's traces. So they get one moment of time together where they have brief conversations. They express their care for each other. They have barely any interaction. And then they go back into an eternal cycle of fighting each other. That is a trial that they must overcome. And they're more interesting as a result for it. And so I get a funny feeling in my chest when I look at them and I start blushing and I start being like, I really want them to kiss. And like, the more interesting they are, the more invested I am in their relationship. And the reason so many writers do that is because of the character development. The reason so many writers torture and torment and horribly treat their characters is because when everything goes well, all you get to do is see the character when things are going well. Similarly, I don't like grimdark. I don't like twisting the knife in my characters nonstop with no reprieve, because then you only see them when things are unwell. And I would say both are equally boring. One is just more depressing than the other. I like it when there's a wide variety, and that's why I give you such high extremes. Dude, Raph being fed like a piece of like chocolate donut from her first sapphic crush and her current girlfriend is so cute. It's adorable. And then having like a three-way indirect kiss, like that's just wholesome. That's just sweet. That's just developing relationship of the various characters. The time of the handcuffs in the dorm, I had very intentionally set up right before the event because I wanted the Valentines to feel unified. I wanted the Valentines to feel like we're all working together. It is us against admin. Like, girl, this is embarrassing, but like, I'm going to back you up on this. And so Hattie backs up Clapback. Clapback hands it to Canine, and Canine hides it. And then it's this kind of like thing they can all laugh about afterwards. But in the moment, Clapback is so embarrassed. And Hattie is so frustrated. But then looking back at it, yeah, that was pretty funny. Like, that's the kind of circumstance I wanted to set up. So that when I have them die horribly, or sin overflow, or hurt one another, it hurts that much more. That's why on Resplendent Echo, I had the whole section where like they were like part of their rest. They were just like raiding a kitchen. And they just made French toast and grabbed like fruits and berries, and like they grabbed a bagel and like toasted it in a toaster and added like cream cheese and butter. And it was just all of them like laughing to each other as they're like having this feast of ill-gotten gains, like they're Robin Hood robbing the Marriott. And then Gage died. And so many people were hurt. And it makes you feel the absence that joy once had. And I've been consistent about this for like a year at this point because I made the video about how to fix role-playing before I started running Cain. And then I took the exact same principles. I applied it to Cain. Here's where we're at. Considering you're into Lancer and Cain and Malagast, I think I saw a short on it. I am. I recently made a short on Malagast and I've played a couple games. I really enjoy it. Have you read Tom Bloom's comic Kill 6 Billion Demons? It sounds like something up your alley. It does sound like it's up my alley, and I feel really bad that I haven't read it. Kill 6 Billion Demons. I'm gonna be so real. I want to read it. I heard about it before I heard about like Lancer or Cain or whatever, and my sibling was telling me about it years ago. And it's like, I think it's free online. It's just really long. And I don't know, you know? I've yet to hear an explanation that didn't boil down to some people enjoy pain, some people can't. The bad makes the good feel better. The good makes the bad feel better. Yeah, it's about moderation. Or relative extremes, right? What about stories that start in the darkest mud but actually end in clearest light, like World War I depression to then after actual war to end all eras kind of hope? I mean, yeah, that's the exact same principle. It's just so what you're describing. You are describing this. Or rather, you're probably describing this. Right? What I like to run is this. Yes, this broke past the lengths of the axes. Cut the tail part in half, and yeah. So you're saying more like, that's valid. This is what I do. Oh, you meant the opposite? Oh my gosh. Aro, I went to sleep 4 hours in the stream, slept and woke up and you're still streaming. Are you okay? My throat's gonna kill me and I don't think that I can have a Lancer video recorded for tomorrow. I'm so sorry. There are so many ways to make characters interesting. Yeah. Catharsis. Yeah. Catharsis. I mean, it's Maw, it's Catharsis. It is all these different things put together. No, they haven't. They haven't eaten. Oh, right. I haven't eaten. Well, I had seaweed like 6 hours ago. It ends off like, oh, hey, Million said, but hey, it's over at least. What's my favorite blasphemy? I've answered this many times. I really like Whisper. I also like Bind. I've talked about the reasons why. Basically, I just like Future Sight. I think it's cool. I think that the shadow is really cool. The one Cain character I've played, I had as a Whisper user, but he was more of a joke character. So I don't really... Oh no, the Whisper was just kind of like for the omen more than like actually playing Whisper. Bind, I like the idea of having sins that you can control. I would prefer if you could Pokemon them rather than have like a familiar, but that's okay. And some of the dead are back and have cool tattoos. No, I had seaweed 6 hours ago. Ah, yes, nutrients. I can now with quirks. Oh, awesome. Nice. You can buy new ones. Awesome. Should Cain be able to have a happy ending? I would argue Bond and Raph got the happiest ending that they could have, and they got a bittersweet ending. I am loath to say you cannot do a specific style of ending in one genre or another, but it certainly would be out of type to have a wholesome, happy, like optimistic ending for Cain. I won't say you can't do it. What I did is I went bittersweet. I went, sister is off with Bridge on her own. Sister might be able to live a normal life. Not a completely normal life, won't be able to like enroll in school perchance, but like might be able to get homeschooled, get a GED, get a driver's license, work like odd jobs, and like as long as she has Bridge with her, I mean, yeah, like an 18, 19-year-old, 20-year-old woman with like a 12-year-old is not the best circumstance, but it's certainly better than a 12-year-old wandering by herself. Are you not going to believe this? GFF4 lets you Pokemon sins. I do believe that because it also lets you mech your sin. You can have a mech sin. Consider the stream your debt repaid for the war crimes you committed against Yuri as a concept. I'll have you know, the Yuri gods are with me. I need only address you to the Crab Yuri video. Mecha Hound, I guess. I think it's going to be usually bittersweet, but yes, you can have a happy ending. Arrow, I literally cannot watch you anymore tonight. Sleep well eventually. Drink warm water with a little salt and a bit of honey. Yeah. Okay. Zinc has been clinically proven to help prevent illness. Nice. I think small scale happy ending would work. Like two people get together and retire, though not to any like the sins are gone forever. Yeah, and that's why like Canine and Clapback have a fairly happy ending. Raph and Bond have a fairly happy ending. Sister with Bridge has a fairly happy ending. Bridge accidentally adopted a child solely because she was too responsible to leave it alone, which is so funny because Bridge, I kind of left out details, but in the conversation before they met Acme, Bridge was like learning like, oh, Under Heaven is the group I've been working with. They're not good guys. Oh, wow. And she didn't realize who she was working with. She only ever spoke with like individual binders. She did not realize that they were like effectively like a group that was trying to take down the world order and like exterminate humans. And so she kind of like was like, well, I've been doing has been wrong. And I don't like that. I don't want to join Cain, the Grace Gestapo, as they started calling it. But I don't want to continue working with Under Heaven anymore. I mean, Under Heaven are kind of trying to exterminate humanity. Yeah, so in my setting, Under Heaven has multiple different factions within it. Different sites have different, or cells have different thoughts. I'm not going to get into that now. It's been 10 hours. Gestapo, oh my gosh. If sins are gone forever, I expect an Evangelion ending. How can I be a better player in RPGs? Also, other players constantly treat me and my PC as dumb for doing standard RPG stuff, which is then always proven to be the right choice. How do I mesh better? Okay. How do I be a better player in RPGs? My big advice is to remember you're playing a collaborative, storytelling, improv game. You are not a writer. You are a participant. Collaborative means that other people should be able to influence the story you have in mind and the arc you have for your character set up. Storytelling means that learn basic narrative beats. If you know A hits B, B hits C, then C probably hits D. And so don't make random decisions purely based on vibes. Actually allow yourself to have cause and effect, because yeah, people like predicting things and then being right. It's not a bad sign of writing for it to end up being correct when they guess something. Improv. Don't write your entire backstory out beforehand. Don't write your entire character arc beforehand. Allow yourself to change as the game goes, to go with the dice, to make decisions that in the moment feel right. And that might seem, whoa, how does that go against storytelling? Didn't you just say don't do that? No, I said don't do storytelling things that disrupt the actual order of the cause and effect purely for the sake of shock value. Don't do a Game of Thrones ending. With improv, do it on the fly. Just don't worry about it beforehand. Yes, if you want to like write a specific quote that you want to read during the session, by all means, that's prepping ahead of time. That's helping yourself improv. If you have a specific story beat you want to hit, you can say to the GM, hey, I really want the story bit to be where like my father like killed my mom, right? I want to confront him, and I want it to be like kind of like centralized. I want like people to be around so that when I accuse him, like other people can hear, and then the GM can be like, awesome, yeah. And then that's still improv. That still happens at the time and how it shows up. But the GM is being set up to give you that improv, and it's a game. Don't take it too seriously. You're not writing Macbeth. You are playing a TTRPG. You are not a professional, presumably. You are playing a TTRPG. You are having fun with your friends. Focus on fun with your friends, and the fun will come normally. Now, if people call you dumb for doing standard RPG stuff that is then always proven right later, tell them, hey, I don't like it when you call me dumb. Yes, even if that makes you uncomfortable to have that conversation with them because you're worried that you might upset them. They have clearly upset you if you've come to a streamer's chat and are asking me as an authority figure in the TTRPG space, despite the fact I don't see myself as an authority. What do I do if they call me dumb? That clearly bothers you enough that you're seeking answers elsewhere. And so tell them, I would prefer you not call me dumb. And they're like, huh, would you prefer we say stupid? And be like, no, I prefer you not insult me for making decisions in my game. Like, independent of the fact that you're right, what I see there is people who are your friends that are not treating you with respect. And maybe it's like, now we're just ribbing you. Don't take it too seriously. Okay, well, I'm here to have fun. And when I'm constantly badgered for my decisions, I don't have fun. I don't mind if you rib on each other, but just don't constantly harass me every time I make decisions. And then if they're your friends, they will respect that. If they are not your friends, you will learn very quickly they're not your friends. I made my character trans in the second or third session, so I think I got improv. Yeah, 1 to 3 I do rather well. 4, yeah, 4 is literally just like, remember, have fun. Don't be too serious. You're not trying to write a novel. You're not trying to make a new movie. You're not trying to be a professional TTRPG player. You're having fun with your friends. It's okay to do something stupid and silly, even if that breaks the storytelling, because you're having fun. It's okay to do something that goes against improv, that doesn't make sense for improv. Storytelling. That's okay. None of these are fixtures in the gaming sphere. All of them are vibes-based, and you can do whatever you want. Just make sure that your group is having fun, and that's what matters. Why would you take the Scary Skull in the Scary Skull bounty gathering place? I wonder. Yeah, like at that point, just be like, use your common sense. I'm gonna be so for real with you right now. My throat is kind of killing me. And it has been for like 2 hours, if not more. Yeah, getting yelled at by that was not nice. Yeah, tell them. So what I'm going to say. Oof, the hunger is hitting me. The thirst is hitting me. The fact that I got 4 hours of sleep last night is hitting me. We're going to have a bye wave. Everyone say bye. I'm going to say hello to you. Or I'm going to say bye to you. Like, I'll call you out if I can. If you're a VOD watcher, if you're in the comments, if you're a lurker, still hit me with bye wave. Why not? But thank you all so much for swinging by. Tomorrow, oh gosh, I'm going to be busy all of tomorrow. I'll figure something out. I probably won't do Lancer. Lancer's going to take me too much time. I might wait for tomorrow morning and do a voiceover. So that's that. Friday, Signalis. I'm like 2/3 of the way through the game. I'm halfway through the game, so Signalis on Friday. And then Saturday, I'm going to be wrapping up my first game of Stellaris with Rory. Hopefully. We're in the end game now, and he's probably going to win, but I don't mind. I can just not do a video tomorrow. I can, but then my brain would be not very happy with me. Bye, Daniel and Bede and Bob and Anya and Spotted Noble and Hidden Squid and Galaxy and Jet and Pig Knight and Elder and Ryu and Eltrian and Dark, and I think that's everyone who's saying bye. Thank you all so much for swinging by. Take care of yourself. Have a lovely day, night, evening, afternoon, morning, whenever, and take care of yourself. Bye-bye.